According to Thucydides, the Greeks first acted as a united people during the Trojan War when they besieged the great city of Troy on the northwestern coast of Anatolia. In his History of the Peloponnesian War, he explained that before this event, there was no collective action by all the Hellenes, and that even the name Hellas did not yet exist. He referred to Homer, who wrote long after the Trojan War, noting that Homer never used the name Hellenes for the entire Greek force. Instead, he called them Danaans, Argives, or Achaeans, since in his time they were not yet known by a single name. In this sense, Greek history as a people begins not in Greece, but across the Aegean in Anatolia, where their shared story and literature were born with Homer's account of the Trojan War. Anatolia, which today forms the Asian part of Turkey, covers most of the country's landmass, while Thrace, the European portion, lies to the northwest. The two are divided by the Bosphorus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Dardanelles, ancient waterways that connect the Aegean to the Black Sea. The very name Anatoli, meaning east, or land of sunrise in Greek, contrasted with Europe, thought to mean sunset, or land of darkness. For early Greek sailors crossing the Hellespont, this contrast was striking. Asia lay in the light of sunrise, Europe in the shadows of the setting sun. The interior of Anatolia is a vast high plateau, rising from 750 to 1,500 meters, bordered by rugged mountain chains. To the south, the Taurus and Anti-Taurus ranges curve toward Mesopotamia, leaving only narrow passes like the famous Cilician Gates. To the north, the Pontic Mountains stretch along the Black Sea and rise into the towering peaks of northeastern Anatolia, where Mount Ararat stands over 5,000 meters high. Along the Mediterranean, the coastline unfolds in four ancient regions: Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, and Cilicia, each shaped by steep mountains, narrow plains, and river deltas. To the north, the Black Sea coast, known to the Greeks as Pontus Euxinos, is lined by a thin, fertile strip at the foot of the Pontic Range, expanding into wide deltas formed by the Halys and Iris rivers. The western regions, Bithynia, Mysia, Lydia, and Caria, formed the bridge between Asia and Europe, with Troy marking the northwestern edge of the peninsula. In the west, the land descends toward the Aegean in a series of broad river valleys, the Caicus, Hermus, Caister, and Maeander, that served as ancient routes from the coast to the interior. This geography made Anatolia both a crossroads and a cradle of civilization. Archaeology reveals that its prehistoric timeline followed the classic stages of the Stone, Copper, and Bronze Ages. The Neolithic era, between 7,000 and 5,500 BC, marked the dawn of agriculture in Anatolia, as seen in sites such as Haçlılar, Khan Hasan, Çatalhöyük, and Mersin. Among them, Çatalhöyük stands as the largest and most remarkable, with 12 layers of settlement stretching over centuries. Its mud brick houses were arranged around courtyards, and its shrines were adorned with vivid wall paintings showing hunts, rituals, musicians, and dancers. Bullheads symbolized male strength, while clay figurines represented the great mother goddess of fertility, later transformed through centuries into deities like the Phrygian Kubaba, the Lydian Cybele, the Greek Artemis, the Roman Diana, and eventually the Christian Virgin Mary. During the following Chalcolithic period, from 5,500 to 3,000 BC, copper tools became common. Sites such as Khan Hasan, Mersin, Alakahöyük, and Alisar continued to flourish. In the Bronze Age that followed, between 3000 and 1200 BC, Anatolia was ruled in part by the Hatti people, whose royal tombs at Alakahoyuk revealed treasures of gold and bronze, reflecting the birth of organized states in the heart of the ancient world. The Hattians are believed to have been the earliest known inhabitants of central Anatolia, and they were soon followed by the Hittites, an Indo-European people who established their kingdom around 1700 BC. Their capital, Hattusa, today known as Boaz-Kale, rose in the bend of the Halys River and became one of the greatest centers of power in the ancient Near East. The first ruler remembered in their tradition was Labarnas, who died around 1650 BC, and whose son, Labarnas II, took the name Hattusilis, meaning the man from Hattusa. Under his reign began what historians call the Old Kingdom, a period of expansion during which the Hittites conquered cities such as Aleppo and even Babylon in the early 16th century BC. Civil war later weakened their control, but King Telepinas restored order in 1525 BC and rebuilt their empire, ruling until about 1500 BC, when the Old Kingdom came to an end with the Hittites as the dominant power of Anatolia. A time of turmoil followed until Tudalius II came to power around 1460 BC, founding a new royal line that would transform the Hittite kingdom into a vast empire. Under kings Suppiluliumus I and Mursilis II, the Hittite realm reached its greatest size, stretching from the Aegean to beyond the Tigris River and from the Black Sea to Palestine. In their records, the Hittites spoke of a land called Asuva, believed to correspond to Lydia in western Anatolia. Scholars think the name Asia was derived from this word. Homer himself uses the term in the Iliad when describing the Aegean meadow beside the Castrian waters, referring to the valley of the Caister River flowing from Lydia to Ionia. The Hittites pushed westward into Lydia and Ionia, leaving behind striking rock carvings such as the famous relief at the Karabel Pass near Izmir. This 2.5-meter carving, known in Turkish as Etibaba, or Father Hittite, shows a warrior in a short tunic and conical headdress, holding a spear and bow. Its faint hieroglyphic inscription identifies it as Hittite, and it likely depicts the weather god Teshubba. Herodotus later described the same figure, mistaking it for an image of the Egyptian pharaoh Sesostris. Local Greek traditions even imagined that the figure represented a warrior queen, perhaps inspiring legends that some Ionian cities were founded by the Amazons. Hittite archives also mention places called Taruisa and Welusa, which are widely believed to be Troy and Ilium, the twin names used by Homer for the Trojan city. They also speak of a people named Dardani, thought to be the Dardanians of Homeric fame, descendants of the legendary Dardanos and ancestors of Aeneas. Other Hittite documents refer to Arzawa, a strong and independent kingdom that ruled much of northwestern Anatolia, and to a people called the Ahijava, identified by many scholars as the Achaeans, the Mycenaean Greeks of the Iliad. The Hittites described these Ahijava as powerful seafarers whose princes exchanged letters with the kings of Hattusa from a western port called Milawanda, believed to be Miletus at the mouth of the Meander River. Miletus itself was first settled around 1600 BC by mariners from Minoan Crete, the great Bronze Age civilization that Thucydides later called a thalassocracy, or Empire of the Sea. After 1450 BC, when the Mycenaeans took control of Crete, they also occupied Miletus and encircled it with massive walls. The city became a hub of trade with mainland Greece and was ruled by an Achaean prince who served as a vassal of the Hittite king. Around the same time, both Troy and Hattusa were destroyed. Archaeologists who excavated the mound of Hisarlik, the site of ancient Troy, disagreed about which level marked the city of Homer. Wilhelm Dorpfeld believed that Troy 6 fit the description, while Karl Blegen later identified the next layer, Troy 7a, as the city besieged in the Trojan War. He wrote that this was the ill-fated stronghold whose fall inspired generations of poets to tell the story of its heroes. In 1982, excavations led by Manfred Korfmann of the University of Tübingen revealed new clues about the ancient city. His team discovered that Troy's harbor had once been near Beshika Bay, 8 kilometers south of Kumkoil, and that nearby burial grounds dated to the 13th century BC, the very era of the Trojan War. Korfmann himself remarked that the graves likely belonged to the warriors who fought and fell in that legendary conflict. Later excavations led by his international team, beginning in 1988, uncovered the remains of the late Bronze Age settlement identified as Troy 7 and destroyed by fire between 1250 and 1180 BC. The following centuries saw smaller communities living among its ruins until about 1040 BC. After many centuries of silence, the site was reoccupied around 700 BC by Aeolian Greeks, who founded a new city called Ilion, known in Latin as Ilium. This Greek Troy, known as Troy 8, thrived until 85 BC and became a sacred place visited by Xerxes before his invasion of Greece and by Alexander the Great before his conquest of Asia. The Roman Troy, Troy 9, was later visited by Julius Caesar and magnificently rebuilt under Emperor Augustus. The Emperor Constantine even considered making Ilium the capital of his empire before choosing Byzantium, which he renamed Constantinople in AD 330. Finally, a series of devastating earthquakes around AD 500 brought about the city's destruction and its final abandonment. Much of the second book of Homer's Iliad is devoted to the famous Catalogue of Ships, a detailed listing of the Greek contingents that sailed with Agamemnon against Troy. It names 178 places, among them Mycenae, the strong-founded citadel, whose ruler, powerful Agamemnon, led 10 cities that together sent 100 ships. As historian Michael Wood has observed, nearly every identifiable site mentioned by Homer has revealed archaeological evidence of Mycenaean settlement, confirming the poem's deep roots in Bronze Age reality. The Greeks themselves first emerged as a people at the dawn of the second millennium BC, in the land that would later be called Hellas. They eventually came to identify themselves as Hellenes, though the name Greek derives from the Latin Graeci, based on a tribe from the region of Epirus. Their mythical ancestor was Hellen, father of Doris, Aeolus, and Xuthus, whose sons Ion and Achilles gave rise to the 4 major Greek tribes of the Bronze Age: the Dorians, Ionians, Aeolians, and Achaeans. Homer's own verses recall this ancestral unity when he describes Achilles commanding his Myrmidons, Hellenes, and Achaeans in the war against Troy. The Mycenaean period began around 1550 BC, named after the fortress city of Mycenae in the Argolid. Archaeological finds show that Mycenaean pottery, identical to that unearthed at Troy, has been discovered at more than 24 sites along the Aegean coast of Anatolia. Mycenaean traders and settlers established outposts at Miletus and Iosus and on nearby islands such as Chios, Samos, Kos, and Rhodes. There is also evidence that they traded inland along the Hermus and Meander rivers, reaching towns like Ephesus, Sardis, and Clazomenae. Near modern Bodrum, a Mycenaean burial site has been uncovered. and in the upper Meander Valley at Beka Sultan, the remains of a grand palace may have belonged to the state of Mira, which was once allied to the Hittite Empire. Hittite records from the reign of Suppiluliumus, the first to Arnuwandas III, between roughly 1380 and 1190 BC, refer repeatedly to the Achaeans, or Ahijava, and to the towns of the king of Mira. This period coincides closely with the time of Troy 7, the layer of the city widely believed to correspond to the Homeric Troy. The catalogue of ships is followed by Homer's Trojan catalogue, listing the peoples who fought to defend Troy. These allies came from 5 regions. First were the Trojans themselves, led by Hector of the Shining Helm, together with the Dardanians, Zelians, and Pelasgians. The second group came from across the Hellespont, Thracians, Ciconians, and Paeonians. The third included the Paphlagonians and Halizones from north-central Anatolia. The fourth group came from the southeast, the Mysians and Phrygians, the latter being migrants from Europe who later replaced the Hittites in central Anatolia. Finally, the Maeonians, Carians, and Lycians represented the forces from southwestern Anatolia. Homer's mention of Miletus as part of the Carian contingent is notable, as it is the only Ionian city referenced in the Iliad. Scholars have linked Mysia, Caria, and Lycia with the same regions mentioned in Hittite documents, and it appears that these peoples, and perhaps even the Trojans themselves, spoke Luwian, an Indo-European language closely related to Hittite. The linguist Günther Neumann has argued that the Hittite hieroglyphic script was originally created for writing the Luwian tongue. Some researchers have suggested that as early as the late 3rd millennium BC, speakers of an early Greek dialect had settled in northwestern Anatolia, and that they may still have been there during the Hittite period. Others have proposed that the inhabitants of Troy spoke a form of early Greek, which, if true, would mean that the Trojan War, traditionally dated around 1200 BC, was not a struggle between 2 different civilizations, but rather an internal conflict within a wider Greek-speaking world. Yet more recent studies have found little concrete evidence for this theory, and it remains a subject of debate awaiting further archaeological confirmation. According to ancient Greek tradition, after the fall of Troy, groups of wandering peoples, some Greek, some foreign, moved southward along the Anatolian coast under the leadership of the legendary seers Mopsus, Calchas, and Amphilochus. Some of these settlers remained in Pamphylia and Cilicia, while others continued farther south toward Syria and Phoenicia. The geographer Strabo records that Calchas founded the city of Selge in Pisidia, while Mopsus established Perge and Mallus in Pamphylia, where he was said to have died in a duel with Amphilochus. These figures were later honored as founders by the inhabitants of Perge, whose inscriptions commemorate their names. The memory of Mopsus endured across the centuries. His name was given to the city of Mopsuestia, meaning the hearths of Mopsus, on the Cilician plain. An inscription from the 8th century BC at Karatape in eastern Cilicia bears his name in both Phoenician and Hittite hieroglyphs, while a cuneiform tablet from around 1200 BC already mentions him as Muxus, placing him in the very time of the Trojan War. Another Hittite document from the reign of Arnuwandas III refers to a leader named Muxas, again connecting him to the same era. These discoveries lend credibility to the Greek belief that the first Hellenes in Anatolia were Achaeans of the late Bronze Age, who built settlements along the Aegean coast, fought at Troy, and later became part of the waves of migrants who founded new cities along the Mediterranean shores. What came after this period is largely hidden by time, lost in the long centuries of obscurity that followed the collapse of the Bronze Age, a shadowy era known as the Greek Dark Ages. At the beginning of his History of the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides describes the early Greeks as a people in constant motion. The land that would later be called Hellas, he wrote, had no settled population, as tribes continually migrated under pressure from stronger invaders. This state of upheaval, he said, continued for generations, and only came to an end long after the Trojan War. It was then that the age of colonization began, when the Athenians sent settlers across the sea to found new cities in Ionia and throughout the Aegean islands. This great migration took place during the Greek Dark Ages, a long period of decline that followed the collapse of the Bronze Age. In the brief span of just a few decades, between the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 12th century BC, nearly every major city and fortress around the eastern Mediterranean and Anatolia was destroyed. The reasons remain uncertain. Earthquakes, drought, widespread revolts, the arrival of the mysterious sea peoples, or even a general breakdown of political systems. All may have played a part. Whatever the cause, the result was catastrophic. Populations dwindled, villages were abandoned, and vast stretches of the Greek world were left desolate. Many of the Aegean islands became empty, their once thriving communities scattered and isolated. Ancient tradition explained the Greek migration to Anatolia as a result of the Dorian invasion from the north, though modern historians see it instead as a broader movement involving several Greek tribes, the Dorians, Aeolians, and Ionians, who began crossing the Aegean in waves during the 11th century BC. The Ionians settled along the central Aegean coast of Anatolia and its nearby islands. The Aeolians established themselves to the north, and the Dorians settled to the south. The Aeolian colonies lay mainly between the Hellespont and the Hermus River, extending to the islands of Lesbos and Tenedos. The Ionian cities stretched between the Hermus and the Meander valleys, including Chios and Samos, while the Dorians occupied Kos, Rhodes, and the rugged coast of Caria, where the Aegean meets the Mediterranean. According to Herodotus, each of these Greek groups formed its own political league: 12 cities among the Aeolians, 12 among the Ionians, and 6 among the Dorians. These confederations were loose alliances. Each city remained fully independent and often pursued its own interests. Tradition held that the Aeolian colonists came from Thessaly and Boeotia in eastern Greece. They sailed across the northern Aegean, first reaching Lesbos and Tenedos, then moving to the coast between the Hellespont and the Gulf of Smyrna. Excavations in Lesbos and Smyrna have uncovered proto-geometric pottery dating to around 1000 BC, and perhaps even earlier, showing that the Aeolian settlements were among the first Greek footholds in Anatolia. The Aeolian cities stretched between the Caicus and Hermus rivers, bordered to the north by the Mysians. Herodotus lists their member cities as Seme, also known as Phryconus, along with Larissa, Neonticus, Temnus, Scylla, Notium, Agirosa, Pitane, Aegea, Marina, and Grinea. Notium was unusual because it lay far to the south in Ionia and later became the port of Colophon. Smyrna was originally Aeolian, but was later taken by the Ionians, only joining their confederation centuries afterward. Most of the Aeolian cities lay between the Hermus and the Caicus rivers. Seme, Myrina, Grinea, and Pitane were coastal towns, while others lay inland. Syme was the southernmost coastal city, just north of the Hermus, and Pitane the northernmost, at the mouth of the Caicus River. The Greek settlers met resistance from the local peoples they encountered, Mysians to the north, and the Leleges and Pelasgians along the coast. When the Aeolians founded Pitane, they were attacked by the Lelegians and had to call for help from the Ionian city of Erythrae. Inland, beyond the coastal plains, lived the Phrygians, an Indo-European people who had replaced the Hittites in central Anatolia early in the first millennium BC. Homer mentions the Phrygians alongside the Leleges, Pelasgians, and Mysians as allies of Troy in the Iliad. Among the Aeolian cities, Syme was by far the most important, famed for its maritime trade. Together with the Euboean cities of Chalcis and Eretria, it founded Cumae in Italy in 757 BC, the first Greek colony on the Italian mainland. Later, the people of Syme established another colony at Side on the Mediterranean coast of Anatolia. Strabo wrote that Syme, along with Lesbos, could be considered the metropolis of all Aeolian cities, about 30 in total, though many had already vanished in his time. Strabo also recorded that Hesiod's father, Dius, was a native of Syme, who later moved to Boeotia, where Hesiod grew up in the humble village of Ascra at the foot of Mount Helicon. The Symeans even claimed that Homer himself had been born in their city, though Strabo observed that many others made the same claim. The northern city of Pitane, near the mouth of the Caicus, also possessed an important harbor and was inhabited long before the arrival of the Greeks. Pottery fragments from its necropolis date back to the 3rd millennium BC. Tradition held that Pitane, along with Smyrna, Syme, Myrina, and Grynia, had been founded by the Amazons, a legend perhaps inspired by the Hittite warrior relief seen by Herodotus in the Carabel Pass. Myrina was said to be named after an Amazon queen mentioned by Homer, whose tomb he described outside the walls of Troy, the burial ground of the dancing Myrina. Grynia, known later by its Latin name Grynium, was famous for its sanctuary of Apollo. Strabo described its marble temple and ancient oracle, while Pausanias wrote of its beautiful grove filled with fruit trees and fragrant plants sacred to the god. Aside from Syme and Pitane, most Aeolian settlements faded quietly from history. Ancient writers often portrayed the Aeolians as lovers of luxury. Athenaeus of Naucratis remarked that they were fond of wine, women, and indulgent living. One other Greek city in the region, Elaia, stood at the mouth of the Caicus River east of Pitane. According to Strabo, it was the earliest Greek settlement on the Aeolian coast, founded by Menestheus, the Athenian leader who fought at Troy. Homer mentions Menestheus in the catalogue of ships, calling him unmatched in his skill at arranging warriors and horses in battle order. Elaia, however, was not part of the Aeolian Confederation. It was founded by Ionians and maintained its ties with their league to the south. The city gave its name to the Eleatic Gulf, the great bay that formed the northern boundary of Aeolis. Herodotus notes that the Aeolians also settled on Lesbos and Tenedos and around Mount Ida in the Troad, though these communities did not belong to the Aeolian Confederation. Lesbos originally had 6 cities, of which Mytilene and Methymna were the most important. From Methymna, colonists crossed to the Adriamitine Gulf and founded Assos by the end of the 8th century BC, while Mytilene sent settlers to the northern Troad to establish Achilles, a site that Strabo says included the tomb of Achilles. Tenedos had a single city that controlled a string of mainland settlements known as the Tenedian Piraea. Among them was Chryse, famous for the cult of Sminthean Apollo, where the god was honored in the form of a mouse. Tradition tells that the first Teucrian colonists were told to remain where earthborn creatures attacked them. And when mice gnawed their leather gear on the first night ashore, they took it as the god's sign to settle there. Homer places Chrysa at the heart of the quarrel that opens the Iliad, when Agamemnon seizes Chryseis, daughter of the local priest, and Apollo sends a devastating plague on the Achaean camp. Aeolian foundations spread across the Troad from the Adramitene shore to the Hellespont, Antandros, Polymedion, Lamponia, Hamaxitus, Colone, Neandria, Sebren, Skepsis, Gergis, Sigeon, and Dardanos, while the Ionian city of Miletus founded Abydos. Around 750 BC, Aeolian settlers established a town called Ilion, directly on the site of ancient Troy. The layer archaeologists call Troy 8, preserving the name of Homer's city. Several of these places kept strong Homeric ties. Dardanos on the Hellespont carried the name of the legendary ancestor of the Trojan kings. Abydos appears in the Trojan catalogue. Strabo describes Skepsis as the residence of Aeneas before his escape after Troy's fall, and Virgil later has Aeneas embark from Antandros on the voyage that ends in Italy and leads, in Roman memory, to the foundations of the future capital. The Ionian migration moved out from Attica and Boeotia through the Cyclades and into the central stretch of the Anatolian coast between the Hebrus and the Meander, with new cities also rising on Chios and Samos. By the end of the 9th century, the settlers had formed the Dodecapolis, a league of 12 cities, 10 on the Anatolian shore, and 1 each on Chios and Samos. Herodotus praises the region's climate, milder than lands further north or south, and emphasizes that these communities did not remain purely Ionian. Colonists frequently married local women, and in Miletus, a grim early episode of forced marriages with Carian widows led to a custom by which those women and their daughters refused to dine with, or address, their husbands by name. Politically, the early city kingdoms under founding leaders and their descendants gave way to oligarchies, then to tyrannies, and eventually, under Athenian influence, to democratic forms. Founding legends linked many cities to sons of the Athenian king Codrus. Neleus was said to have founded Miletus, while Androclus led the settlers of Ephesus and expelled the Lelegi and Lydians from the site. The league's religious center stood at the Panionium on the Mycale promontory opposite Samos, where the Ionians gathered for the Panionia festival. Every 4th year they also met on Delos, the mythical birthplace of Apollo, celebrating with athletic contests, dance, and song that displayed the splendor of their seafaring culture. In the later 8th century, Ionians from Colophon seized Smyrna from the Aeolians. Herodotus records that its people were then redistributed among the remaining Aeolian cities with full civic rights. Miletus emerged as the foremost Ionian power, the oldest settlement in Ionia, and a prolific mother city whose colonists ranged across the Hellespont, the Sea of Marmara, and the Black Sea. From the 8th century onward, Milesians founded Sinope, Amisus, and Trebizond along the Pontic coast, and established Abydos on the Hellespont and Cyzicus on the southern shore of the Sea of Marmara. Further east along the Marmara, Megarian ventures, likely encouraged by Milesian example, created several colonies, including Byzantion around 660 BC on the European peninsula at the mouth of the Bosphorus. To the south, the Greeks opened Naucratis in the Nile Delta around 610 BC, where Miletus held a privileged quarter called the Wall of the Milesians, beside the stations of other Ionian, Dorian, and Aeolian cities. Rivaling Miletus at sea was Phocia, the northernmost Ionian city beyond the Hermus. Settled later, probably in the 8th century, by colonists from Erythrae and Teos, Phocia chose its site for a superb natural harbor, ideal for the long voyages that would carry Ionian ships far beyond the Aegean. The Phocians, a seafaring people of western Anatolia, made full use of their magnificent harbor to launch bold expeditions across the seas. Their first venture was in partnership with Miletus, founding the colony of Ephesus on the Black Sea coast. In 654 BC, they established Lampsacus on the Aegean shore of the Hellespont. Half a century later, around 600 BC, they sailed west to found Massalia, modern Marseille, whose settlers in turn created new colonies along the French coast, at Nicaea and Antipolis, known today as Nice and Antibes. In 560 BC, they founded Eulalia on Corsica and a brief colony on Sardinia. Their ships even reached the Atlantic, establishing a trading post at Tartessus on the site of modern Seville, carrying the spirit of Ionia farther than any other Greek city of their time. Trade linked these Ionian and Aeolian cities with the Lydians, whose capital Sardis stood in the Hermus Valley about 50 miles east of Smyrna. Mycenaean pottery found there shows that the Hellenes had reached Lydia long before, in the late Bronze Age, though real contact between the Lydians and the Greek coastal cities began only in the 7th century BC. Two cities called Magnesia were later founded inland by settlers from northern Greece, the Magnates, who, according to tradition, had remained in Asia Minor after the Trojan War. One was Magnesia ad Sipylon, beneath Mount Sipylus near Smyrna, and the other, Magnesia ad Meandrum, stood southeast of Ephesus beside the Meander River. An inscription found at Magnesia ad Meandrum proudly claims that its founders were the first Greeks ever to cross into Anatolia. Meanwhile, the migration of the Dorians from the Peloponnesos carried them across the Aegean to Crete, Rhodes, Kos, and the southwestern coast of Anatolia known as Caria. There they established a confederation called the Hexapolis, or Six Cities, which included Lindus, Ialysus, and Camyrus on Rhodes, Kos on its neighboring island, and the mainland cities of Halicarnassus and Cnidus. The Dorian League's sacred meeting place stood at the Triopium, on the peninsula near Cnidus. Over time, Halicarnassus fell under the influence of nearby Ionian cities such as Miletus, and was eventually expelled from the Hexapolis, reducing the league to the Pentapolis, or 5 cities. Halicarnassus was built along the southern shore of the Mindus Peninsula, named for the ancient settlement at its western tip. Strabo wrote that Mindus and 7 neighboring cities were founded by the Leleges, an early Anatolian people who once occupied large portions of Caria and Pisidia. Over time, the Leleges, like the Carians and other coastal peoples, became Hellenized, adopting the language and culture of the Greeks. Along the coast between Miletus and Halicarnassus lay Iasus, another ancient site that had been inhabited since the 3rd millennium BC. Excavations have revealed Minoan pottery and dwellings from around 1900 to 1550 BC, and Mycenaean pottery from the period 1400 to 1200 BC. The first Dorian settlers, believed to be Argives from the Peloponnesos, arrived in the 9th century BC, but met fierce resistance from the local Carians. Forced to seek military aid from the Milesians, they eventually lost control of the city, and Iasus became Ionian rather than Dorian. The Dorians of Rhodes expanded their influence to the mainland opposite, creating the Rhodian Perea, a stretch of territory that extended from Caria into Lycia on the Mediterranean coast. According to Herodotus, the Lycians themselves traced their origins to Crete, which in ancient times had been inhabited by non-Greek peoples. He wrote that while they resembled the Cretans and Carians in many customs, they were unique in tracing descent through the mother's line rather than the father's. Hittite tablets from the 14th century BC refer to a rebellious people of southwestern Anatolia known as the Luca, who appear to have been the Lycians. Egyptian inscriptions mention the Luci, a nation of sea raiders likely belonging to the same people. These records suggest that the Lycians may indeed have come from Crete in a great migration during the later 2nd millennium BC, passing through Caria before settling along the Lycian coast and its rugged hinterland. The chief city of Lycia was Xanthus, near the mouth of the river that bore the same name. Herodotus first mentions it in connection with the Persian conquest of western Anatolia in 546 BC. Although Homer refers to the river Xanthus in the Iliad, he makes no mention of a city, describing instead its flowing waters as the home of the Lycian heroes Sarpedon and Glaucus. The Rhodians also established Phasaelis on the eastern Lycian coast, across the Gulf of Anatolia from Pamphylia, where the Aeolians of Syme had earlier founded the colony of Side in the 7th century BC. According to the historian Arrian, the settlers at Side soon abandoned their Greek speech, adopting a new and unfamiliar tongue. He wrote that they promptly forgot their native Greek and began to talk in a foreign dialect of their own. Modern scholars such as George Bean believe this Sidetan language was actually the original language of Pamphylia, showing that the Aeolian colony was small and soon absorbed into the local population. Farther east along the coast stood the Rhodian colony of Soli in Cilicia. Tradition held that many of the settlements in Pamphylia and Cilicia were founded by survivors and veterans of the Trojan War who had followed the seers Mopsus, Calchas, and Amphilochus southward across Anatolia. Strabo, drawing on Herodotus and the poet Calenus, records that Calchas died at Clarus, while Mopsus led his people across the Taurus Mountains, some settling in Pamphylia and others moving farther east into Cilicia and Syria, even reaching Phoenicia. In this way, the great Greek migration that had begun centuries earlier on the Aegean coast spread steadily along the Mediterranean shores, through Lycia, Pamphylia, and Cilicia, carrying with it the last waves of those mixed multitudes who had once fled the smoking ruins of Troy and built a new Hellenic world across the face of Anatolia. About 3 centuries after the Great Migration, the Greek cities scattered along the Aegean coast of Anatolia and the surrounding islands finally began to emerge from the long darkness that had followed the collapse of the Bronze Age. The first light of this new dawn came with the poetry of Homer. The Homeric tradition also includes the Homeric hymns, poems composed between the 8th and 2nd centuries BC, many of them from the Archaic period itself. Scholars such as Ken Dowden have noted that the language of these hymns shows they could not have been written by the same hand as the Iliad or Odyssey. In the hymn to Delian Apollo, the poet even refers to himself, bidding farewell to the maidens of Delos and asking, "Whom think ye is the sweetest singer?" To which they reply, "He is a blind man who dwells in rocky Chios. His songs shall be remembered above all others." Chios, indeed, was one of several cities, alongside Colophon and Smyrna, that later claimed to be Homer's birthplace. An ancient text known as the Contest of Homer and Hesiod records that almost every Greek city claimed him as its son. though the men of Smyrna proudly said he was the child of the river god Meles and a nymph named Cretheus. During the Archaic period, the Greek cities of the Anatolian coast and the nearby islands became centers of a true Renaissance. Here arose the first philosophers of nature, the lyric poets, architects, geographers, and historians whose ideas would shape the course of Western civilization. The greatest of these early historians was Herodotus of Halicarnassus, born at the close of the Archaic Age during the Persian Wars. His histories tells of that titanic struggle between the Greeks and the mighty empires of Asia, whose armies marched again and again into Anatolia and Hellas. In those centuries before Persia's rise, the central power in Anatolia was the kingdom of Phrygia, whose capital stood at Gordion on the high plateau. Tradition held that its founder was King Gordios, succeeded by Miletus, whose name would become a legend. Assyrian records from the reign of Sargon II mention a ruler called Miletus of Muski, who is believed to have been this very Midas, or perhaps one of several kings bearing that name. Greek legend adds another link between the Phrygians and the Hellenes. It was said that the early Aeolian colonists were descended from Agamemnon, and that one of their kings of Cyme bore the same name. His daughter, Demodic, was said to have married Midas the Phrygian, perhaps a descendant of the Midas of the Golden Touch. Whether true or not, this story shows that the coastal Greek cities were already trading and mingling culturally with the peoples of the interior, exchanging not only goods along the Hermus and Meander rivers, but also ideas, art, and even elements of their alphabets and craftsmanship. The Phrygian kingdom came to a sudden end around 690 BC, when Gordion was sacked by the Cimmerians, a fierce people from the northern steppes of Crimea who swept across western Anatolia in a wave of destruction. They destroyed the Aeolian city of Antandros and plundered several Ionian towns. The poet Calenus of Ephesus, witnessing these horrors, lamented, "Now there comes upon us the army of the Cimmerians, the dealers in violence," and he prayed to Zeus for deliverance. Though Ephesus was spared, nearby Magnesia ad Meandrum was destroyed. In the power vacuum left by the fall of the Phrygians, the Lydians rose to prominence in western Anatolia. Herodotus records that the first Lydian kings were the Heraclidae, who ruled for generations before being overthrown by a new dynasty known as the Myrmnidae, around 687 BC. Their founder, Gyges, seized the throne after killing Condoles, the last of the Heraclidae, a tale Herodotus recounts in his first book. From their capital at Sardis, nestled at the foot of Mount Tmolus beside the Pactolus River, the Myrmnidae ruled Lydia for nearly 150 years. Once secure on his throne, Gyges turned his armies westward against the Ionian cities. Herodotus tells us that he sent expeditions against Miletus and Smyrna and captured the citadel of Colophon. Some of the defeated Colophonians fled to southern Italy and founded a new city called Cyrrhus, while those who remained at home grew wealthy and decadent under Lydian influence. The philosopher Xenophanes, himself from Colophon, later mocked his countrymen for their vanity, describing them as perfumed men in purple robes, proud of their hair and their luxury. Gyges was eventually killed around 652 BC while fighting the Cimmerians, who once again stormed Sardis, capturing its lower town. His son, Ardys, succeeded him and held out in the citadel until the invaders withdrew. Ardys then continued his father's campaigns, capturing Prina and besieging Miletus. Later, under King Alyattes, who reigned from 609 to 560 BC, Lydia reached new heights of wealth and power. It was Alyattes who introduced the first true coinage, minted from the gold washed down by the Pactolus River from Mount Tmolus, a revolutionary innovation that spread rapidly throughout the Mediterranean world. Alyattes also continued the long war against Miletus. Herodotus describes how, year after year, the Lydian army invaded Milesian territory at harvest time to the sound of flutes, harps, and oboes. They burned crops and orchards but spared the houses, so the farmers would rebuild and sow again, ensuring that the next year there would be more to plunder. Alyattes also attacked Smyrna, capturing and destroying it around 600 BC, before turning his forces against Clazomenae, where he was defeated and forced to withdraw to Sardis. The destruction of Smyrna marked the end of its prosperity. For the next 4 centuries, it remained little more than a ruin, its once proud citizens scattered among the villages of Ionia. In the final decades of Alyattes' long reign, peace settled between Lydia and the Greek cities of the Aegean coast. In that calm, a renaissance ignited along the western shores of Anatolia and the nearby islands. At its heart stood Miletus, a city bound by colonies and trading stations from the Nile Delta to the Black Sea. Through constant contact with Anatolia, Mesopotamia, Phoenicia, and Egypt, the Eastern Greeks absorbed ideas and techniques that would reshape thought itself. From Miletus came the first philosophers of nature, Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenos, whose overlapping lives span much of the Archaic Age. Aristotle would call them physikoi, in contrast to the older theologoi, because they sought natural explanations for the world rather than divine ones. Tradition made Thales a traveler to Egypt who measured a pyramid's height by its shadow at the hour when length and height are equal. Herodotus credited him with foreseeing the total solar eclipse of 28th May, 585 BC, that halted a Lydian-Median battle, and later generations piled on discoveries until he stood as the first founder of Ionian natural philosophy. Yet the Milesians' most enduring legacy was their search for an arc, a fundamental reality beneath change. Thales chose water, capable of appearing as vapor, liquid, or ice. Anaximander named the boundless, the original, undifferentiated source of all things. Anaximenes proposed pneuma, the breath or air that shows itself in motion and heat. Thales left no writings. Later, authors preserve his ideas. Anaximander, by contrast, was said to be the first Greek bold enough to publish a treatise on nature. He used the gnomon to track solstices, seasons, and equinoxes, and drew the earliest Greek map of the inhabited world. Around 500 BC, Hecataeus of Miletus followed that path, sketching a world map encircled by ocean and composing a periagesis, a journey around the world, that guided readers along Mediterranean and Black Sea coasts, and as far inland as Scythia, Persia, and India. At nearby Ephesus, Heraclitus offered a radical counterpoint to Milesian substance, the primacy of becoming over being. Everything flows, he said, and one cannot step into the same river twice. Stability arises from opposite tension, a balanced pull of contrary forces. The cosmos is ordered by logos, a rational structure that human senses often fail to grasp. For eyes and ears are poor witnesses when the soul does not understand their language. His terse, riddling sayings made him a maker of paradoxes, and later storytellers imagined Socrates quipping that to fathom Heraclitus, one needed a diver's depth. The intellectual flowering stood beneath colossal sanctuaries. The Artemision of Ephesus and the Heraean of Samos were among the grandest temples of the Greek world. On Samos in the 500s and 70s, the architects Eurycus and Theodorus combined craft with engineering genius. Theodorus even wrote the earliest known book on architecture, later cited by Vitruvius. In the third quarter of the 6th century, the blaze of inquiry leapt west to Magna Graecia, with Pythagoras of Samos. He departed during the tyranny of Polycrates and founded at Croton a community that joined mathematics to ritual and taught the transmigration of souls. However, the master's voice blends with that of his followers. The Pythagoreans laid foundations for geometry and number theory. They discerned the ratios that govern musical harmony and proclaimed a cosmos ordered by numerical design, epitomized by the theorem that the square on a right triangle's longest side equals the sum of the squares on the other two. This Renaissance also sang in Aeolic verse. On Lesbos, Sappho and Alcaeus, contemporaries of Thales, composed against a political horizon where Lydia's cavalry ranged through Aeolus and the Troad, close enough for their presence to color poetry. Sappho's voice preferred the beloved to all the splendor of Lydian chariots armored for war. Alcaeus, soldier and singer, recorded Lydian payments pledged to aid an assault, perhaps on Mytilene, and told how he fled a battle near Sigum, leaving his shield to hang in Athena's temple as a captured trophy. Out of peace won by Alyattes, out of trade routes and temples, maps and maxims, instruments and numbers, the Eastern Greeks brought forth a new way of seeing. A world to be measured, mapped, reasoned, and sung. Alyattes died around 560 BC and was buried in a colossal mound beside the Aegean lake, 10 miles north of Sardis, where it still stands today. Herodotus described it as one of the greatest works ever made by human hands, surpassed only by the monuments of Egypt and Babylon. Its base was built of massive stone blocks, while the upper part was a towering mound of earth. It was raised through the collective labor of artisans, tradesmen, and women who, according to Herodotus, contributed more than anyone else by earning their dowries through prostitution, a custom unique to Lydia, where daughters worked before marriage, but otherwise lived in ways not so different from the Greeks. After Alyattes, his son Croesus ascended the throne and led Lydia to its height, a golden age that made Sardis one of the richest cities in the ancient world. Croesus renewed his father's campaigns against the Greek cities along the Aegean coast, compelling them to pay tribute. Yet his rule was lenient. He imposed no garrisons or governors, demanding only annual payments and troops in time of war. Generous by nature, Croesus sent vast offerings to the temples of Apollo at Delphi and Didyma, and even helped rebuild the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus. During his reign, trade flourished between Lydia and the Greek world, and the cities of Ionia shared in Sardis's immense prosperity. But Croesus's ambition led to his downfall. Fearing the growing power of Cyrus of Persia, he crossed the river Halys to attack him in 546 BC. After an inconclusive battle, Croesus withdrew to winter in Sardis, unaware that Cyrus would strike back. The Persians attacked unexpectedly, crushed his army, and besieged Sardis for 2 weeks before capturing the city. Croesus was taken prisoner, and with his death, the kingdom of Lydia came to an end. The Ionian and Aeolian cities quickly sent envoys to the victorious Cyrus, asking to remain under the same mild terms as before, but only Miletus was spared. The rest were forced into submission by Cyrus's generals. His first appointee in Sardis, Tabulus, ruled briefly before a Lydian named Pactyas attempted a revolt. Cyrus sent the Made general Mazares to suppress it, and Pactyas fled from city to city, first to Syme, then to Mytilene, and finally to Chios, until he was betrayed and handed over to the Persians. Mazares recaptured Sardis, enslaved its defenders, and began subduing the Ionian cities, starting with Priene. Soon after, he died and was replaced by Harpagus, another Mede, who continued the conquest with ruthless precision. Harpagus demanded Phocia's surrender, but its people escaped by sea, abandoning their city at night and sailing first to Chios and then to Corsica. Some later returned to live under Persian rule, but most settled in Italy, founding Rhegium and Elea. Chios resisted next, yet when defeat became inevitable, its citizens also fled by sea and founded Abdera in Thrace. All the remaining cities, except for loyal Miletus, eventually bowed to Persia. Harpagus then marched through Caria, conquering Halicarnassus and Cnidus, and pressed on into Lycia. At Xanthus, the Lycians chose death over surrender, burning their city and perishing to the last man, a tragedy that Herodotus described with deep admiration. By 521 BC, Darius the Great had reorganized the Persian Empire into provinces called satrapies. Most of the Greek cities in Anatolia fell under the satrapies of Phrygia and Lydia. The satrap of Lydia, based in Sardis, ruled over Ionia, Caria, Lycia, and Pamphylia, and local Greek rulers were appointed as tyrants to govern their own cities. Darius extended his authority further by seizing Samos, Chios, and Lesbos, whose fleets later joined him in his campaign against the Scythians. He crossed the Bosphorus on a bridge of boats built by the Samian engineer Mandrocles, and after returning to Asia, left his general Megabazus to subdue Thrace and the lands up to Macedonia. When Darius appointed his half-brother Artaphernes as satrap of Sardis, he placed Miletus under the rule of Aristagoras, while his cousin Histiaeus served the king as an advisor in Persia. Persian rule soon became oppressive, especially in Ionia, and resentment grew. In 500 BC, spurred by a secret message from Histiaeus, Aristagoras rose in rebellion. He seized the Persian fleet wintering at Myos and sought aid from Greece. Athens and Eretria sent ships, and the allies joined forces with Ionian rebels to strike directly at Sardis. They captured and burned the lower city, leaving the Acropolis to the Persians before retreating to Ephesus. There, the Persian army caught up with them, crushed the revolt, and slaughtered many of the Greek soldiers. The Ionian revolt had begun, setting the stage for a far greater conflict between Greece and Persia. The burning of Sardis sent shockwaves across western Anatolia. It stirred the Greek cities into open rebellion, igniting fresh hope for freedom. But their defeat at Ephesus soon after crushed that momentum and led the Athenians to abandon the Ionian cause. The fiercest battles of the revolt took place in Caria, where Persian armies clashed with Milesians and Carians in brutal campaigns between 497 and 496 BC. Both sides suffered devastating losses, but in the end, Persian power prevailed. By 494 BC, the Ionians made their final stand at Miletus, a city that had endured a long siege since the revolt began. The decisive battle was fought off the island of Leyde, once standing outside Miletus's harbor, now part of the mainland, where the Meander River's silt has formed new land. There, in the blazing heat of midsummer, a Persian fleet of 600 Phoenician ships annihilated the Ionian navy of 353 triremes. Afterward, the Persians stormed Miletus itself, burning it to the ground and enslaving the survivors who had not fled. News of this catastrophe reached Athens and caused deep grief. Herodotus tells us that when the playwright Phrynichus staged his tragedy, The Capture of Miletus, the Athenian audience burst into tears at the memory of their abandoned allies. The city fined the poet 1,000 drachmas for reopening such wounds, and banned the play from ever being performed again. Many exiles from Miletus and the other Ionian cities fled to Greece and Magna Graecia in southern Italy, carrying with them the intellectual spirit that had defined the Ionian Enlightenment. Among them were poets and philosophers who would shape the next great wave of Greek thought. Anacreon of Teos, born around 560 BC, was one of these wandering poets. When his native city fell to Harpagus the Mede, he joined the refugees who founded Abdera. His fame later took him to Samos, where the tyrant Polycrates invited him to educate his son. After Polycrates was killed by the Persians, Anacreon returned briefly to Abdera before moving to Athens at the invitation of Hipparchus, the son of Pisistratus. In his old age, he went back to Teos, where he died at 87, choking on a grape seed while drinking sweet wine. Pausanias later called him the first poet after Sappho to write almost entirely about love. His surviving verses capture the carefree spirit of his age. "Bring water, boy, bring wine. Bring them quickly, for I would wrestle once again with love." Another refugee of the Persian conquest was Xenophanes of Colophon, a poet and philosopher who spent his long life wandering through Magna Graecia. He became the voice of the Ionian Enlightenment in exile and profoundly influenced later thinkers such as Parmenides and Zeno. Xenophanes condemned the traditional Greek portrayal of the gods in human form, criticizing Homer and Hesiod for attributing shameful acts like theft, adultery, and deceit to divine beings. He argued that people imagined gods in their own image, Ethiopians picturing them with dark skin and flat noses, Thracians with fair hair and blue eyes. In contrast, Xenophanes envisioned a single, supreme being unlike mortals in body or mind, one who perceives all things as a whole and moves nothing yet, governs everything by the power of thought. He also mocked the Pythagorean belief in the transmigration of souls. In one of his verses, he humorously described how Pythagoras stopped a man from beating a dog, insisting, "Stop! That dog has the soul of a friend. I recognize his voice." Even in old age, Xenophanes reflected on the passing of time and the loss of his homeland. At 92, he wrote that his soul had wandered for 67 years across the lands of Greece, after his youth had ended in Colophon. In another poem, he looked back on the world before the Persians came, a world of peace and conversation by the fireside, when men reclined after supper, drinking wine and speaking of simple things, before the coming of the Mede changed everything. After the fall of the Ionian revolt, Darius turned his attention to restoring order across his Anatolian provinces, especially in Phrygia and Lydia. By the spring of 492 BC, he appointed his son-in-law Mardonius to command both the army and navy, launching a grand campaign into Europe. His goal was clear: to punish Athens and Eretria for aiding the Ionians. But fate turned against him. As the Persian fleet sailed past Mount Athos, a violent storm struck, sinking 300 ships and drowning more than 20,000 men. On land, the army was attacked by Thracian tribes, and Mardonius himself was wounded. The campaign collapsed in disaster, and Mardonius returned to Asia in disgrace. 2 years later, in 490 BC, Darius launched another invasion. This time, the army was led by Datis the Mede and Artaphernes, the son of the satrap of Sardis. The Persians marched to the coast of Cilicia, boarded their ships, and sailed along the Anatolian shore to Samos before crossing the Aegean. Their first target was Naxos, the largest of the Cycladic islands. They conquered it swiftly, burning its city and enslaving its people. From there, they struck at Eretria on the island of Euboea, capturing it after a week-long siege and reducing it to ashes. Flushed with victory, the Persians then turned toward Athens. Their fleet landed at Marathon, just 26 miles from the city. Awaiting them were 10,000 Athenian and Plataean soldiers under the command of Miltiades. The Persians, perhaps twice that number, held the beach for 4 tense days before the Greeks attacked. In a fierce, day-long battle, Miltiades led his men in a brilliant assault, breaking through the Persian center and forcing the enemy back to their ships. 6,400 Persians lay dead, while Athens lost only 192 men. The Persians attempted to take Athens by sea, but failed, and withdrew to Asia with their prisoners. When Darius heard of the defeat at Marathon, his fury was unbounded. He ordered preparations for another invasion, sending couriers across his empire to raise the greatest army and fleet the world had ever seen. For 3 years, all Asia stirred in readiness, but before the campaign could begin, Darius died in 486 BC. His son Xerxes succeeded him. At first, Xerxes showed little interest in continuing his father's war with Greece. Instead, he turned his attention to Egypt. But his ambitions were reignited by Mardonius, who urged him to take revenge, promising him eternal glory and the submission of all Greece. Xerxes' uncle Artabanus advised caution, warning against such a perilous venture, but the young king ignored him. For 4 long years, the Persians gathered troops, supplies, and ships. Then, in the spring of 481 BC, Xerxes began his march from Susa toward the western frontier of his empire. He reached Cappadocia, where his vast army assembled under Mardonius' command, and spent the winter in Sardis. From there, he sent heralds across Greece demanding earth and water as symbols of submission, except to Athens and Sparta, whom he vowed to destroy. This defiance united the Greek world. Representatives of the free Greek states met at Sparta and formed the Hellenic League, swearing to end their feuds and fight together against Persia. Herodotus tells us that Xerxes' army was greater than any ever known. He claimed that it numbered more than 1.5 million men, supported by 3,000 ships, though modern historians believe the real number was closer to 300,000. Among his fleet were 1,200 triremes, including over 300 provided by the Greek cities of Anatolia and the Aegean islands. Even the Dorians of Caria joined the invasion, commanded by their remarkable queen, Artemisia of Halicarnassus. In the spring of 480 BC, Xerxes led his army westward through Lydia and Phrygia toward the Troad. When he reached the plain of Troy, he stopped to visit the legendary city of Priam. There, standing among the ruins, he sacrificed 1,000 oxen to Athena and poured libations to the heroes who had fought and died there centuries before. From Troy, Xerxes marched on to Abydos, where his engineers had built 2 enormous bridges of boats across the Hellespont. Before crossing, he sat on a white marble throne overlooking the strait, watching as his ships and soldiers stretched from shore to shore. Herodotus describes how, filled with pride at the sight, Xerxes suddenly began to weep. When his uncle Artabanus asked why, the king replied, "I was thinking how short and pitiful human life is. For of all these thousands, not one will be alive 100 years from now." Crossing into Europe, Xerxes' army advanced through Thrace, forcing every nation along its path into submission. His fleet sailed parallel to the coast, passing safely through a canal dug across the neck of Mount Athos, a monument to Persian engineering. The ships rounded the Chalkidike Peninsula and joined the army at Therma, near what would later become Thessalonica. From there, Xerxes marched south through Thessaly toward the narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae. At Thermopylae, a small Greek force of 4,000 men, led by King Leonidas of Sparta, stood waiting. While the Greek fleet guarded the nearby waters off Cape Artemision, Leonidas and his Spartans fought with unmatched courage, holding back the vast Persian host for 2 full days. When their position was finally betrayed and surrounded, the Spartans and their allies fought to the last man. In their memory, a simple monument was later raised at the pass, bearing the immortal words, "Stranger, tell the Lacedaemonians that here we lie, obedient to their laws." As the Persian fleet rounded Cape Artemision, it was struck by a violent storm that raged for 3 days. Herodotus tells us that around 400 Persian ships were wrecked or ran aground in the tempest, while the Greek fleet, sheltered in the lee of Euboea, survived without loss. Once the storm had passed, the Greeks sailed north to meet the Persian navy in 2 fierce engagements off Cape Artemision. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and nearly half of the Athenian ships were left crippled. When the Greek commanders learned that Thermopylae had fallen, they decided to retreat under the cover of darkness and sail south to the island of Salamis, just west of Athens. Meanwhile, the Persian army, after capturing Thermopylae, marched through Doris, Phocis, and Boeotia into Attica. As Xerxes advanced toward Athens, the city's council on the Areopagus ordered the evacuation of its citizens to the islands of Aegina, Salamis, and Troezen. The Persians soon overran the defenders on the Athenian Acropolis, burning the temple of Athena Parthenos to the ground. In triumph, Xerxes sent a messenger back to Susa to announce his victory. Despite the warnings of Queen Artemisia of Halicarnassus, the brilliant commander of the Carian fleet, who had already proven her courage at Artemision, Xerxes resolved to crush the remaining Greek fleet in the narrow straits between Salamis and the mainland. He refitted his ships after their storm losses and prepared for the final blow. By late August, the Persian navy had sailed from the harbor of Phaleron and anchored between the Piraeus and Salamis, while Xerxes' army advanced along the coast. The Persian fleet likely numbered just over 400 ships, only slightly larger than the Greek force of 380 triremes. Confident of victory, Xerxes took his place on a golden throne set high on a hill overlooking the Bay of Salamis, expecting to watch a swift and glorious triumph. At dawn, the battle began. Xerxes looked down upon his fleet drawn up in battle order. 90 ships in the front line, with Phoenicians on the left and Ionians from Anatolia and the Aegean on the right. As they entered the strait, the Greek triremes rowed hard to meet them, with the ships of Aegina in the vanguard and the Athenians under Themistocles forming the rear line. The fighting that followed was chaos and fury upon the sea. Aeschylus, who fought at Salamis, later described the scene in his tragedy, The Persians. The Greek ships struck from every direction, ramming and capsizing their enemies until the waters ran red. The sea was choked with wrecks and bodies, and the cries of the dying echoed across the strait until nightfall brought an end to the slaughter. Herodotus records that some Ionian ships in the Persian ranks held back from the fighting, though most did not. Among the Persian commanders, one figure stood out, Queen Artemisia. Pursued by an Athenian trireme, she turned and rammed a ship from her own contingent, sinking it instantly. Watching from his throne, Xerxes believed she had destroyed an enemy vessel and exclaimed, "My men have turned into women, and my women into men. the defeat at Salamis broke the might of the Persian fleet. Realizing the campaign season was nearly over, Xerxes decided to withdraw. He sent his remaining ships back toward the Hellespont and marched his army north to Thessaly, leaving Mardonius in command of the main force. With a smaller escort led by Artabazus, Xerxes returned to Asia. When the great king reached the Hellespont, he discovered that his pontoon bridge had been destroyed by another storm. Undeterred, he ferried his men across the strait and began his march back to Sardis, pausing along the way to plunder the great temple of Apollo at Branchidae near Didyma. Strabo tells us that the priests of the shrine, descendants of the Milesians, surrendered the treasures once offered by Croesus to the god, and then fled with Xerxes to escape retribution for their betrayal. Mardonius resumed the war the following spring, in 479 BC. Advancing south, he once again occupied Athens, which had been evacuated for a second time. But the Greeks were not done. Under the leadership of Pausanias, the Spartan regent, a united army of the Hellenic League gathered and marched north. Mardonius withdrew into Boeotia and fortified his camp between the Asopos River and the ruins of Plataea, which he had burned on his way south. There, in early September of 479 BC, the two great armies met. Pausanias commanded around 110,000 men. Mardonius led nearly 180,000, including Greek allies loyal to Persia. The battle that followed was fierce and decisive. The Greeks utterly crushed the Persian forces. Mardonius himself was slain, along with 10,000 of his soldiers. The survivors fled under Artabazus, who eventually led them back across the Hellespont to Asia. Herodotus reports that the Greeks lost only 759 men. On that same day, far across the Aegean, the Greek fleet achieved another victory. Under Leotychidas, the king of Sparta, and the Athenian commander Xanthippus, the Greeks sailed to Cape Mycole on the coast of Asia Minor, near Ephesus and Miletus, where the Persians had built a fortified base. Drawing near the shore, Leotychidas called out to the Ionians in the Persian ranks to remember freedom and spread the message among their countrymen. Alarmed, the Persian commander disarmed his Samian troops and stationed the Milesians inland, away from the sea. The Greeks landed their ships and attacked. The Athenians and Spartans stormed the Persian stockade, while the Ionians in Persian service turned against their masters. Those Persians who fled inland were cut down by the Milesians who had been guarding the paths. The Greek victory was complete. They looted the camp, seized the treasure chests and supplies, and then burned the fort and the Persian fleet where it lay. With the twin victories at Plataea and Mycale, the Persian dream of conquering Greece came to an end. The tide had turned. The Greek world, once divided and fearful, had risen united, driven by courage, and had shattered the greatest empire of its age. Tradition holds that the battles of Mycale and Plataea were fought and won on the same day, a double triumph that marked the final collapse of the Persian invasion of Greece. Herodotus credited the Greeks of Anatolia with playing a decisive role in the victory at Mycale, and wrote that this day marked the Second Ionian Revolt from Persian domination. After the battle, the victorious allies gathered on the island of Samos to discuss what should be done about Ionia's future. Although the Persians had been defeated, their empire was still immense and dangerous, and the Greek cities of Asia Minor remained vulnerable. The leaders from the Peloponnese proposed that the Ionians be relocated to mainland Greece for safety, but the Athenians refused, insisting that their kinsmen remain in their ancestral lands. The proposal was therefore abandoned. The Allied fleet then set sail toward the Hellespont, intending to destroy the pontoon bridges that Xerxes had once built to cross into Europe. But when they reached Abydos, they found that storms had already destroyed them. From there, the fleet turned its attention to Sestos, on the European shore of the strait, where a Persian garrison still held out. After a long siege, the defenders surrendered, and the Persian governor of the region was executed. As Herodotus records in the closing lines of his histories, the Greeks then loaded their ships with spoils of war, including the massive cables from Xerxes' bridges, and returned home to Greece. And that, he concludes simply, was all that happened during the course of the year. With those words, Herodotus ended his great work, for his story had always been about the monumental struggle between the Hellenes and the so-called barbarians, a clash that, in his telling, concluded with the twin victories at Plataea and Mycale. Yet the conflict between Greece and Persia did not end there. It would continue, in shifting forms, for more than a century and a half. The Greek cities of Anatolia remained at the heart of this long rivalry, often caught between the ambitions of Athens and Sparta, whose rivalry after the Persian Wars erupted into the Peloponnesian War. As Thucydides would later write, although the Greeks had united to repel the Persian invasion, they soon divided into two great camps, one following Athens, the other Sparta. And from that time onward, even in rare moments of peace, they were almost always preparing for war. When the Persian Wars ended, Miletus still lay in ruins, destroyed by Darius decades earlier in 494 BC. But after Mycale, its citizens began to rebuild. The reconstruction of the city was guided by the visionary planner Hippodamos of Miletus, who designed its streets on a rectangular grid, a revolutionary concept that became the blueprint for city planning across the Greek and later the Hellenistic world. By the middle of the 5th century BC, Miletus had regained its prosperity, though it never recovered its old maritime supremacy. The balance of power had shifted. Athens now ruled the seas through its new maritime confederation, the Delian League, and the Ionian cities became pawns in the greater power struggle between Athens, Sparta, and Persia. Yet even amid this turbulent age, the Greek cities of Anatolia continued to shine as centers of thought and creativity. From these lands came poets, philosophers, and historians, among them Herodotus of Halicarnassus, born in the shadow of the Persian Wars. His histories would immortalize the epic conflict between East and West, a story of ambition, courage, and the enduring spirit of freedom that defined the Greek world. The classical era of Greek history began in 479 BC, following the end of the Persian Wars. The first 50 years of this period, known as the Pentacontatia, the period of 50 years between the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars, saw Athens rise as the most powerful state in the Greek world. Although Sparta had led the allies to victory against Persia, it had no interest in continuing campaigns in the east to protect the Greek cities of Asia Minor. Abandoned by Sparta, the Eastern Greeks turned to Athens for leadership and defense, and the Athenians used this opportunity to build a great thalassocracy, a maritime empire that stretched across the Aegean. In the summer of 477 BC, Athens sent heralds throughout the Aegean and Asia Minor, summoning representatives to meet on the sacred island of Delos. There, they formed an alliance called the Athenians and their allies, later known as the Delian League. As Thucydides records, the allies willingly accepted Athenian leadership, largely due to their dislike of the Spartan regent Pausanias. The Athenians set the financial and naval contributions each city was to make for the ongoing war against Persia, deciding which states would send ships and which would provide money. The league's treasury was kept at Delos, where meetings were held in the Temple of Apollo. The Delian League was divided into 4 districts: the Ionian, Carian, Hellespontine, and Thraceward. The Greek cities along the Anatolian coast and islands belonged mostly to the first 3. Ironically, the tribute they paid to Athens was almost equal to what they had once sent to Darius of Persia, as if they had simply exchanged one master for another. In 477 BC, the Athenians began campaigns to clear remaining Persian strongholds in northern Greece. Under the command of Cimon, son of Miltiades, they captured Ion and then took the island of Skyros, establishing an Athenian colony there. They also forced the city of Carystus on Euboea to join the league. When Naxos later tried to withdraw, Athens crushed the rebellion, forcing the island back into the league and stripping it of its independence. A decade later, Cimon led a massive expedition against the Persians, who had gathered an army and fleet of about 350 ships near the Eurymedon River in Pamphylia, on the southern coast of Asia Minor. Cimon's fleet, with 300 ships, 2/3 of them Athenian, sailed east from Cnidus, liberating cities along the coast of Caria and Lycia. The people of Phaselis in Lycia initially hesitated to join, but eventually agreed. From there, Cimon advanced to the Eurymedon, where he won an astonishing double victory by defeating both the Persian army and navy on the same day. A monument erected afterward bore the proud inscription, "These are the men who laid down the splendor of their manhood beside the Eurymedon. They are no more, but they have left the fairest memorial of their valor." The war with Persia continued across the eastern Mediterranean, in Cyprus, Phoenicia, and Egypt. But while Athens was still fighting Persia, it also turned against Sparta in 457 BC, beginning a new and dangerous rivalry. A temporary truce between Athens and the Peloponnesian League lasted from 451 to 446 BC, followed by a longer 30 years truce agreed upon in 445 BC. Around the same time, Athens and Persia concluded the so-called Peace of Callias in 449 BC, formally ending hostilities between them. Yet within Athens' growing empire, unrest began to spread. Between 454 and 449 BC, the number of tribute-paying members of the League dropped from 208 to 163, weakening revenues. Several island states refused to pay, and the Athenian colony at Sogdium faced attacks encouraged by Persia. In Ionia, the cities of Miletus and Erythrae tried to secede, but were quickly subdued. Athens installed garrisons and democratic governments in both cities, run under Athenian supervision. Even so, Miletus revolted again 6 years later, only to be reconquered and forced once more into submission. By the middle of the 5th century BC, the Delian League had effectively transformed into an Athenian empire. This consolidation of power came under the leadership of Pericles, who envisioned Athens as the political and cultural center of all Greece. According to Plutarch, Pericles proposed that every Greek city, large or small, whether in Europe or Asia, send delegates to a grand congress in Athens to discuss peace and unity across the Hellenic world. Though the congress never took place, Sparta refused to attend. The gesture elevated Athens' moral prestige and solidified its image as the leader of the Greek world. Under Pericles, Athens tightened its control over the League. The League's treasury was moved from Delos to the Acropolis, symbolizing Athenian dominance, and construction began on the new Temple of Athena Parthenos in 447 BC. Tribute collection became stricter, and rebellious cities were punished. The Ionian city of Colophon, which had stopped paying tribute, was forced to host an Athenian colony and adopt a democratic government loyal to Athens and its allies. Only 3 League members, Samos, Chios, and Lesbos, retained their own navies and thus enjoyed a degree of autonomy. When a war broke out between Samos and Miletus over the city of Priene in 440 BC, the Milesians appealed to Athens for help, as they no longer had a fleet. The Samians refused Athens' offer to mediate, prompting Pericles to lead a fleet of 40 triremes to Samos. He overthrew the oligarchy, installed a democracy supported by Athenian troops, and imposed a fine of 80 talents for rebellion. Yet he allowed Samos to retain its navy and internal autonomy, a calculated move to keep the empire stable while maintaining Athenian supremacy over the Aegean world. After Pericles' departure from Samos, the island's exiled oligarchs raised an army of 700 mercenaries with financial support from Pisuthians, the Persian satrap of Lydia. They overthrew the democratic government left by Athens, captured the Athenian garrison, and handed the prisoners to the Persians. For a moment, it appeared that Persia was ready to break its peace with Athens and reclaim its lost influence over Western Anatolia. At the same time, Byzantium and Mytilene also prepared to revolt, hoping for aid from Sparta. Yet neither Persia nor Sparta intervened, and Athens swiftly crushed the Samian uprising by the summer of 439 BC. That same year, many towns in Caria stopped paying tribute to Athens. The rugged highlands of the region were home to people who were still more Carian than Greek, and were effectively under Persian control. Their tribute was small, and Pericles decided that forcing payment would cost more than it was worth, especially if it provoked Persia. By 438 BC, Athens had officially removed 40 Carian towns from the tribute rolls and merged the rest of Caria with Ionia into a single district. Athens relied heavily on grain shipped from its allies around the Black Sea. Around 437 BC, Pericles personally led a naval expedition there to demonstrate Athenian power and reassure the Greek colonies scattered along its shores. These cities, surrounded by foreign peoples, welcomed Athenian support and were later recorded as part of the Euxine district, which included coastal towns such as Heraclea, Carusa, and Cerasus on the Anatolian side. Meanwhile, tensions between Athens and Sparta erupted into open conflict. In 431 BC, the Peloponnesian War began, a struggle that Thucydides described as bringing unprecedented suffering to all of Hellas. Early in the war, the Spartan army invaded Attica, devastating the countryside for 40 days. Thousands of refugees crowded inside Athens, and the unsanitary conditions soon caused a deadly plague. The epidemic raged for years, killing about 1/3 of the city's population, including Pericles himself in 429 BC. After years of devastating warfare, both sides agreed to the Peace of Nicias in 421 BC. It offered a brief and uneasy truce between Athens and Sparta, but hostilities resumed within a decade. In 415 BC, Athens launched a grand expedition to Sicily, led by Nicias, Alcibiades, and Lamachus, with the aim of aiding their ally Segesta against Syracuse. Alcibiades was the driving force behind the campaign, but it ended in catastrophe. In 413 BC, The entire Athenian fleet was destroyed in the harbor of Syracuse, and the survivors were either killed or enslaved, a disaster Thucydides called the greatest calamity in all Greek history. Sparta, now confident of victory, sent a general to support the Syracusans and began a new invasion of Attica. Across the Aegean, Athens' empire started to crumble. The Greek cities in Asia Minor and the nearby islands rebelled, encouraged by the Persian satraps Pharnabazus in Phrygia and Tissaphernes in Ionia, who promised aid. In 412 BC, the Spartans dispatched 5 ships under Chalcidius, accompanied by Alcibiades, who stirred revolts among Chios, Erythrae, Teos, Miletus, and Lesbos. Although the Athenians managed to retake some cities like Lesbos and Clazomene, they lost key positions such as Phocia, Cnidus, and the Dorian cities of Rhodes. The Spartans advanced into the Hellespont, seizing Abydos and Lampsacus, which triggered further revolts in Byzantium, Chalcedon, and Cyzicus. Athens regained Lampsacus and Cyzicus and garrisoned Sestos to control the Hellespont. But the loss of Byzantium and Chalcedon cut off its vital grain route from the Black Sea. In 412 BC, Tissaphernes convinced King Darius II of Persia to form an alliance with Sparta. The treaty recognized Persian sovereignty over the Greek cities of Asia Minor, marking the end of Athens' influence there. However, Persian aid was unreliable, as the satraps preferred to let both Greek powers exhaust each other. The Peloponnesian War dragged on until the spring of 404 BC, when Athens finally surrendered. The Spartans' terms were harsh. The long walls and the fortifications of the Piraeus were to be destroyed, exiles were recalled, most of the Athenian fleet was surrendered, and Athens was forced to abandon its empire and join Sparta as an ally. Xenophon, who witnessed the aftermath, wrote that when the peace was accepted, Lysander's fleet sailed triumphantly into Piraeus, and the people tore down their walls to the sound of flutes, believing that this day marked the beginning of freedom for Greece. But that freedom was short-lived. In Persia, Prince Cyrus prepared to challenge his brother, King Artaxerxes II, for the throne. The Spartans, eager to extend their influence in Asia, agreed to support Cyrus. They sent a fleet to Cilicia to block the Persian satrap Cyanosus, while Cyrus assembled his army, which included thousands of Greek mercenaries known as the 10,000. Among them was the Athenian historian Xenophon, who later chronicled their epic journey in his Anabasis, the March Up Country. Cyrus led his army eastward from Sardis in 401 BC. At Cunaxa, near Babylon, his forces met those of Artaxerxes and Tissaphernes. Cyrus fought bravely, even wounding his brother, but was soon killed, leaving the Greek mercenaries stranded deep within enemy territory. Refusing to surrender, the 10,000 marched north across the mountains to the Black Sea at Trebizond, then followed the coast westward to Byzantium, finally reaching safety in 399 BC. Soon after, Xenophon led the surviving soldiers to Pergamum in Aeolis, where they joined forces with the Spartan general Thybron, who was preparing a campaign against the Persian satraps Tissaphernes and Pharnabazus. This marked the beginning of open war between Sparta and Persia. In 396 BC, King Agesilaus of Sparta, accompanied by Lysander, led 20,000 men across Asia Minor, defeating Persian forces and even capturing Sardis. Yet the campaign was cut short, as Persia's naval dominance made it impossible for the Spartans to maintain their hold on Anatolia, a reminder that while Greek armies could triumph on land, control of the sea would always decide the fate of empires. The decisive turning point in the final years of the Spartan-Persian conflict came in 394 BC, when a great naval battle took place off the coast of Cnidus. The Peloponnesian fleet, once dominant, was crushed by a Persian armada commanded by Pharnabazus and the exiled Athenian admiral Conon, who had recruited his own ships and crews from Greek refugees and mercenaries. In the aftermath of victory, Conon helped establish democratic governments in several Greek cities of Asia Minor, including Ephesus and Erythrae, which had long been ruled by oligarchies. This display of Greek independence alarmed King Artaxerxes of Persia, who in 392 BC had Conon executed to reassert his control over the region. 5 years later, Artaxerxes concluded peace with the Spartan alliance in an agreement known as the King's Peace. The treaty recognized Persian sovereignty over the Greek cities of Asia Minor and restored to the Persian king the right to collect tribute from them, while confirming Sparta's supremacy in mainland Greece. Archaeological evidence discovered centuries later supports this historical moment. An inscription found at Erythrae in 1976 records the city's desperate plea not to be handed over to the barbarian. It was a tragic reminder of how the Ionian Greeks, after centuries of struggle, had once again fallen under Persian rule. In the decades that followed, Athens slowly regained strength. In 377 BC, the city established a new anti-Spartan alliance known as the Second Athenian Sea League. Under this renewed confederacy, Athens rebuilt its navy and soon reclaimed dominance over the Aegean. In 376 BC, an Athenian fleet won a major victory over the Spartans off the island of Naxos. The following year, another triumph in the Ionian Sea solidified Athens as the leading naval power of Greece once more. Exhausted by years of warfare, Athens and Sparta signed a peace treaty in 375 BC that recognized the new Athenian alliance and temporarily restored stability. The peace, however, was short-lived. Within a few years, fighting resumed, and by 371 BC, a new version of the King's Peace was negotiated. But almost immediately afterward, Sparta launched an attack against the Boeotians. At the Battle of Leuctra that same year, the brilliant Theban general Epaminondas destroyed the Spartan army, shattering its long-held supremacy and marking the rise of Theban power. To counter this new threat, Athens allied itself with its former enemy, Sparta, in an effort to preserve the balance of power in Greece. The struggle culminated in 362 BC at the Battle of Mantinea, where both sides fought fiercely. Though the Boeotians were close to victory, the death of Epaminondas on the battlefield left the outcome uncertain. Xenophon, in the closing pages of his Hellenica, described the aftermath as a moment of total confusion. Nearly all of Greece had been drawn into the conflict, yet despite immense losses, neither side gained new territory or power. The war ended not in triumph, but in exhaustion, leaving the Greek world fractured and leaderless. While Greece tore itself apart, the cities of Asia Minor remained under Persian domination. With no unified Greek power left to liberate them, many of the Ionian Greeks fled westward into exile, settling in Greece and in Magna Graecia, the Greek colonies of southern Italy. These migrations carried with them the intellectual heritage of the Ionian Enlightenment that had once flourished along the Anatolian coast. Among the most influential of these exiles was Democritus of Abdera, renowned as one of the founders of the atomic theory of matter. Abdera itself had been founded centuries earlier by settlers from Teos after their city was destroyed by the Persians in 545 BC. Democritus is said to have studied under Leucippus, another philosopher from Asia Minor, perhaps an exile from Miletus. Little is known about Leucippus, but his lost treatise, The Greater World System, laid the foundation for atomic theory, which his pupil later developed in his own little world system. Their revolutionary idea held that all matter is composed of tiny, indivisible particles, atoms moving endlessly through the void. Through their collisions and combinations, they form everything that exists in nature. Leucippus wrote that, "Nothing occurs at random, but everything happens by reason and necessity," expressing the belief that all natural events follow immutable laws. Democritus expanded on this with a vision of a universe governed by order rather than chance, laying the groundwork for scientific thought that would endure for millennia. Democritus was a younger contemporary of Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, another great Ionian philosopher who migrated to Athens around 480 BC. Anaxagoras became a close friend and teacher of Pericles, and was the first philosopher to make Athens his home, where he inspired a generation of thinkers. His theory of the universe, known as the seed theory, proposed that everything in existence contains small portions of every other substance. "There is a portion of everything in everything," he wrote, suggesting that all matter was infinitely divisible and interconnected. He also introduced the concept of ether, a pure element that filled the heavens and carried the stars and planets in constant motion. Anaxagoras described the sun, moon, and stars as red-hot stones borne aloft by the rotation of the ether, an idea that would influence scientific and cosmological models up to the 20th century. Yet his most profound contribution was his idea of nous, mind or intelligence, as the divine ordering principle of the cosmos. Unlike earlier philosophers who explained the world through material causes alone, Anaxagoras believed that mind governed the universe, setting all things into motion with purpose and design. His belief in a rational, intelligent cosmos earned him the epithet nous, as later noted by Plutarch, who wrote that Anaxagoras enthroned in the universe not chance nor necessity, but mind pure and simple. Despite his brilliance, Anaxagoras faced hostility from the more conservative Athenians. Around 450 BC, he was charged with impiety and accused of sympathizing with Persia. Protected by Pericles, he escaped to Lampsacus on the Hellespont, where he founded a school and continued teaching until his death around 428 BC. The people of Lampsacus honored him with a monument in their agora, dedicated to mind and truth, the very foundations of his philosophy. With his passing, the center of Greek intellectual life shifted permanently from Ionia to Athens, marking the end of the Ionian age of natural philosophers. One of the last great sons of Asia Minor was Herodotus of Halicarnassus, the father of history. Born shortly before the Persian Wars, Herodotus fled his homeland because of political unrest and eventually settled in Athens, where he composed his monumental histories. Later, he joined the Athenian colony of Thurii in southern Italy, where he lived and wrote until his death sometime after 430 BC. His purpose was clear from the opening line of his work. Herodotus of Halicarnassus here sets forth his inquiry that the great deeds of men, Greeks and barbarians alike, may not be forgotten, and that the causes of their conflicts may be understood. Through his words, Herodotus preserved not only the memory of war, but the voice of an entire era, the age when the Greeks of Asia Minor shaped the thought, science, and spirit that would define the classical world. During the same years that Greece was torn apart by wars and shifting alliances, the Persian Empire, too, was gripped by turmoil. Several of its satraps in Asia Minor rebelled against King Artaxerxes II, and the revolt spread as far as Phoenicia and Egypt. In Phrygia, the satrap Ariobarzanes attempted to establish his independence, but he was defeated by his fellow governors, Autophrodates of Lydia and Mossolus of Caria. Ariobarzanes was sent in chains to the royal court, while his position in Phrygia was given to Artabazus, the son of Pharnabazus. Mossolus himself had previously joined the rebellion, but had wisely reconciled with Artaxerxes, helping him crush the uprisings and restore order. While Persia was suppressing internal revolts, Greece was undergoing its own dramatic transformation. The endless rivalry between Athens, Sparta, and Thebes had left the Hellenic world divided and exhausted. Into this void stepped Philip II of Macedon, who, upon his election as king in 357 BC, began an ambitious program of military reform and conquest. Over the next 2 decades, Philip transformed Macedonia from a peripheral kingdom into the dominant power of Greece. His victory at the Battle of Cheronea in August 338 BC, where he crushed the combined forces of Athens, Thebes, and their allies, marked the end of Greek independence. After the battle, Philip imposed peace terms upon the defeated states. Macedonian garrisons were stationed in key cities such as Thebes and Corinth. Athens was forced to dissolve its maritime league, and Sparta lost parts of its territory. Yet Philip skillfully avoided humiliation of Athens by allowing it to retain Samos, Skyros, Lemnos, and Imbros. That winter, he summoned all the Greek states to a congress in Corinth, establishing what became known as the League of Corinth, a federation of Greek states under Macedonian leadership. All the Greek states except Sparta joined, recognizing Philip and his descendants as hegemons, the supreme leaders of the new alliance. At its first formal assembly in 337 BC, the League declared war on Persia, marking the beginning of a new era, one in which Greece would carry the war into Asia rather than the other way around. Meanwhile, the political landscape of the Persian Empire had shifted dramatically. The death of Artaxerxes II in 358 BC brought his son Artaxerxes III Oxus to the throne. Determined to restore royal authority, the new king ordered all satraps to disband their private armies, which had made them almost independent rulers. Among the most powerful of these governors was Artabazus of Phrygia, who, with the support of Greek mercenaries led by the Theban general Pamenes and a fleet under Memnon of Rhodes, rose in revolt. The rebellion was crushed in 353 BC, and Artabazus fled to the Macedonian court, where Philip received him hospitably. 4 years later, both Artabazus and Memnon were pardoned and returned to Persia. Artaxerxes III also turned his attention to Egypt, which had long been in rebellion. With the help of a Greek mercenary army commanded by Mentor, Memnon's brother, Persia reconquered Egypt and then moved to reassert control over the coastal regions of Asia Minor. Many of these areas had been ruled by local dynasts who had grown wealthy and independent during the empire's earlier turmoil. One such ruler was Eubulos, a banker who had created a small state on the coast of Asia Minor near Lesbos. He was succeeded by Hermias, known as the Tyrant of Atarneus, a philosopher king who had studied at Plato's academy alongside Aristotle. After Plato's death, Hermias invited Aristotle to Assos, where he established a school of philosophy and lived for 3 years before moving to the island of Lesbos. In time, Hermias was captured by Mentor and sent to the Persian court, where Artaxerxes ordered his execution. Bereft of his patron, Aristotle returned to Macedonia, where King Philip appointed him tutor to his young son, Alexander, the future conqueror of Asia. In Caria, Mausolus, son of Hecatomnus, had built his own miniature empire. He married his sister Artemisia and moved his capital to Halicarnassus, transforming it into one of the most magnificent cities in the ancient world. Under Mausolus, Caria expanded its borders to include parts of Ionia, Lycia, Pamphylia, Pisidia, and even several Aegean islands, including Rhodes, Kos, and Chios. Mausolus was a great admirer of Greek culture and sponsored architecture, art, and science. Among those who benefited from his patronage was the astronomer and mathematician Eudoxus of Cnidus, who built an observatory at Cnidus and made pioneering discoveries about the motions of the planets. When Mausolus died in 353 BC, Artemisia succeeded him and successfully defended her realm against a Rhodian attack. She also completed the colossal tomb Mausolus had begun, the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, later listed among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Upon her death in 350 BC, the two were buried together in the monument that bore his name. Mausolus was followed by his brother Idrius, who ruled alongside his sister and wife Ada. After Idrius's death in 344 BC, Ada became queen, but in 340 BC, she was overthrown by her younger brother Pixodorus. She fled to the fortress of Alinda in the Carian hills, where she remained in exile. Later, Pixodorus attempted to secure an alliance with Macedon by offering his daughter in marriage to Philip's son, Aridaeus. But when Alexander secretly expressed his own interest in the match, Philip reacted furiously, rebuking him as unworthy of his station for wishing to ally himself with a barbarian ruler, Pixodorus, then married his daughter to a Persian noble, Orontobots, who succeeded him as satrap of Halicarnassus after his death. By this time, Philip was ready to carry out his long-planned invasion of Persia. The Persian Empire, weakened by internal strife, was entering its final days. Artaxerxes III was assassinated in 338 BC, followed by the short reign and murder of Artaxerxes IV, after which Darius III ascended the throne. In the spring of 336 BC, Philip sent a vanguard of 10,000 troops under his trusted general Parmenio into Asia Minor, supported by the Macedonian fleet. The campaign was swift. The Macedonians captured Lesbos, Chios, and Erythrae, and Parmenio took Ephesus, replacing pro-Persian oligarchies with democratic governments. But their advance was checked at Magnesia by Persian forces led by Memnon of Rhodes, ending the expedition prematurely. That same summer, Philip was assassinated in Pella, and the Macedonian throne passed to his son, the young and brilliant Alexander. In Asia Minor, Parmenio quickly pledged his loyalty to the new king, ensuring that Philip's dream of conquering Persia would live on, now under the command of a man destined to change the course of history forever. After the assassination of Philip II, the League of Corinth unanimously elected his son Alexander as hegemon, the supreme leader of Greece, and entrusted him with carrying out his father's long-planned campaign to liberate the Greek cities of Asia Minor from Persian rule. But before crossing into Asia, Alexander first had to secure his own kingdom. In the spring of 335 BC, he led a swift campaign northward, subduing Thrace and Illyria, and later that same year, he crushed a major rebellion in Thebes with ruthless efficiency. The destruction of Thebes sent a clear message across Greece. Macedon's power was unchallenged. Behind the scenes, King Darius III of Persia had been quietly financing the Theban uprising, hoping to delay Alexander's ambitions. When the revolt failed, Darius ordered his general Memnon of Rhodes to raise an army of 5,000 Greek mercenaries to counter the Macedonian forces already active in Asia Minor under Parmenio. Parmenio had captured several coastal cities, including Abydos on the Hellespont, but soon faced Persian resistance. After taking the town of Grinium in Iolis, he attempted to besiege Pitane, but abandoned the effort when Memnon advanced toward Abydos. Parmenio raced back to defend the crossing, managing to hold it but losing much of his earlier progress in the process. By the spring of 334 BC, Alexander was ready. Leaving Antipater behind as regent in Macedonia, he set out from Pella at the head of an expeditionary force that Arrian describes as just over 35,000 strong, though modern estimates place it closer to 43,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. The Macedonian fleet, numbering 160 ships supplied by the League of Corinth, was far smaller than Persia's massive Phoenician navy, yet Alexander pressed forward. His army marched 20 days to Sestos on the European side of the Hellespont, where Parmenio ferried most of the troops across to Abydos. Alexander himself traveled to Elaeus, at the tip of the Gallipoli Peninsula, to offer sacrifices at the shrine of Protesilaus, the first Greek said to have fallen at Troy, praying that his own fortune might be greater. Crossing the narrow waters of the Hellespont, Alexander symbolically retraced the path of the ancient Achaeans. Landing on the Aegean shore near the ruins of Troy, he visited Ilion, offered sacrifices to Athena, exchanged his own armor for relics said to date from the Trojan War, and laid a wreath at the tomb of Achilles, calling him a fortunate man, for he had Homer to proclaim his glory. Then, rejoining Parmenio at Arisbe, Alexander led his troops northward along the coast to Lampsacus, which had fallen to Memnon the previous year. The townspeople met him in supplication, and Alexander, impressed by their humility, spared the city. Marching east toward Dasilium, the seat of the Persian satrap Arsites of Phrygia, Alexander learned that Arsites had summoned 2 other governors, Spithridates of Ionia and Lydia, and Arsames of Cilicia, as well as Memnon and his Greek mercenaries. Together they established a fortified position east of the river Granicus, determined to block Alexander's advance. Parmenio urged caution, warning that to attack across the river was reckless. Alexander, however, saw hesitation as defeat. Leading from the front, he plunged into the river and charged the Persian line. Amid the chaos, he killed Mithridates, son-in-law of Darius, and narrowly escaped death twice when his horse was slain beneath him. In the end, Persian resistance collapsed. Spithridates was cut down as he raised his weapon against Alexander, and Arsites fled to Phrygia, where he later took his own life in disgrace. The victory at the Granicus opened the gates of Asia Minor. Alexander advanced south to Sardis, whose Persian garrison surrendered without a fight. From there, he moved to Ephesus, where the Persians abandoned the citadel and fled. Alexander restored democracy, recalled exiles loyal to him, and ended the oppressive oligarchies that had ruled under Persian patronage. The city's famed Temple of Artemis had been destroyed years earlier, on the very night, legend said, that Alexander was born. He offered to fund its reconstruction with the tribute once sent to Persia, but the Ephesians declined politely, saying that it wasn't fitting for one god to build a temple to another. From Ephesus, delegations arrived from Tralles and Magnesia to offer submission, and Alexander dispatched Parmenio to occupy them. Another commander, Alcimachus, was sent through Lydia, Ionia, and Phrygia to liberate the remaining Persian-held towns. Alexander instructed both men to abolish oligarchies, establish democratic governments, and exempt the cities from Persian tribute, while allowing them to retain their local customs. Each city was then admitted into the League of Corinth, expected to contribute troops or funds for Alexander's campaign, a subtle transformation of Persian tribute into Macedonian support. While his generals consolidated these gains, Alexander traveled briefly to Smyrna, which still lay largely in ruins after its destruction centuries earlier. There, according to later accounts, he dreamed that the gods commanded him to rebuild the city on a new site under Mount Pagos. Although the reconstruction would not occur until long after his death, the new Smyrna would rise exactly where his vision had pointed, fulfilling the oracle's prophecy that the people of Smyrna would live 3 and 4 times happy across the sacred meles. From Smyrna, Alexander visited Clazomenae, a settlement built on a small island near the coast. To connect it to the mainland, he ordered a causeway constructed, transforming it into a peninsula, a lasting symbol of his determination to link and unify the Greek world on both sides of the Aegean. When Alexander learned that the Persian fleet was moving toward Miletus, he immediately summoned Parmenio and Alcimachus and ordered Nicanor, commander of the Macedonian navy, to sail ahead and reach the city first. Even while hastening south, Alexander found time to stop at Priene, where he donated funds for the construction of the new Temple of Athena, an act of piety and diplomacy combined. The stone inscription that still survives proudly records, "King Alexander dedicated this temple to Athena Polias." Nicanor's fleet reached Miletus 3 days before the Persians, anchoring his 160 ships around the island of Lade to block the harbor. When Alexander arrived, he reinforced the island with troops to prevent the Persian navy, 400 ships strong, from landing. The Persian commanders were forced to remain at Cape Mycale, powerless to approach. Inside the city, the Persian garrison leader Hegestratus had considered surrendering, but the sudden arrival of the Persian fleet rekindled his defiance. Alexander responded decisively. He brought forward siege engines, battering the city walls, while his troops waited for the signal to storm the breach. The Macedonian navy, meanwhile, closed off the inner harbor known as the Lion Port, trapping many defenders who tried to swim for safety. By the time Miletus fell, the sea itself was strewn with wreckage and bodies. With Miletus captured, the Persian fleet withdrew. Confident that he could neutralize Persian naval power simply by seizing their coastal bases, Alexander disbanded most of his fleet, keeping only 20 Athenian vessels as transports. He could no longer afford a large navy, but he believed that control of the shoreline was the real key to dominance in the Aegean. Next, Alexander turned his attention south toward Caria, where Persian forces had fortified the great city of Halicarnassus under the command of Memnon of Rhodes and the satrap Orontobates. Before heading to the coast, Alexander made a detour inland to Alinda, where he met Queen Ada, the exiled ruler of Caria. Ada welcomed him warmly, surrendered her fortress, and even adopted him as her son and heir. News of this alliance spread quickly, and cities throughout Caria sent Alexander gold crowns, pledging their loyalty. Returning to the coast, Alexander stopped at Ephesus, where he restored the citizens' ancient fishing rights that had been taken under Persian rule. In gratitude, they told him a remarkable local story of a boy who had befriended a dolphin and swam beside it every day. Alexander, enchanted by the tale, took the boy into his service and later appointed him high priest of Poseidon in Babylon, seeing in this friendship a divine omen from the sea god himself. Soon after, Alexander moved against Halicarnassus, sending his fleet to Myndus to cut off the port. His first assault on Myndus failed, so he returned to focus on the main target. Halicarnassus was one of the strongest fortresses in all Asia Minor, protected by massive triple walls and 3 separate citadels, one on the northern Acropolis, another on the western promontory called Salmachus, and a third on the offshore island of Archanessus. The siege lasted for months. Alexander's engines shattered parts of the wall, and his men charged repeatedly, but Memnon's Greek mercenaries held firm. When the defenders launched a desperate counterattack, fierce street fighting followed. In the end, Memnon's forces lost around 1,000 men, while Macedonian casualties were minimal. Recognizing that the city could not hold much longer, Memnon and Orontobatus evacuated by night, burning the armory as they fled to the citadels of Salmachus and Archanessus. The flames spread quickly through Halicarnassus, and when Alexander entered at dawn, much of the city lay in ruins. Instead of pursuing the remaining Persians, he handed control of Caria to Queen Ada, placing a Macedonian contingent under Ptolemy to support her. Leaving part of his army with Parmenio to winter in Phrygia, Alexander led the rest eastward into Lycia. One by one, the coastal cities, Telmessus, Pinara, Xanthus, Patara, and Phaselis, opened their gates without resistance. The pattern was clear. Resistance brought ruin, but surrender brought clemency. Moving into Pamphylia, Alexander accepted the surrender of Side, whose people spoke an ancient Aeolian dialect that had survived unchanged since their ancestors had first settled there. Arrian notes that they remained foreign in speech and custom, even among their neighbors. From there, Alexander advanced into the rugged Pisidian highlands, reaching Cilium, a heavily fortified town defended by both mercenaries and native warriors. Realizing that a prolonged siege would slow his progress, he withdrew to the coast and advanced on Aspendos. The city had previously promised to submit, but broke its word, prompting Alexander to prepare an assault. Seeing no chance of victory, the Aspendians surrendered. As punishment for their defiance, Alexander doubled the tribute they would pay to Macedon, a reminder to all Asia Minor that his mercy was balanced by unwavering authority. After taking control of the Pamphylian city of Perge, believed to have been founded by settlers who came after the Trojan War, Alexander led his army once more into the rugged Pisidian highlands. His next target was the mountain fortress of Termessus, perched so high and fortified so well that even Alexander's determined troops could not take it. Instead, he pressed onward to Sagalassus, another heavily defended city. There, fierce hand-to-hand combat erupted among the cliffs. The battle was brutal. 500 Pisidians were slain, while the Macedonians lost only 20 men, according to Arrian. Afterward, Alexander subdued other Pisidian towns, some by assault, and others by simply accepting their surrender, as the region fell steadily under his control. His campaign then carried him past the great Pisidian lakes toward Selene, a crucial fortress town on the Persian royal road that linked Sardis to Susa. The Persian garrison, realizing their isolation, agreed to surrender within 2 months if no reinforcements came from Darius. Leaving 1,500 men under Antigonus to secure the deal, Alexander advanced north to Gordion, the ancient Phrygian capital, where he was to reunite with Parmenio and the rest of his army. Alexander reached Gordion in early March 333 BC, where the city surrendered peacefully, The following month, Parmenio arrived with reinforcements, 3,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. While in Gordion, Alexander visited the old palace of Gordius and his son Miletus, now a shrine to Phrygia's legendary kings. According to tradition, an oracle had foretold that the man who could untie the complex knot securing Gordius's ancient wagon would rule all of Asia. The so-called Gordian knot was bound so intricately that no one could find its ends. Alexander examined it carefully, then acted decisively. Some say he drew his sword and sliced through it, others that he removed the wooden pin securing the yoke. Either way, the result was the same. The knot was undone. That night, thunder and lightning illuminated the sky, which Alexander took as a divine sign confirming his destiny. The next morning he made sacrifices to the gods and proclaimed the loosening of the knot, marking himself as the man fated to rule Asia. While still in Gordion, Alexander received alarming news. King Darius had appointed Memnon, the skilled Greek mercenary commander, to lead all Persian forces in Asia Minor. Memnon's fleet had already retaken islands like Kos, Samos, and Chios, and was besieging Mytilene on Lesbos. At the same time, Persian agents were stirring rebellion in Greece, supported by both Athens and Sparta, threatening to cut Alexander off from home. But fortune soon intervened. Memnon fell ill and died during the siege, leaving his command to Pharnabazus and Autophradotes, who continued to consolidate Persian control over the Aegean islands. In the meantime, Alexander marched his army from Gordion to Ancyra, modern-day Ankara, a key crossroads between Galatia and Paphlagonia. There, he received a delegation from the Paphlagonians, who offered submission on the condition that his troops not enter their territory. Alexander accepted their loyalty and appointed his trusted General Callus as governor of Phrygia, strengthening his control over the region. From Ancyra, Alexander marched southward across the vast Anatolian plateau into Cappadocia. The local rulers, seeing the fate of those who resisted him, submitted without resistance, ceding to him the lands between the Halys River and the surrounding territories. Instead of leaving a Macedonian general in charge, Alexander appointed a local chieftain named Sabatas to govern, a policy of strategic inclusion that he would continue as his empire grew. His march now led him toward the Cilician Gates, the narrow pass through the Taurus Mountains that opened onto the fertile plains of Cilicia. The Persian commander Arsamos stationed troops to defend the pass, but quickly retreated, burning and plundering as he went to deny Alexander any resources. Yet when the Macedonians arrived, the defenders fled, and Alexander crossed the mountains unopposed. Descending into the Cilician plain, he advanced swiftly toward Tarsus. Arsames abandoned the city and withdrew eastward to join Darius, who was already marching west from Mesopotamia with the full might of the Persian army, setting the stage for the monumental clash that would soon unfold between the two greatest leaders of the age. The long-awaited confrontation between Alexander and Darius came in November 333 BC on the plains of Issus, where the mountains met the Cilician Gulf. The battle began in the afternoon, with Alexander leading his elite companion cavalry straight across the Pinarus River to strike the Persian left flank. The sudden, ferocious charge shattered the Persian lines, sending their troops into confusion and flight. Pivoting swiftly, Alexander turned his attack towards the Persian center, where Darius himself commanded a vast force facing the Macedonian phalanx. The sight of the relentless Macedonian advance broke Darius's resolve. He turned his chariot and fled, triggering panic across the Persian army. What followed was a massacre. Tens of thousands of Persians were cut down as they fled, while Macedonian losses were remarkably light. Alexander himself was wounded in the thigh during the fighting, but remained in command until the victory was complete. Darius escaped to Babylon, leaving behind not only his treasury, but also his mother, wife, and children, all captured by Alexander. From Babylon, he sent envoys offering peace and requesting the release of his family. Alexander dismissed the proposal with scorn, declaring that there could be no peace between them, while Darius still called himself king. The Persian monarch began raising a new army, vowing revenge, while also financing revolts in Greece and keeping the Phoenician navy active in the Aegean. Alexander, meanwhile, marched south. In July 332 BC, he captured the great island fortress of Tyre after a brutal siege, eliminating the last stronghold of the Persian fleet in the eastern Mediterranean. He continued into Egypt, where he was hailed as a liberator and crowned pharaoh at Memphis. There he founded the city of Alexandria, destined to become one of the greatest centers of learning and culture in the ancient world. The following year, he led his forces through Syria and across Mesopotamia, pursuing Darius once more. The two armies finally met on the plains of Gaugamela on the 1st of October 331 BC. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander's tactical brilliance again brought total victory. Darius fled for the second time, but was soon betrayed and killed by his own officers, ending the Achaemenid dynasty that had begun nearly 2,000 years ago, centuries earlier, with Cyrus the Great. With Darius dead, Alexander was hailed by his soldiers as Lord of Asia, fulfilling the ancient prophecy of the Gordian knot. His conquests continued relentlessly, east through Persia, across the Oxus River, and deep into the Indus Valley, until exhausted by years of marching and warfare, he turned back toward Babylon. By 324 BC, he stood at the height of his power, ruler of an empire stretching from Greece to India. In February of that year, he sent a decree to the League of Corinth demanding that all Greek cities recognize him not merely as their leader, but as a living god. Though many mocked the idea, they nevertheless sent envoys bearing golden crowns in tribute, bowing before him as if before a deity. Yet Alexander's triumphs carried an ominous shadow. Returning to Babylon in the spring of 323 BC, he fell ill after a night of heavy drinking with his companions. For 10 days his condition worsened, until on the morning of June 10th, he died, just shy of his 33rd birthday. Some said he had been poisoned, though ancient historians like Arrian dismissed this as rumor. To his followers, his death marked the passing of a man touched by divinity. As Arrian wrote, "There was in him something greater than human." No nation, no city, no person remained untouched by his name. In the years that followed, many of the Greek cities of Asia Minor established cults in his honor. In Priene, the house where he had once stayed was turned into a sacred shrine, with an inscription reading, "No one may enter this sanctuary unless pure and clothed in white." The Greeks of Asia Minor were finally free from Persian domination after more than 2 centuries, though they soon realized they had exchanged one empire for another. Still, under Alexander's legacy, the ancient cities of Ionia, including Smyrna, were reborn. Their revival symbolized by the dream he once had beneath the plane tree of Mount Pagos, where Smyrna would rise again, radiant and eternal. The Hellenistic age began with the reign of Alexander the Great, a period when Greek culture and influence spread from the shores of the Aegean all the way to the valleys of the Indus. Yet, after Alexander's untimely death in 323 BC, his vast empire, too immense for any one ruler, fractured into pieces. His greatest generals, known as the Diadochi, or successors, turned against one another, each seeking to carve out a kingdom from his conquests. Among them were Antipater in Macedon, Lysimachus in Thrace and Asia Minor, Seleucus in Babylonia, Ptolemy in Egypt, and Antigonus in Phrygia. Their struggles unleashed decades of warfare that transformed Asia Minor into a continuous battlefield. Ptolemy, the shrewd satrap of Egypt, acted quickly to secure both legitimacy and divine prestige. He seized Alexander's embalmed body, bringing it first to Memphis and later entombing it in a magnificent shrine at Alexandria, which soon became one of the greatest cities of the Hellenistic world. While Ptolemy established a stable dynasty along the Nile, the other successors fought a relentless war for dominance. For over 40 years, the empire remained in chaos, and Alexander's dream of a united Greek world dissolved forever. Yet, his cultural vision endured in the new Hellenistic kingdoms that rose from the ruins of his conquests, stretching from Asia Minor to the edge of India. By the early 3rd century BC, the major kingdoms had taken shape. In Greece and Macedon, power passed to Antipater's son, Cassander. In Thrace and northwestern Anatolia, Lysimachus established his rule. In the east, Seleucus built the vast Seleucid Empire, while Ptolemy reigned over Egypt and the eastern Mediterranean. In 301 BC, Seleucus and Lysimachus defeated Antigonus at the Battle of Ephesus, ending his bid to reunite Alexander's empire. 2 decades later, Seleucus triumphed again at Corupedium, defeating and killing Lysimachus near Magnesia. His empire now stretched from the Aegean to the Indus River, but his triumph was short-lived. That same year, 281 BC, he was assassinated by Ptolemy Caranus, bringing an end to his life and leaving his son, Antiochus I, to consolidate power in Asia Minor and Syria. Meanwhile, in western Anatolia, a new power began to rise. Lysimachus had once entrusted a loyal officer, Philoterus, with the fortress of Pergamum and its treasury. After Lysimachus's death, Philoterus used that wealth to establish an independent principality. He transformed Pergamum into a flourishing city filled with temples and public buildings. Upon his death in 263 BC, his adopted son, Eumenes I, succeeded him and soon defeated Antiochus I near Sardis, securing Pergamum's independence from the Seleucids. His successor, Attalus I, expanded the kingdom and won a great victory over the invading Galatian Celts, earning the title of king and founding the Attalid dynasty. Under Attalus and his successors, Pergamum became one of the most powerful states in Asia Minor. His son, Eumenes II, allied with Rome and fought alongside the Roman general Scipio Africanus against the Seleucid king Antiochus III, who had once employed the Carthaginian general Hannibal. Their victory at Magnesia in 190 BC ended Seleucid power in Asia Minor. The Treaty of Apamea handed over most of western Anatolia to Pergamum, whose territory now stretched from the Hellespont to the Meander Valley. Pergamum entered its golden age, famed for its art, architecture, and learning, rivaling Alexandria itself. Eumenes II was succeeded by his brother Attalus II Philadelphus, who continued the alliance with Rome and extended Pergamene influence across western Anatolia. However, by the time his nephew, Attalus III, came to the throne, the kingdom had grown weak. Obsessed with alchemy and botany, Attalus III neglected his duties and eventually willed his entire kingdom to Rome upon his death in 133 BC. The bequest sparked a brief rebellion led by a pretender named Aristarchus, but the uprising was crushed, and by 129 BC, Pergamum became part of the new Roman province of Asia. Rome's rise marked the end of the Hellenistic kingdom's independence. Within a century, the once great powers of the Greek world had fallen under Roman dominion. Macedonia became a Roman province in 148 BC, and 2 years later, Corinth, one of the proudest Greek cities, was utterly destroyed. Rome now stood unchallenged, ruling over nearly all the lands once conquered by Alexander. Yet even as political independence faded, the legacy of the Hellenistic world endured. The fusion of Greek culture with the traditions of Egypt, Persia, and the East created an age of extraordinary creativity and learning. Across cities like Alexandria, Antioch, and Pergamum, Greek science, art, and philosophy flourished, an enduring testament to Alexander's vision of a single, interconnected world bound together by the light of Hellenic civilization. Chios, a once independent Greek city on the coast of the Marmara Sea, had fallen under Bithynian control after centuries of Persian influence. Its last Persian ruler, Mithridates, was executed when Antigonus captured the city in 302 BC. However, his son, also named Mithridates, managed to escape to the Black Sea coast, where he founded the kingdom of Pontus with his capital at Amasea, modern Amasia. Although the ruling dynasty was Persian in origin, the kingdom became thoroughly Hellenized, with its cities rooted in ancient Greek colonial foundations. The Pontic kingdom reached its zenith under Mithridates, the sixth Eupator, known as Mithridates the Great, who came to the throne at just 11 years old in 120 BC. When he reached maturity, he made Sinope his capital, building strong defensive walls and a citadel that still stand in part today. Under his reign, the kingdom expanded across Paphlagonia, Bithynia, Cappadocia, Galatia, and Phrygia, becoming a major power around the Black Sea. Mithridates waged 4 long wars against Rome, beginning in 88 BC and ending 25 years later with his defeat and death. At the start of the First Mithridatic War, Mithridates established his base in Ephesus and ordered a coordinated massacre of Italians across Asia Minor. On a single day, an estimated 80,000 people, including women and children, were killed, most of them in Ephesus, the Roman capital of the province. Initially celebrated as a liberator from Roman rule, Mithridates soon extended his power over most of Asia Minor, the Aegean islands, and even Greece. But his victories were short-lived. Sulla defeated him and forced him to withdraw from Asia in 84 BC. Further wars followed. Lucullus led campaigns into Pontus, and eventually Pompey crushed Mithridates' forces, driving him to the Crimea, where he took his own life in 63 BC. His son, Pharnaces II, succeeded him and was recognized by Pompey as ruler of the Bosporan kingdom. After Pompey's victories in Asia, he reorganized the entire region. He confirmed the local rulers of Galatia, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, and Commagene as friends and allies of the Roman people. He then moved south, deposing the last Seleucid ruler, Antiochus XIII, and turning Syria into a Roman province, marking the end of the Seleucid dynasty. Pompey also launched a massive campaign against the pirates who had long terrorized the Aegean and Asia Minor's coasts. In just 3 months, he cleared them from the seas, defeating their fleet near modern Ionia and capturing more than 20,000 prisoners, as recorded by Plutarch. The Greek cities of Asia Minor barely had time to recover from these wars before being drawn into Rome's next great conflict, the civil war between Caesar and Pompey. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, he set the Roman world aflame. The following year, he crushed Pompey's forces at Pharsalus in Greece. Pompey fled to Egypt, but was assassinated before Caesar's arrival. Caesar then stayed in Alexandria, where he met and fell in love with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt. Their union produced a son, Caesarion, whom Cleopatra later made her co-ruler. Meanwhile, Pharnaces II, son of Mithridates, tried to reclaim his father's lost territories. He defeated a Roman army under Domitius Calvinus, but Caesar quickly retaliated, defeating him at Zela after just 5 days of campaigning. Caesar's famous phrase, "Veni, vidi, vici," "I came, I saw, I conquered," was coined to celebrate this swift victory. Caesar's assassination in 44 BC plunged the Roman world back into chaos. His killers, Brutus and Cassius, fled east to raise an army in Asia Minor. They demanded vast sums from the local cities, and when Xanthus in Lycia refused to pay, Brutus besieged it. Rather than surrender, the Xanthians set fire to their own city, choosing death over submission, just as their ancestors had centuries before. Brutus and Cassius were soon defeated by Mark Antony and Octavian and took their own lives. Mark Antony then took control of the eastern provinces and sought to strengthen his position through alliance with Cleopatra. Summoned to Tarsus in 41 BC, she captivated him completely. They became lovers and political partners, and Cleopatra bore him 3 children. In 34 BC, during a grand ceremony in Alexandria, Antony declared Cleopatra and her children rulers over vast territories, including Armenia, Syria, Phoenicia, Cilicia, Cyprus, and Crete. But his growing alliance with Egypt alarmed Rome. Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, rallied the western provinces and declared war on Cleopatra in 32 BC. The final confrontation came at the naval battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Octavian's forces decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra. The defeated lovers fled to Egypt, where both took their own lives the following year. With their deaths, the Ptolemaic dynasty came to an end, and Egypt was annexed by Rome, marking the dawn of the Roman Empire. The Hellenistic kingdoms of Asia Minor, once proud heirs to Alexander's legacy, had now all fallen under Roman control. The age of independent Greek monarchies was over, and a new world order centered on Rome had begun. Octavian's victory at Actium made him the undisputed master of the Roman world, marking the final end of the Hellenistic era. A few years later, on the 16th of January 27 BC, the Senate granted him the title Augustus, beginning the imperial age of Rome. From that moment on, the Greek cities of Asia Minor came under Roman rule once again, entering a new chapter in their long history of shifting masters. Throughout the Hellenistic centuries, many cities in Asia Minor had been destroyed by wars or natural disasters, but the successors of Alexander, known as the Diadochi, and their descendants, the Epigoni, rebuilt and refounded them. Often, these restorations took place on new sites, under new names, and according to modern urban designs. Among these rulers, Seleucus I Nicator stood out as the greatest city founder of them all. According to ancient records, he established numerous cities across his empire, naming many of them in honor of his family. 16 called Antioch for his father, several Laodicea for his mother, and others named after himself and his wives. Some cities carried Greek or Macedonian names to celebrate his achievements or to honor Alexander the Great. His policy spread Hellenistic culture deep into the lands of Syria and beyond. One of Seleucus's most celebrated foundations was Antioch on the Orontes, founded around 300 BC after his victory at Ephesus. It became the capital of his vast realm and one of the great cities of the ancient world. He also built Apamea nearby and established Seleucia at the mouth of the river to serve as Antioch's port. In Cilicia, he created another city, Seleucia ad Calicadnus, settling its population with people from the surrounding countryside. In the nearby highlands, he began construction of the grand temple of Zeus Olbios, one of the earliest Corinthian temples in Asia Minor. Seleucus I also initiated the rebuilding of the great temple of Apollo at Didyma, which had been destroyed by Xerxes during the Persian Wars. His plan was to create an even greater sanctuary than before, and although construction continued for centuries, the temple was never completely finished. It became one of the largest temples of the ancient Greek world, rivaled only by those at Ephesus and Samos. He may also have started the reconstruction of the temple of Artemis at Sardis, which, like Didyma, was left incomplete at his death in 281 BC. Later, Hellenistic and Roman emperors would continue the work, and when it was finally dedicated in 141 AD, it still stood unfinished but magnificent. Other successors contributed to rebuilding and urban renewal. After Alexander's victory at the Granicus, the city of Ilion, ancient Troy, was restored, a project continued by Lysimachus. He also refounded several cities, including Ephesus and Smyrna, both transformed into splendid Hellenistic metropolises. Smyrna was rebuilt on the slopes of Mount Pagos, inspired by the vision Alexander had once dreamed of, while Ephesus was moved closer to the coast to restore its lost harbor and enclosed with massive new defensive walls. Lysimachus also repopulated these cities with citizens drawn from nearby towns like Lepidus and Colophon, which he then destroyed. Antigonus Monophthalmus, another of Alexander's successors, founded cities such as Antigonia in the Troad and Antigonea on Lake Ascania in Bithynia. When Lysimachus later seized control, he renamed the latter Nicaea in memory of his wife, and the city eventually became the capital of Bithynia. Further south, the ruler Nicomedes I founded Nicomedia, which replaced Nicaea as the royal seat. Later, King Prusias I built Prusias ad Olympum beneath Mount Olympus, possibly under the supervision of the exiled Carthaginian general Hannibal, who lived in Bithynia until his death. In Western Asia Minor, new foundations flourished as well. Antiochus II established Laodicea on the Lycus in honor of his wife Laodice, while his son, Antiochus III, rebuilt Sardis after its destruction, even settling Babylonian Jews there and in neighboring towns like Laodicea and Tyre. These settlers became vital contributors to the region's trade and economy and continued to live in the area for centuries. Pergamene rulers also left their mark on the landscape. Attalus II Philadelphus founded Philadelphia in Caria, and around 158 BC established Attaleia, modern Antalya, giving his kingdom access to the Mediterranean Sea. Other Seleucid rulers, such as Seleucus II and his successors, adorned Stratonicaea in Caria with impressive public buildings, making it a model of Hellenistic grandeur. The architecture of these cities reflected the rational beauty of the Greek mind. Most were laid out according to the Hippodamian plan, first designed by Hippodamus of Miletus. Streets followed a precise rectangular grid aligned with the cardinal directions, and public buildings such as temples, theaters, and agoras stood at the city's center. Priene is one of the best preserved examples of this design, remaining virtually unchanged since its Hellenistic reconstruction. When Rome finally absorbed Asia Minor, Pompey reorganized the region's administration. The former territories of Mithridates were transformed into the new Roman province of Pontus and Bithynia, governed from Nicaea. Major cities such as Amasea, Amissus, Sinope, and Amastris became important regional centers, while Pompey also founded 7 new cities with Greek names, blending Hellenic culture into Roman administration. He refounded the Cilician coastal city of Soli as Pompeiopolis and resettled many of the former pirates he had defeated there. Thus, by the dawn of the Roman Empire, Asia Minor was covered with magnificent cities, Greek in culture, Hellenistic in structure, and Roman in authority. Each carried layers of history, from the vision of Alexander and the ambitions of his successors to the order and permanence of Rome. It was a new world, shaped by centuries of conquest, reconstruction, and cultural fusion, where East and West finally met under the shadow of the empire. Despite the many wars that followed Alexander's death, the Greek cities of Asia Minor continued to flourish intellectually and artistically. This era produced a generation of brilliant scientists and philosophers, most of whom studied in Athens or Alexandria. Under Ptolemy I and his son Ptolemy II, Alexandria became the greatest center of learning in the ancient world. The museum and library of Alexandria, modeled after Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum, turned Egypt into the heart of Hellenistic scholarship. One of the earliest scholars of this period was Heraclitus Ponticus from Heraclea Pontica on the Black Sea. A student of Plato and perhaps Aristotle, he returned to his hometown to teach, and was the first to suggest that the apparent motion of the stars was due to the Earth's rotation on its axis. The physician Herophilus of Chalcedon studied in Alexandria, where he founded a medical school that thrived for centuries, while in Cnidus, Ctesias had already established a long-lasting medical tradition. Another great thinker, Strato of Lampsacus, led Aristotle's Lyceum and later directed the Museum of Alexandria. His lost works indicate that he studied the motion of falling bodies centuries before Galileo. From the Aeolian city of Pitane came Autolycus, an astronomer and mathematician whose writings on spherical astronomy are the oldest Greek mathematical works to survive complete. Another Pitanian, Arcesilaus, studied under Autolycus and later became head of Plato's Academy in Athens, remembered for his practice of debating both sides of any issue. Cleanthes of Assos succeeded Zeno as head of the Stoic school and opposed the heliocentric theory of Aristarchus of Samos, a theory that would re-emerge 1,800 years later with Copernicus. The city of Soli in Cilicia produced both the poet and astronomer Aratus and the philosopher Chrysippus. Aratus's Phenomena, a poem about astronomy and weather, preserved the Greek constellation names, while Chrysippus codified Stoic philosophy so profoundly that it was said, "Without Chrysippus, there is no Stoa." Pergamon, meanwhile, rose as a beacon of Hellenism under the Attalids. Its library rivaled that of Alexandria, and its school of sculpture, symbolized by the great altar of Zeus, celebrated Greek victories over barbarism. Among the era's leading mathematicians was Apollonius of Perge, who studied in Alexandria and was honored in Pergamon. His onconics defined the ellipse, parabola, and hyperbola, and his models for planetary motion would dominate astronomy for nearly 2 millennia. The astronomer Hipparchus of Nicaea, who worked in Rhodes after studying in Alexandria, mapped over 850 stars, discovered the precession of the equinoxes, and laid the foundations of spherical trigonometry, later incorporated into Ptolemy's Almagest. His contemporary Theodosius of Bithynia refined this system in his treatise Spherica, used for centuries afterward. Other scholars enriched literature and science in diverse ways. Nicander of Colophon wrote poetic treatises on poisons and their antidotes. Bion of Smyrna, educated in Athens, composed the Lament for Adonis. The architect Pythias of Priene designed both the mausoleum of Halicarnassus and the temple of Athena Polias, while Hermogenes, another architect from the same region, established the principles of the Ionic order that later shaped European Renaissance architecture. His surviving temples, Artemis Leucophryne at Magnesia and Dionysus at Teos, were considered masterpieces of harmony and proportion. Sostratus of Cnidus built the famed Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the world, and Byton of Pergamon engineered advanced catapults for King Attalus I. Many historians also flourished, such as Xenophilus of Lydia and Menocrates of Xanthus, who wrote local histories, and Nymphus of Heraclea, who chronicled Alexander's life. Agatharchides of Cnidus described distant lands like Ethiopia, Scythia, and India in his circumnavigation of the Erythraean Sea, while Eudoxus of Cyzicus embarked on a daring but unsuccessful voyage to find a sea route around Africa to India under Ptolemy II. All these figures, philosophers, scientists, architects, and poets, proved that the intellectual fire of Hellenism in Asia Minor never died. Even amid wars and shifting empires, knowledge, art, and reason continued to thrive, echoing from the libraries of Alexandria and Pergamon to the temples, observatories, and schools that kept the spirit of the Greek Enlightenment alive across centuries. During the late Hellenistic age, the world of science and exploration continued to expand through the work of thinkers like Posidonius of Apamea, who lived between 135 and 50 BC. Posidonius, both a philosopher and scientist, studied in Athens and later conducted research across the Western Mediterranean and North Africa before settling in Rhodes. He wrote an extensive history in 52 volumes, continuing where Polybius had left off. Strabo, in describing the voyage of Eudoxus, refers to Posidonius's belief that the inhabited world covered half the globe's circumference, suggesting that if one sailed westward long enough, one would eventually reach India. Posidonius also made lasting contributions to meteorology, including a pioneering explanation of the cyclical movement of ocean tides based on his observations in the Atlantic. This flourishing of knowledge, through architects, astronomers, engineers, geographers, historians, mathematicians, physicians, and poets, reflected the remarkable intellectual vitality of Asia Minor under the successors of Alexander. The grandeur of their vision carried Greek thought and culture from the shores of the Mediterranean deep into Asia. When Augustus rose to power in 27 BC, marking the dawn of the Roman Empire, the Greeks of Asia Minor entered a new and prosperous era that would last for over 2 centuries under the peace and stability of Pax Romana. Augustus entrusted the eastern administration of the empire to Marcus Agrippa, who governed Asia between 24 and 23 BC, and returned again a decade later. Augustus himself toured Asia Minor in 20 BC, visiting the legendary site of Troy and restoring the ancient temple of Athena at Ilium. The beginning of his reign also brought a new system of provincial governance. The provinces of Asia and Bithynia Pontus were placed under the Senate's authority, while Galatia, Cappadocia, Lycia Pamphylia, and Cilicia came under the direct rule of the emperor. Despite this division, most communities in Asia Minor regarded Augustus as their true ruler and sought permission to honor him as a god. In Paphlagonia, both Greeks and Romans swore loyalty not only to the traditional gods, but also to Augustus himself. Augustus, however, declared that he should be worshipped only alongside the deified Roma, establishing a unified imperial cult. This devotion was overseen by a federation known as the Commonalty of the Hellenes, which acted as a bridge between the Greek cities and Roman officials. Each year, representatives met to choose the chief priest of Roma and Augustus, assisted by prominent dignitaries called Asiarchs. The cult later evolved into the worship of Roma et Sebasta, Rome and the emperor, celebrated through the grand Romaya Sebasta festival, held annually and attended by citizens from across Asia Minor. Major temples dedicated to Roma and Augustus were erected in Pergamum, Nicomedia, and Ancyra. At Pergamum, 40 singers known as hymnodists of the deified Augustus and Roma performed hymns on the emperor's birthday, and their descendants continued this tradition well into the 2nd century AD. Under Augustus, Galatia became an official Roman province after the death of its last king, Miletus. His domain, which had included parts of Phrygia, Lycaonia, Pisidia, and Pamphylia, was incorporated into the empire with Ancyra as its capital. The Gallic tribes, the Tolistobogi, Tectosages, and Trochmi, remained a distinct minority, while the native Phrygians and Cappadocians formed the majority of the population. Over the centuries, the Celts of Asia Minor gradually adopted Greek language and culture, completing their Hellenization by the 5th century AD. Elsewhere, the Lycians preserved their autonomy within the Lycian League, an ancient federation that continued to operate under Roman rule. In Cappadocia, King Archelaus was recognized by Augustus as a loyal ally and rewarded with additional lands. He renamed his capital Mazaca as Caesarea in honor of the emperor. Through his marriage to Queen Pythodoris, widow of the Pontic ruler Polemon I, Archelaus united nearly all of Asia Minor under his and her joint authority, ruling from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. However, after being accused of treason, he was summoned to Rome by Tiberius and died there in AD 15. Cappadocia was soon annexed as a Roman province, while Pythodoris continued to rule Pontus until her death. Her grandson, Polemon II, briefly ruled before Rome absorbed his territory, ending the history of the Pontic kingdom. Commagene, on the southeastern frontier, remained the last semi-independent Hellenized state under Rome. Its final ruler, Antiochus III, died in AD 72 during the reign of Vespasian, after which his kingdom became part of the province of Syria. Under Roman peace, the great cities of Asia Minor, Smyrna, Ephesus, and Pergamum, entered a golden age of prosperity. Their populations grew into the hundreds of thousands, and monumental public works transformed their skylines. Hellenistic architecture gave way to grand Roman temples, theaters, baths, aqueducts, libraries, and stadiums. Cities competed fiercely for imperial favor and honorary titles such as metropolis, chief city, or neokoros, temple warden, boasting inscriptions that proclaimed them first and greatest metropolis of Asia, or 4 times guardian of the emperor's temples. Emperors often rewarded their loyalty. Tiberius earned the gratitude of Asia's cities for his fairness, and in AD 26, After a formal debate among 11 candidates, the Senate granted Smyrna the honor of building a temple in his name. Under Domitian, despite his reputation for tyranny, the provinces enjoyed stable administration. When he was assassinated in AD 96, his massive statue at Ephesus was torn down and his name erased. Under Trajan, the empire reached new heights of prosperity. He treated the cities of Asia Minor with generosity, granting privileges and commissioning magnificent buildings. The grandest of all was the Trajaneum at Pergamum, a vast Corinthian temple dedicated to both Trajan and his successor Hadrian, whose colossal statues once towered over the Acropolis, lasting symbols of an age when Asia Minor stood at the heart of Roman civilization. The reign of Emperor Hadrian marked the golden age of Roman rule in Asia Minor. He personally toured the region on 2 grand imperial journeys, the first between 123 and 124 AD, and the second between 129 and 131 AD, showing unprecedented interest in the welfare of its cities. According to the historian Dio Cassius, Hadrian aided the cities, both allied and subject, with the greatest generosity, providing them with aqueducts, harbors, food supplies, and public monuments. No emperor before him had visited or supported so many communities. Hadrian's generosity transformed Asia Minor's landscape. At Cyzicus, he sponsored the construction of a colossal temple dedicated to himself, later known as one of the largest and most magnificent temples in the ancient world, and even listed by some among the 7 wonders. In Smyrna, he built a vast grain market, a grand gymnasium said to be the largest in Asia, and a temple where he was worshipped as Olympian Zeus and savior of the human race. Ephesus honored him with 2 temples, one a monumental sanctuary dedicated to him as Olympian Zeus, and the other a smaller yet exquisitely designed temple that remains one of the jewels of the city's ruins today. Throughout Asia Minor, countless structures either funded by Hadrian or erected in his honor testified to his benevolent rule and the peace his reign brought. When Hadrian died in 138 AD, an orator from Asia Minor praised him before the Roman people, declaring that the entire inhabited world, united under one leader, prays that this empire may endure for all time. He was succeeded by Antoninus Pius, whose reign, 138 to 161 AD, continued this spirit of prosperity. Antoninus was deeply generous toward the Greek cities of Asia Minor, a fact attested by numerous inscriptions and temples dedicated in his name. He reorganized the empire's provincial boundaries, expanding Cilicia northward beyond the Taurus Mountains by annexing parts of Ionia and Isauria, greatly increasing its power and importance. After his death, Antoninus was succeeded by his 2 adopted sons, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, who ruled as co-emperors. Early in their reign, the Parthian king Volosages III launched a major invasion into Armenia and Syria, defeating Roman armies until Lucius Verus personally led a counteroffensive. The Romans emerged victorious, extending their borders into Mesopotamia. Yet the campaign brought disaster. Returning soldiers carried with them a deadly pestilence that swept through Asia Minor and Europe, reaching as far as Gaul. A devastating famine followed, and as barbarian tribes crossed the Danube into Italy, both emperors took to the field to defend the empire. After Lucius Verus died in 169, Marcus Aurelius ruled alone. He crushed a revolt in Syria led by Avidius Cassius, and later financed the rebuilding of Smyrna after a powerful earthquake in 178 AD. the citizens of Smyrna honored him with a statue in their restored agora, ruins of which still stand in modern Izmir. Marcus Aurelius's death in 180 marked the end of the age of Stoic rulers and the beginning of decline. His son, Commodus, succeeded him and initially made peace with the Germanic tribes, but his reign soon descended into corruption and decadence. He revived the worst excesses of Gaius Caligula and Nero, according to later historians. In 192 AD, he was assassinated, sparking the Year of the Four Emperors, during which Pertinax, Didius Julianus, and finally Septimius Severus rapidly rose and fell in succession. Severus emerged victorious after defeating rivals Pescennius Niger, who controlled Syria and Asia Minor, and Clodius Albinus, who ruled Gaul. By 197 AD, Severus had crushed both and expanded the empire beyond the Euphrates River. He punished cities that had supported his enemies, most notably Byzantium, which he captured and sacked in 196 after an 18-month siege. Upon Severus's death, his sons Caracalla and Geta inherited the throne, but their joint rule quickly ended in bloodshed when Caracalla murdered Geta in the presence of their mother, Julia Domna. Caracalla, seeking to emulate Alexander the Great, led his armies across the Hellespont, visiting Troy to honor the tombs of Achilles and Patroclus. In Pergamum, a temple was dedicated to him as the New Dionysius, and in gratitude, he granted the city the title Thrice Temple Warden, an honor he also bestowed upon Smyrna. After travels through Antioch and Alexandria, Caracalla prepared for a campaign against the Parthians, but in 217 AD, he was assassinated by officers under Marcus Opellius Macrinus, who then became emperor. Macrinus ruled for only a year before being overthrown by Elagabalus, who met the same violent end 4 years later. He was replaced by Severus Alexander, who ascended the throne in 222 AD at the age of 14. His mother, Julia Mamaea, acted as regent throughout his reign, guiding the empire's administration. Severus Alexander's rule is remembered for its moderation and for his patronage of intellectuals, most notably the historian Dio Cassius of Nicaea. Dio, who served twice as consul under the Severan emperors, wrote an extensive history of Rome up to the year 229 AD, focusing on political and military affairs. Dio Cassius lamented that the death of Marcus Aurelius marked the end of a reign of gold and the beginning of an age of iron and rust. His words proved prophetic. Over the next 50 years, the empire fell into chaos as more than 20 emperors rose and fell, many through assassination, others in battle. As frontiers collapsed in both Europe and the East, Asia Minor suffered invasions by the Goths, the Persian king Shapur I, and Queen Zenobia of Palmyra. Though Rome eventually regained control and restored its borders, the long peace of the Pax Romana was gone forever. The Greco-Roman world, once stable and prosperous, was now entering its twilight. During the peaceful centuries before this decline, Smyrna and Ephesus had competed intensely for prestige within the province of Asia, each vying for the title of metropolis, the foremost city and religious center of the region. Ephesus, with its population of nearly 400,000, was effectively the provincial capital and proudly called itself the first and greatest metropolis of Asia. Smyrna, however, rivaled this claim after Caracalla granted it the honor of building a temple for his worship. The city proclaimed itself first of Asia in beauty and size, most brilliant metropolis of Asia, thrice temple warden of the Augusti, and ornament of Ionia. Thus, even as the empire's strength waned, the cities of Asia Minor continued to shine, their monuments, temples, and titles standing as the last great echo of Rome's golden centuries in the East. Under Roman rule, the Greeks of Asia Minor experienced a remarkable cultural revival, especially after the rise of Augustus. One of the finest representatives of this new era was Strabo of Amasya, a geographer whose life bridged the late Republic and the early Empire. Educated in Nyssa and Alexandria, Strabo traveled widely across the Roman world and composed his monumental geography in 17 volumes. In it, he emphasized that geography was essential not only for statesmen and generals, but also for understanding nature, its lands, seas, plants, and animals. Another great figure was Dioscorides of Anazarbus in Cilicia, a physician trained in Alexandria who served in the Roman army under the emperors Claudius and Nero. His masterpiece, De Materia Medica, described around 1,600 drugs and medicinal plants with vivid illustrations, remaining the foundational text of pharmacology for centuries in both the Islamic and Christian worlds. Around the same time, Dio Chrysostom of Prusa in Bithynia emerged as a philosopher and orator. After being exiled by Emperor Domitian, he wandered through Greece and Asia Minor, preaching Stoic and Cynic philosophy. His surviving speeches, many delivered to citizens of Prusa, are invaluable sources for daily life in Western Anatolia during his age. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus, originally a slave in Hierapolis of Phrygia, was freed and became one of the most influential teachers of ethics in Rome before moving to Nicopolis. His student Arrian recorded his teachings, which later inspired Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Arrian himself, born in Nicomedia, served as governor of Cappadocia under Hadrian and wrote The Campaigns of Alexander, one of the most reliable accounts of Alexander's conquests. During Hadrian's reign, Theon of Smyrna explored mathematical and astronomical concepts linked to Plato's works, and even outlined a semi-heliocentric model long before Copernicus. Pausanias, born in Lydia, became a traveler and writer whose description of Greece preserved myths, temples, and rituals of the ancient world. Lucian of Samosata, born in Commagene and writing in Greek, though his native tongue was Aramaic, produced witty and satirical dialogues such as Dialogues of the Gods, The Passing of Peregrinus, and A True Story, which imagined interplanetary travel centuries before modern science fiction. From Pergamum came Galen, the most celebrated physician of antiquity. He gained unmatched knowledge of anatomy while treating gladiators at the sanctuary of Asclepius. Later, serving as physician to Marcus Aurelius and Commodus, Galen's works on anatomy, physiology, and philosophy dominated medical study until the 17th century. The philosopher Alexander of Aphrodisias from Phrygia became the leading interpreter of Aristotle, influencing medieval scholasticism. In the same era, Aelius Aristides of Mysia wrote eloquent speeches reflecting the prosperity and pride of the Greek cities of Asia Minor under Roman rule. Pliny the Younger, appointed governor of Bithynia by Emperor Trajan, documented administrative life and famously sought guidance from the emperor on how to handle the growing Christian communities in his province. Christianity reached Asia Minor through the missionary journeys of Paul of Tarsus. Setting out from Antioch, he and Barnabas traveled across Cyprus, Pamphylia, Pisidia, and Lycaonia, preaching in synagogues and public squares. Paul's longest stay was in Ephesus, where he spent over 2 years spreading the new faith before bidding farewell to his followers at Miletus, with emotional words recorded in the Acts of the Apostles. Tradition holds that the Apostle John later lived in Ephesus, where he wrote his Gospel. The 2nd century bishop Irenaeus of Lyon, born in Smyrna, confirmed this, calling John the disciple of the Lord who leaned upon his breast. Revelation, written by a man named John on the island of Patmos around AD 95, addressed the 7 churches of Asia: Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea, calling them to faith and endurance. Smyrna's first bishop, Polycarp, was said to have been ordained by John himself. According to Irenaeus, Polycarp shared the memories of those who had known Christ personally. After leading the Christian community for more than 50 years, he was martyred in AD 153, burned at the stake by order of the Roman governor. Thus, the Greek cities of Asia Minor, once centers of philosophy, science, and art, became the cradle of early Christianity. Under Roman peace, temples gave way to churches, and the land that had once produced philosophers and physicians now nurtured apostles and saints, linking the intellectual legacy of the ancient world with the spiritual dawn of a new faith. After nearly 2 centuries of relative peace, the Christians of Asia Minor once again faced dark days of persecution. Emperor Decius, who ruled from 249 to 251, ordered that every citizen must publicly sacrifice to the Roman gods and to the spirit of the emperor. Those who refused were executed. Later, under Valerian and then under Diocletian, the oppression grew even more severe, reaching its bloody peak at the dawn of the 4th century. Thousands of Christians, especially from the 7 churches of Asia Minor, were tortured and martyred. For them, these events seemed to fulfill the prophecy in the book of Revelation: the fall of Babylon, a symbol of pagan Rome, and the dawn of a new divine order. That new world began to emerge in the chaos that followed. In 268, Emperor Gallienus was murdered, and Claudius II took the throne. The next year, vast fleets of Gothic invaders sailed across the Black Sea and attacked Byzantium, Greece, and the Balkans. Claudius crushed them near Nice, earning the title Gothicus, but soon after, he fell to plague. The empire plunged once again into turmoil, seeing a rapid succession of emperors until a strong hand finally restored order. Diocletian, a seasoned general of Illyrian and possibly Greek origin. Proclaimed emperor in Nicomedia in 284, he ended decades of instability and established a new foundation for imperial rule. Diocletian divided the vast empire to make it governable. He adopted his trusted comrade Maximian as co-emperor, giving him authority over the West while he ruled the East from Nicomedia, which became his main residence. Believing the true heart of the empire lay in Greek-speaking Asia Minor, he built a grand palace there. Later, in 293, he expanded his system into the Tetrarchy, the rule of 4, with 2 senior emperors, Augusti, and 2 junior emperors, Caesars, ensuring an orderly succession and stronger defense of the frontiers. Under Diocletian, the empire's administration was thoroughly reorganized. The number of provinces was doubled, reaching nearly 100, more balanced in size and population, with 18 in Asia Minor. These were grouped into 12 dioceses, among which Asia Minor was largely divided into Aequiana and Pontica. Diocletian strengthened the eastern borders through war and diplomacy, forcing the Persians to cede Armenia and Mesopotamia after a decisive Roman victory. Although Diocletian's wife was Christian and he initially tolerated the faith, his attitude changed drastically in 303. Persuaded by his co-emperor Galerius, he issued an edict ordering Christian scriptures burned, churches destroyed, and all Christians dismissed from government service. When a fire broke out in his palace at Nicomedia, the Christians were blamed. The result was the Great Persecution, the most violent in Roman history. Churches were razed, clergy were executed, and hundreds were martyred, including the bishop of Nicomedia. The persecution lasted until 311, when Galerius, dying and remorseful, finally revoked the edicts and granted Christians the right to worship freely. By then, Diocletian had already retired, ending the First Tetrarchy. The empire, however, soon fell into chaos once more. Rival emperors fought for power: Constantius, Galerius, Maximinus, Licinius, and Maxentius, until a young leader named Constantine rose to prominence. In 312, Constantine defeated Maxentius at the famous Battle of the Milvian Bridge near Rome, reportedly marching under a new symbol, the sign of Christ, which he believed had granted him victory. Declared Augustus of the West, he allied with Licinius in the East. Together they issued the Edict of Milan in 313, a decree that granted full religious freedom throughout the empire and restored all Christian property seized during the persecutions. But harmony between the two rulers did not last. Within a few years, Constantine and Licinius turned on each other in a struggle for supremacy. Their final confrontation came in 324, when Constantine triumphed in two decisive battles, first at Adrianople and then across the Bosphorus at Chrysopolis. Licinius fled but was soon captured and executed, leaving Constantine as sole ruler of the entire Roman world. Now master of both East and West, Constantine sought a new capital for his empire, a city to rival Rome itself. At first, he considered building it near the ancient site of Troy, but soon changed his mind. He chose instead the old Greek city of Byzantium, a strategic crossroads between Europe and Asia. This fateful decision marked the beginning of a new era, one that would transform the ancient Greek lands of Asia Minor into the heart of the Byzantine Empire, a Christian empire that would carry the legacy of both Greece and Rome into the centuries to come. As Constantine prepared to transform Byzantium into his new capital, he resided in Diocletian's old palace at Nicomedia. His first major act from there was to bring unity to the increasingly divided Christian church. To accomplish this, he called for the first ecumenical council at Nicaea, just a short distance away. Beginning on May 20th in the year 325, more than 300 bishops from across the empire gathered to settle the growing dispute between Bishop Alexander of Alexandria and his priest Arius. Arius argued that Christ was not eternal, nor of the same divine essence as God, a belief that became known as Arianism. The council condemned Arius's teachings, affirming the true divinity of Christ and drafting a statement of faith that became the famous Nicene Creed, the foundation of Christian orthodoxy. The council also decided upon a uniform date for Easter and confirmed the authority of the bishops of Alexandria and Antioch over their respective regions. 5 years later, in 330, Constantine's dream was complete. The reconstruction of Byzantium was finished, and on May 11th he inaugurated his magnificent new capital, Nova Roma Constantinopolitana, or New Rome, the city of Constantine. It was an immense city, protected by massive walls stretching from the Golden Horn to the Sea of Marmara, and covering an area 4 times larger than ancient Byzantium. The new metropolis was home to roughly 80,000 citizens who received daily grain rations from the state. Within its walls rose grand public monuments, a vast forum bearing Constantine's name, a hippodrome, a new imperial palace, and statues and temples that reflected the city's dual Roman and Hellenic heritage. At the center of the forum stood a towering porphyry column, crowned by a statue of Constantine himself, symbolizing the birth of a new imperial era. Constantine was credited by later Byzantine historians with founding or rebuilding many of the great churches of his new capital, among them Hagia Sophia, Hagia Irene, and the Church of the Holy Apostles. The most reliable ancient source, the historian Socrates, confirms that Constantine built the Church of the Holy Apostles and restored Hagia Irene, while his son Constantius later completed the first Hagia Sophia, the Church of Divine Wisdom, which would become the heart of Eastern Christianity. In his final years, Constantine's health began to fail. In 336, hoping to recover, he visited the healing baths of Constantinople and later the hot springs near Nicomedia, his mother's birthplace. Finding no cure, he returned to Diocletian's palace in Nicomedia, where he called for the local clergy and made a full confession of faith. There, he was baptized by Bishop Eusebius of Nicomedia, the moment marking his complete acceptance of Christianity. As described by Eusebius of Caesarea, Constantine exclaimed after his baptism, "Now I know that I am truly blessed, for I am a partaker of divine light." A few days later, on May 22, 337, the emperor died. His body was embalmed and brought to Constantinople, where it lay in state for 3 months before being buried in the Church of the Holy Apostles, the imperial mausoleum he had built for himself. After his death, uncertainty over the succession led to chaos. Constantine had planned to divide the empire among his 3 sons, Constantine, Constantius, and Constans. But before their rule was confirmed, soldiers in Constantinople massacred several members of the imperial family. Only 2 young cousins, Gallus and Julian, were spared because of their youth. The 3 surviving sons divided the empire. Constantius governed the east from Constantinople, while his brothers ruled the west. Inevitably, rivalry erupted, and by 353 Constantius II emerged as sole emperor of the Roman world. Constantius carried forward his father's Christian policies. In 356, he outlawed pagan worship and closed the temples of the old gods. He also completed the majestic Hagia Sophia, making it the great cathedral of the Christian East. During his reign, he promoted his cousin Gallus to Caesar, but later executed him for suspected treason. In his place, Constantius appointed Gallus's brother Julian, an intellectual who had studied philosophy and Greek classics. Though Julian had once been a devout Christian, his studies led him back to the ancient pagan beliefs of Greece and Rome, a conviction he concealed until he came to power. When Constantius died in 361, while on campaign, Julian's troops had already proclaimed him emperor. He entered Constantinople in triumph, the first ruler to have been born in the city, and was received with enthusiasm. But his reign took a dramatic turn. Julian publicly rejected Christianity and reinstated the old pagan cults, proclaiming freedom of worship for all, pagan, Christian, and Jewish alike. He removed Christians from positions of authority and restored ancient temples, earning from his opponents the title by which history remembers him, Julian the Apostate, the emperor who sought to turn back the tide of a Christian empire. Julian remained in Constantinople for only a few months before departing in June 362 to lead his campaign against the Persians from Antioch. He never returned. During a fierce battle on June 26, 363, He was mortally wounded and died near the Persian frontier. His body was taken to Tarsus for burial, and the army soon proclaimed Jovian as his successor. However, Jovian also failed to reach Constantinople. He fell ill and died on February 17, 364, while marching back to the capital. At Nicaea, the army elected Valentinian as emperor. On February 26, 364, he was declared Augustus, and shortly afterward, the soldiers demanded that he appoint a co-emperor to ensure a stable succession. Valentinian chose his brother Valens, who was proclaimed co-Augustus on March 28th. Valentinian governed the western provinces from Milan, while Valens ruled the east from Constantinople. Both brothers were Christians, yet they pursued a policy of tolerance, allowing pagans and followers of different Christian sects to practice freely, continuing Julian's more open approach to religion. Valentinian died suddenly of a stroke in 375 and was succeeded by his 16-year-old son, Gratian, who shared power with his younger brother Valentinian II. In the east, Valens ruled until 378, when he was killed near Adrianople in a disastrous battle against the Goths that wiped out most of his army. Following this defeat, Gratian appointed the capable Spanish general Theodosius as co-emperor on January 19, 379. When Theodosius entered Constantinople on November 24, 380, the city greeted him with splendor, celebrating the restoration of order after years of turmoil. Soon after his arrival, Theodosius was baptized and took decisive action to make Christianity the official religion of the empire. On February 27, 380, he issued an edict declaring that all Roman subjects must adhere to the Christian faith. The next year, he convened the Second Ecumenical Council in Constantinople, which reaffirmed the Nicene Creed and established the doctrine of the Holy Trinity, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are three distinct persons in one divine essence. The council also decreed that the Bishop of Constantinople should have the highest honor after the Bishop of Rome, elevating the city's patriarchate above those of Antioch and Alexandria. Theodosius was determined to eradicate heresy and paganism from his realm. Over his reign, he issued 18 edicts targeting heretical sects and, in 391, outlawed pagan worship entirely. Temples were closed, and any act of sacrifice to the old gods was punished severely, even if performed in private. The ancient Greco-Roman religion, which had endured for centuries, was now officially abolished. Tragedy soon followed. Gratian was assassinated in 383, and his brother Valentinian II met the same fate 9 years later. Theodosius avenged both deaths, crushing the usurpers and reclaiming control of the empire. In 392, he defeated the rebel Maximus in northern Italy, restoring unity. He then marched to Milan and prepared for his succession, dividing the empire between his two young sons. Arcadius, who was about 18, would rule the east, and Honorius, only 10 years old, would rule the west. Both boys were in Constantinople when Theodosius summoned Honorius to his side in Milan. The emperor died there the following day, in January 395, marking the final division of the Roman Empire. After Theodosius's death, Arcadius ruled in the east, 395 to 408, and Honorius in the west, 395 to 423. Both emperors were weak and heavily influenced by their advisors. In 398, John Chrysostom became the Patriarch of Constantinople. His brilliant and often fiery sermons denounced corruption, heresy, and paganism. Despite Theodosius's earlier ban, pagan worship still survived, and Chrysostom urged the destruction of pagan temples, especially the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus. In 401, his words inspired mobs of Christians to demolish the ancient shrine, marking the symbolic end of classical paganism in Asia Minor. The Temple of Artemis was replaced by a church dedicated to the Virgin Mary, whose cult soon took the place of the old goddess, though some continued to worship Artemis in secret. Chrysostom also spoke out against the extravagance of the imperial court, comparing Empress Eudoxia to the biblical Jezebel. Offended by his words, the empress convinced Emperor Arcadius to exile him. Public outrage forced his temporary recall, but his continued criticism led to his final banishment on June 20th. The people rioted, storming the Great Palace, and in the chaos, the Hagia Sophia and the Senate House were burned down. Arcadius died the next year, leaving the throne to his 7-year-old son Theodosius II. The empire was governed by Anthemius, the prefect of the East, who acted as regent until his death in 414. After him, power passed to Theodosius's sister, Pulcheria, who was proclaimed Augusta and ruled as regent even after her brother reached adulthood, effectively controlling the empire for years. During Anthemius's regency, major construction projects reshaped the city. The Hagia Sophia was rebuilt and consecrated in 415, and the following year, a vast new circuit of defensive walls was completed outside the old Constantinian fortifications. These fortifications, stretching from the Golden Horn to the Sea of Marmara, were damaged by an earthquake in 447, but rebuilt in just 2 months under Prefect Constantine. Known as the Theodosian Walls, these mighty defenses enclosed 7 hills, mirroring the topography of Rome, and defined Constantinople's boundaries for the next 1,000 years, protecting the god-guarded city from countless invasions. Theodosius II also promoted education and learning. On February 27, 425, he founded the University of Constantinople, establishing 31 professorships, 15 in Greek, 13 in Latin, 2 in law, and 1 in philosophy. The greater number of Greek chairs reflected the growing cultural shift within the empire. Though Latin remained the official administrative language, Greek was the spoken language of daily life and increasingly dominated the imperial court and intellectual life of the East. This marked the deepening Hellenization of the Eastern Roman Empire, setting the foundation for what would soon become the Byzantine world. Emperor Theodosius II sought to bring order and unity to the vast Roman legal system. In 429, he appointed a special committee led by Achilles, a professor of law at the recently founded University of Constantinople, to compile a comprehensive collection of imperial legislation. After 9 years of work, the committee completed the Codex Theodosianus, which gathered together all the constitutions issued since the time of Constantine the Great, including those of Theodosius himself. The emperor described it as a record of the laws of the divine emperors who came before us and our own decrees. The new code was enacted in 439 under the joint authority of Theodosius II and his cousin and son-in-law Valentinian III, the Emperor of the West, symbolizing the continued unity between the two halves of the Roman Empire. Theodosius's reign was also marked by intense religious debate, especially over the nature of Christ. Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, taught that Christ had 2 separate natures, one divine and one human, coexisting in a single person. He also rejected the title Mother of God for the Virgin Mary, claiming that Mary was human and therefore could not have given birth to God himself. This doctrine, known as Nestorianism, was condemned as heresy at the Third Ecumenical Council, held in Ephesus on June 7, 431. The council deposed Nestorius, and Theodosius exiled him to Egypt, reaffirming the Orthodox belief that Christ's divine and human natures were inseparably united. At the same time, the army of Theodosius II relied heavily on Gothic and Allan mercenaries, many of whom followed the Arian faith. The empire's most powerful general, Aspar the Allan, rose to become the Magister Militum, or commander-in-chief, of the Eastern Roman army. He suppressed revolts in Italy, fought the Vandals by sea, and campaigned against Attila the Hun. Aspar's influence extended into the imperial court, where he became an ally of the emperor's sister, Pulcheria. Together, they effectively controlled the politics of Constantinople during the final years of Theodosius's reign. When Theodosius II died suddenly on July 28, 450, without an heir, the Senate offered the throne to Aspar. However, he declined and instead promoted his trusted officer, the Thracian general Marcian. Marcian became emperor through a ceremonial marriage to Pulcheria, ensuring legitimacy and continuity. In 451, the new emperor convened the Fourth Ecumenical Council in Chalcedon, across the Bosphorus from Constantinople. The council produced what became known as the definition of Chalcedon, declaring that Christ was one person with two complete natures, divine and human, united without confusion. Those who rejected this belief were labeled monophysites, meaning believers in one nature, and they went on to form their own independent churches, notably the Armenians, the Copts of Egypt, and the Jacobites of Syria and Mesopotamia. Pulcheria died in July 453 and was buried beside her brother Theodosius II in the Church of the Holy Apostles. 2 years later, in the Western Empire, Emperor Valentinian III was assassinated in Rome, leaving no male heir and bringing an end to the dynasty founded by Theodosius I. By that time, the Western Empire had already suffered irreversible decline. Rome itself had been sacked by the Visigoths in 410, and in 452, Attila, the Hun, devastated northern Italy. In the following decades, 8 short-lived emperors came and went, most of them military strongmen of barbarian origin, until the Western Empire finally collapsed in 480 with the assassination of Julius Nepos in Dalmatia. From that point onward, the emperor in Constantinople stood as the sole ruler of what remained of the Roman world. With the imperial capital firmly established in the east, Asia Minor became the intellectual and political heart of the Greco-Roman world. Constantinople and Antioch emerged as twin centers of learning and culture, while scholars across the region produced remarkable works in both secular and religious history. Among these writers was Ammianus Marcellinus of Antioch, a native Greek speaker who, unusually for his time, wrote in Latin. A former high-ranking officer under Emperors Constantius and Julian, Ammianus is often considered the last great Roman historian. Another influential figure was Libanius, born in Antioch in 314. Educated in both his native city and in Athens, Libanius went on to teach in Constantinople and Nicomedia. His students included some of the most important Christian thinkers of the time: John Chrysostom, Basil of Caesarea, and Gregory of Nazianzus, as well as possibly Ammianus himself. A passionate defender of classical education and pagan philosophy, Libanius corresponded with Emperor Julian the Apostate, who greatly admired him. The emperor's death was a personal and intellectual blow to him, but Libanius remained a revered figure in the Eastern Empire, earning the honorary title of Praetorian Prefect from Theodosius I. The philosopher and rhetorician Themistius, born around 317 in Paphlagonia, also rose to prominence during this era. Educated in Constantinople, he opened a philosophical school around 345 and became renowned for his eloquence and moderation. His orations impressed nearly every emperor from Constantius to Theodosius I, who appointed him prefect of Constantinople and entrusted him with the education of the young Prince Arcadius. Although Themistius remained a pagan in an empire that was now officially Christian, he served as a bridge between the old classical world and the new Christian order. His writings offer invaluable insight into the political thought and imperial ideology of the late Roman world, capturing the spirit of an age in transition, from empire to empire, from Rome to Byzantium. Gregory of Nazianzus and his close friend Basil of Caesarea, known together as the Cappadocian Fathers, were towering figures of early Christian thought. Both were born in Cappadocia around the early 4th century and studied in Athens, where they shared classrooms with none other than Julian, the future emperor who would later turn against Christianity. Each became a bishop in their homeland, with Gregory briefly serving as Patriarch of Constantinople. Their letters, sermons, and theological writings became cornerstones of Christian literature, shaping the intellectual foundation of the Church for centuries. Gregory's moving eulogy for Basil is still regarded as one of the greatest achievements of Greek rhetoric since the time of Demosthenes, capturing both the spiritual depth and the classical eloquence that defined their age. During the reign of the Theodosian dynasty, 3 major Christian historians, Socrates Scholasticus, Sozomen, and Theodoret, chronicled the growth of the Church between 439 and 450. Their works sought to record the unfolding of divine providence in history, marking the triumph of Christianity within the Roman Empire. Yet, just a few decades later, a very different perspective appeared in the writings of the pagan historian Zosimus, whose new history was a defense of the old religion and a lament for Rome's decline. Drawing heavily on earlier lost works, especially that of Eunapius, Zosimus presented a world in which the abandonment of the ancient gods had doomed the empire. His narrative stood in sharp contrast to that of the Christian historians. Where Socrates described Emperor Julian's death as beneficial to Christianity, Ammianus Marcellinus, a pagan contemporary, praised Julian as a man of heroic spirit, distinguished for his noble deeds and natural majesty. Julian himself was an eloquent and prolific writer, producing speeches, letters, and philosophical satires that reflected both his intellect and his defiance of Christian orthodoxy. Among these, his most famous work, Misopogon, the Beard Hater, was written in response to the citizens of Antioch, who mocked his long philosopher's beard. In it, Julian humorously compares himself to goats and lions, declaring, "I have grown my beard like the beasts who are kings among animals, and yet you mock me for what is a symbol of wisdom." Despite his sharp wit, Misopogon also reveals Julian's deep disappointment with a people who no longer shared his vision of restoring the classical gods. During his short reign, Julian devoted himself to reviving the pagan world that Christianity had suppressed. He reopened sanctuaries, restored the oracles, and even attempted to rebuild the great Jewish temple in Jerusalem. In Daphne, near Antioch, He revived the sacred spring of Apollo, hoping to rekindle the spirit of prophecy. But his sudden death ended these plans, and the ancient world's sacred sites soon fell silent forever. Within the following century, nearly every pagan temple in the empire had been closed or destroyed, from the grand sanctuary of Artemis at Ephesus to the once revered oracles of Apollo at Delphi and Didyma. The story of this passing age was poetically captured in a lament said to have been the final prophecy of the Delphic oracle, spoken to Julian himself. "Tell the king, the fair-built hall has fallen. The spring that once spoke is quenched and silent. The laurel of the prophet no longer blooms. The god has departed, and his house is no more." With those words, the ancient voices of Greece and Rome were stilled. The temples turned to dust, the oracles went silent, and the goddess Artemis of Ephesus, once worshipped as the Great Mother, was laid to rest beneath the soil of Ionia. 15 centuries later, her buried statues would be unearthed by archaeologists, silent witnesses to the end of one world and the dawn of another. By the late 5th century, the once vast Roman Empire had shrunk to the Greek-speaking eastern provinces, where Christianity had fully replaced the ancient gods of Greece and Rome. The empire's heart now beat in Asia Minor, and its people, though Greek in language and culture, called themselves Romaios, meaning Roman rather than Hellene, a word that had come to signify paganism. In Constantinople, citizens proudly referred to themselves as Byzantines, marking the beginning of a new era. Modern historians view this moment as the turning point when the Roman Empire transformed into the Byzantine Empire. Centuries later, the theologian Gennadius would summarize this shift, saying, "Though I speak as a Greek, I am not a Hellene, for I do not believe as they believe. I call myself a Christian and a Byzantine, for I am of Byzantium." When Emperor Marcion died in 457, the empire once again lacked a clear successor. The Senate offered the throne to the powerful General Aspar, but he declined and instead nominated his subordinate, Leo, a Thracian from Dacia. Leo became emperor, crowned by the Patriarch of Constantinople, and for several years remained under Aspar's influence, while the army was still dominated by barbarian mercenaries. To counter this, Leo enlisted the Isaurians, a fierce mountain people from southern Anatolia, under their leader Tarasicodisa, who adopted the name Zeno. Leo strengthened this alliance by marrying his daughter Ariadne to Zeno. When Leo died, his young grandson Leo II briefly inherited the throne before passing away, leaving Zeno as emperor in 474. His 17-year reign marked the final collapse of Roman power in the West, making him sole ruler of the remaining empire. After Zeno's death in 491, the throne passed to Anastasius, a 60-year-old official from Dyrrachium, who soon married Zeno's widow, Ariadne. Though initially welcomed for his Greek heritage, his strict moral reforms and support for Monophysite Christianity provoked unrest and riots in Constantinople. His long rule was plagued by invasions and revolts. The Bulgars raided as far as the city's outskirts, forcing Anastasius to build the mighty Long Walls, a defensive line stretching 40 miles from the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara. He also faced renewed conflict with Persia, but by 505 he secured peace that would last more than 20 years. Anastasius died in 518 at the age of 88, leaving no heir. Power passed to Justin, an illiterate but capable general from Illyria, chosen by the army and supported by his ambitious nephew, Justinian. Though Justin could neither read nor write, he ruled effectively with Justinian as his advisor. By 527, Justinian had been named co-emperor alongside his wife Theodora, a former actress who would become one of the most influential women in Byzantine history. Upon Justin's death that same year, Justinian became sole ruler, fully prepared for the task after a decade in power. He dreamed of restoring the glory of ancient Rome, vowing to reclaim lost territories and reunite the empire under Christian rule. Justinian's reign was chronicled by Procopius of Caesarea, often called the last great historian of antiquity. As the personal secretary of General Belisarius, Procopius witnessed campaigns in Persia, North Africa, and Italy, later recording them in his History of the Wars and his account of Justinian's vast building projects, the edifices. Soon after ascending the throne, Justinian reformed the empire's legal system. In 534, he completed the Codex Justinianus, which, along with his later decrees, formed the Corpus Juris Civilis, the foundation of European law for centuries to come. Equally determined in matters of faith, Justinian sought to enforce Christian orthodoxy and eradicate the remnants of paganism. He closed the ancient philosophical schools of Greece, banning non-Christians from teaching. The great Platonic Academy of Athens, founded nearly 900 years earlier, was finally shut down, ending a golden age of Greek philosophy. Its last scholars, including Damasius, Simplicius, and Isidorus of Miletus, fled to Persia, where they found refuge under King Khosroes I before eventually returning to Byzantine lands. Meanwhile, Justinian's general Belisarius led successful campaigns in the east. After initial clashes, a peace treaty known as the Endless Peace was signed with Persia in 531. With stability restored, Justinian now turned his attention westward, setting out to reclaim the lost provinces of the Roman world, an ambition that would define his reign and shape the future of the Byzantine Empire. 5 years after Justinian became emperor, his reign faced its greatest crisis, the Nika Revolt. It began on January 10th, 532, as a riot between rival factions in the Hippodrome, but quickly grew into a full-scale rebellion. Within days, the mob united under the cry Nika, meaning conquer, and stormed the gates of the Great Palace, setting much of Constantinople ablaze. The famous churches of Hagia Sophia and Hagia Irene were reduced to ashes. Terrified, Justinian's advisors urged him to flee to Thrace and regroup, but it was Empress Theodora's defiant words that changed everything. She reminded her husband that imperial dignity was worth more than life itself, declaring that royalty is a fine burial shroud. Inspired by her courage, Justinian resolved to fight. His general Belisarius led imperial troops into the Hippodrome, trapping and slaughtering an estimated 30,000 rebels, ending the insurrection in a single, brutal stroke. In the aftermath of this bloody victory, Justinian turned his focus to rebuilding the empire's capital. Only 40 days after the revolt, he began reconstructing Hagia Sophia on a scale grander than ever before, determined to make it the greatest church in Christendom. He spared no expense, summoning the finest craftsmen and architects from across the empire. The project was led by Anthemius of Tralles and Isidorus of Miletus, two brilliant mathematicians and engineers. In just 6 years, their masterpiece was complete. On December 26, 537, Justinian and Theodora attended the grand dedication, where the emperor is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." During the same period, Justinian also rebuilt Hagia Irene and the Church of the Holy Apostles, adding a magnificent new mausoleum for the imperial family. Meanwhile, Justinian pursued his dream of restoring the lost Roman world. In 533, he sent his trusted general Belisarius to North Africa to confront the Vandals. The campaign was swift and decisive. Near Carthage, Belisarius crushed the Vandal army, captured their king Gelimer, and restored the region to imperial control. 2 years later, Justinian dispatched Belisarius again, this time to Italy to reclaim the lands held by the Ostrogoths. Rome was taken in 536, though the victory was short-lived, as the Ostrogoths counterattacked under their king Vitiges. Belisarius endured a long siege, but eventually broke free with reinforcements led by the eunuch general Narses. After years of fighting, the Gothic stronghold of Ravenna fell in 540, marking another triumph for the empire. However, as Belisarius campaigned in the west, the Persian king Chosroes I seized the opportunity to break the peace. In the spring of 540, Persian forces invaded Syria, sacking Antioch and taking thousands into captivity. Justinian recalled Belisarius to the east, launching another long and costly war that would last 20 years. During this same period, Italy was again thrown into chaos as the Goths, led by Totila, rose in revolt. They recaptured Rome in 546, but Belisarius returned to reclaim it the following year. When he was recalled once more, Narses took command and won 2 decisive victories in 552, finally ending Gothic resistance. Justinian's armies also gained a foothold in Spain, capturing the province of Cartagena and the surrounding territories. By the end of these campaigns, Justinian's empire nearly encircled the Mediterranean, uniting much of the old Roman world under his rule. Procopius, in his edifices, describes the emperor's innumerable fortresses, churches, and public works built throughout his dominion. Among these was the Grand Basilica of St. John the Theologian in Ephesus, modeled on the Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople. The long Persian War finally ended in 562 with a treaty guaranteeing 50 years of peace and the return of Lazica to Roman control. In his later years, Justinian focused on restoration rather than conquest. When earthquakes damaged Hagia Sophia, he ordered its repair, and the great church was rededicated on Christmas Eve, 563. The emperor continued to work tirelessly until his sudden death on November 14, 565, at the age of 83. He was laid to rest beside Theodora in the mausoleum he had built in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Though some chroniclers hailed his reign as the most glorious in Byzantine history, others, like Evagrius, saw it as an age of endless turmoil and divine reckoning. Justinian's era was also a time of remarkable intellectual brilliance. His court attracted some of the greatest minds of late antiquity, including the architects of Hagia Sophia, Anthemius of Tralles, and Isidorus of Miletus. Both were mathematicians and physicists whose innovations helped shape the science of engineering. Anthemius, the son of a physician from Tralles, became a professor of geometry in Constantinople and was famed for applying mathematical theory to real-world invention. His surviving works include treatises on burning mirrors and mechanical devices, one describing how he used steam pressure and mirrors to imitate earthquakes and lightning, a clever prank designed to terrify his noisy neighbor. Isidorus of Miletus, born in the ancient Ionian city that had once produced the pioneering philosophers Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, was one of the most brilliant minds of Justinian's age. educated at the Platonic Academy in Athens, he later became its third-to-last director before the school was closed by imperial decree. After a period of exile in Persia, Isidorus was invited to Constantinople by Justinian, where his expertise in mathematics and engineering helped shape one of history's greatest architectural achievements, the Dome of Hagia Sophia. He was also responsible for compiling the first complete edition of Archimedes' works, preserving treatises such as On the Sphere and Cylinder, On the Measurement of the Circle, and On the Equilibrium of Planes. His commentary on Vaulting by the inventor Hero of Alexandria directly influenced the daring design of Hagia Sophia's vast dome, which, as Procopius described, appeared to hang from the heavens themselves. During Justinian's reign, Asia Minor produced a new generation of historians, poets, and scholars. Among them was Agathias of Myrina, a historian and poet who studied in Athens and Constantinople. He practiced law in the capital and wrote a continuation of Procopius' History of the Wars, though he only covered the years 553 to 559 before his death. His writings are especially valuable for their account of the reconstruction of Hagia Sophia after the earthquakes of 553 and 557. Agathias also compiled a collection of epigrams known as the Cycle of Agathias, which includes many of his own verses and those of his contemporaries, reflecting both wit and emotion. One of the poets featured in the collection was Paul the Silentiary, who served as an usher in Hagia Sophia, responsible for maintaining silence during the liturgy. Paul wrote numerous epigrams, but is best remembered for his magnificent poem celebrating the rededication of Hagia Sophia on Christmas Eve in 563. In it, he described the radiant beauty of the church's vast dome, comparing its light to that of the legendary lighthouse of Alexandria, guiding travelers across both the sea and the spiritual realm. His verses evoke the idea that Hagia Sophia itself was a beacon of divine illumination, leading humanity toward God. The southern provinces of Asia Minor also produced two towering intellectuals, the jurist Tribonian and the philosopher Simplicius. Tribonian, born in the Pamphylian city of Side, studied law in Constantinople and became the empire's most celebrated legal scholar. A close friend and trusted advisor of Justinian, he led the commission that compiled the Codex Justinianus, the foundation of Byzantine and later European law. Despite his brilliance, Tribonian faced temporary disgrace during the Nika Revolt when he was accused of corruption and dismissed, though he later returned to imperial service. Simplicius of Cilicia represented the last great flowering of pagan philosophy. Educated in Alexandria and Athens under Damasius, the final head of the Platonic Academy, he was forced into exile after Justinian's decree banning pagan teaching. Finding refuge in Persia, he later returned to Athens to continue his studies in private. Simplicius devoted his life to writing commentaries on Aristotle, which became vital sources of philosophical thought in medieval Europe and deeply influenced the scholars of the early Renaissance. After Justinian's death in 565, his nephew Justin II ascended the throne with his wife Sophia, the niece of Theodora. His reign, however, was plagued by disaster. In the first year of his rule, the Lombards swept through northern Italy, followed by the loss of Byzantine Spain to the Visigoths and invasions by the Avars in the Balkans. Around the same time, Slavic tribes advanced through Thrace and Macedonia, eventually sacking Athens and leaving it in ruins. Justin further weakened the empire by refusing to pay the annual tribute to the Persian king Khosroes, provoking a devastating war that led to the fall of the fortress city of Dara in 573. The shock drove Justin into madness, and real power passed to his capable general Tiberius, whom he appointed Caesar. When Justin died in 578, Tiberius became emperor and ruled until his death in 582, after which the Cappadocian general Maurus took the throne. Maurus proved to be an able ruler and strategist, securing peace with Persia through a treaty with Khosroes II that granted Byzantium control over much of eastern Armenia. He reorganized the empire's western territories, forming the exarchates of Ravenna and Carthage to preserve Byzantine influence in Italy and North Africa. Yet in 602, the army on the Danube revolted under a centurion named Phocas, who overthrew Maurus and executed him along with his 5 sons. The empire plunged into chaos. The Persians took advantage of the turmoil, conquering Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine, before advancing deep into Asia Minor, reaching as far as the Bosphorus opposite Constantinople. Inside the capital, riots and repression followed one another, while the Avars and Slavs devastated the Balkans, and the Lombards seized more land in Italy. The empire seemed doomed until salvation came from Africa. Heraclius, the exarch of Carthage, sent a fleet under his son, also named Heraclius, to Constantinople. On October 3, 610, the fleet entered the city, sparking a popular uprising that toppled Phocas, who was executed shortly afterward. 2 days later, Heraclius was crowned emperor by the Patriarch of Constantinople, marking the beginning of one of Byzantium's most remarkable reigns. Heraclius inherited an empire on the brink of collapse. The Persians had captured Jerusalem in 613, slaughtering its Christian population and carrying off the True Cross as a trophy. 2 years later, their armies overran Asia Minor, advancing once more to the shores of the Bosphorus. By 620, nearly all of the empire's eastern territories, Cilicia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and most of Armenia, had fallen to Persian control. Meanwhile, the Avars ravaged the Balkans and reached the outskirts of Constantinople, only to be stopped by the mighty Theodosian walls. They withdrew, taking with them hundreds of thousands of captives from Thrace. By the early 7th century, the Byzantine Empire stood on the brink of collapse. The Persians had overrun much of its territory. The Avars and Slavs were devastating the Balkans, and Emperor Heraclius faced the possibility of losing everything. In desperation, he even considered abandoning Constantinople and moving the imperial capital to Carthage. The news caused panic in the city, and the Patriarch Sergius pleaded with him to stay, making Heraclius swear before God that he would not forsake his people. Sergius then took a bold step. He offered the immense wealth of the church to fund a last great campaign to save the empire. With this support, Heraclius began to rebuild and reorganize his army, transforming his struggle into what many saw as a holy war for the survival of Christian civilization. Heraclius made peace with the Avars so he could turn all his attention eastward against the Persians. In 622, he launched a daring counteroffensive, defeating them in Armenia. Over the next few years, he continued to campaign across eastern Anatolia, winning a series of victories that restored hope to the empire. Yet the Persian king, Khosroes II, refused to surrender and struck back with one final massive invasion. In 626, Persian forces reached Chalcedon on the Bosphorus, while the Avars and their Slavic allies attacked Constantinople from the land side. For weeks, the city was under siege, and at one desperate moment the attackers nearly broke through the Theodosian walls near Blachernae, where an ancient holy spring dedicated to the Virgin Mary stood. According to the Byzantines, a miraculous vision of the Virgin appeared above the walls, inspiring the defenders to drive the enemy back. When the siege finally broke, the people of Constantinople gathered in Blachernae to give thanks. Led by Patriarch Sergius, they sang a hymn of gratitude to the Virgin, the Akathistos hymn, which has since been sung every year in Orthodox churches to commemorate the city's deliverance. Meanwhile, Heraclius continued his campaign against Persia, culminating in a decisive victory on December 12, 626. Shortly afterward, Chosroes was overthrown and executed by his own son, Kavad II, who quickly sought peace. Under the terms of the treaty, all the territories lost since 602, including Armenia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, were returned to Byzantine rule. Heraclius, now hailed as the savior of the empire, returned to Constantinople in triumph, carrying with him the relic of the True Cross, which the Persians had stolen years before. Yet even as the empire celebrated its miraculous recovery, a new and far more powerful force was rising in the Arabian deserts. In 622, the Prophet Muhammad had fled from Mecca to Medina, marking the beginning of the Islamic era. Within little more than a decade, the armies of Islam would sweep across the Middle East with astonishing speed. In 636, at the Battle of Yarmouk near Damascus, a Byzantine army commanded by Heraclius's brother Theodorus was utterly destroyed by the Arabs, opening Syria and Palestine to conquest. 2 years later, Jerusalem fell, and by 641, Alexandria, the jewel of Byzantine Egypt, had been taken as well. By this time, Heraclius was an old and broken man. The triumph that had once restored the empire now seemed like a fleeting illusion, undone by a new tide of faith and power rising from Arabia. The emperor who had saved Byzantium from annihilation lived just long enough to witness the beginning of its next great struggle, the Islamic conquests. On February 11, 641, Heraclius died in Constantinople, weary and defeated in spirit. He was buried in the Church of the Holy Apostles beside his predecessors, from Constantine to Justinian, closing one of the most dramatic and heroic chapters in the history of the Byzantine Empire. After the death of Heraclius, his descendants ruled the Byzantine Empire for more than a century, a period marked by relentless invasions, internal strife, and the struggle for survival. The empire, now surrounded by enemies on all sides, stood as the last remaining bastion of Greco-Roman civilization. With Rome and Athens long fallen, only Constantinople endured, a shining fortress of faith and learning amid the darkness of the early Middle Ages. The Arab invasions began soon after Heraclius's death. In 641, under the child emperor Constans II, the Muslims launched their first attacks on Anatolia. Though only 11 years old, Constans was supported by capable generals who managed to hold the front until he came of age. In 651, he personally led a campaign against the Arabs in Armenia and the Caucasus, achieving limited victories. Meanwhile, the Slavs had swept across the Balkans, transforming much of Thrace into what the Byzantines now called Sclavinia. Constans subdued many of them and relocated their warriors to Asia Minor, where they were conscripted into the Byzantine army. When civil war broke out among the Arabs between Caliph Ali and the Syrian governor Muawiyah, Constans took advantage of the chaos to secure peace with Muawiyah and reorganize his empire's defenses. He divided Anatolia into military districts known as themes, each commanded by a strategos or general. These themes, Opsician, Armeniac, Anatolic, Thracizian, and Carabizian, became the backbone of Byzantine defense and administration for centuries. Soldiers in each theme were granted land in return for military service, creating a system that ensured both loyalty and readiness. After Constance's assassination, his son Constantine IV inherited the throne. He spent most of his reign fighting off new Arab assaults. In 674, a massive Arab fleet besieged Constantinople, but Constantine unveiled a terrifying new weapon, Greek fire, a flammable liquid that could burn even on water. The Byzantines unleashed it upon the enemy fleet, destroying it completely. The failed siege of 678 marked a turning point. The Arabs withdrew and even agreed to pay tribute to Byzantium, acknowledging its resilience. Constantine's successors, however, faced renewed troubles. His son Justinian II proved ambitious but reckless. He fought the Arabs with some success, but his cruelty and arrogance alienated the army. In 695, he was overthrown, mutilated, and exiled, only to return 10 years later, reclaim his throne, and rule until his violent death in 711. His fall ended the Heraclian dynasty, giving way to years of chaos as short-lived rulers rose and fell until 717, when Leo III, known as the Isaurian, seized power and founded a new dynasty. Almost immediately, the Arabs returned, laying siege to Constantinople in 717 with an enormous army and fleet. For a year, they battered the city walls, but famine, disease, and a harsh winter decimated them. The Byzantine defenders, again wielding Greek fire, annihilated what remained. The Great Arab Retreat of 718 marked the final failure of their attempt to conquer Europe from the east, just as, years later, Charles Martel would stop them from advancing through the west at Poitiers. Leo III's reign brought both stability and turmoil. In 726, he ignited one of Byzantium's most divisive controversies, the iconoclastic crisis. Believing that the veneration of holy images encouraged idolatry, he ordered the removal of a great image of Christ from the palace gates. Riots broke out, but Leo doubled down, banning icons across the empire in 730. Religious art was destroyed, and monasteries were persecuted. Yet Leo was also a reformer. He reorganized the empire's provinces and issued the Ecloga, a revised legal code written in Greek, signaling the final decline of Latin in the East. Leo was succeeded by his son Constantine V, who continued both the empire's wars and its war on icons. His rule was long and militarily successful, but marked by brutality toward monks and icon worshippers. He was followed by his son, Leo IV, whose Athenian wife, Irene, secretly supported the veneration of icons. After Leo's death in 780, their son Constantine VI became emperor under Irene's regency. Once in power, she immediately began restoring the worship of images, culminating in the Seventh Ecumenical Council at Nicaea in 787, which officially reinstated icons in Christian worship. Irene's rule, however, was not without intrigue. When her son grew older, he tried to assert independence, but his arrogance and cruelty turned the army and the church against him. In 797, Irene struck back, having her own son captured and blinded, an act so brutal it cost him his life. With his death, Irene became the sole ruler of the Byzantine Empire, the first woman in history to hold the imperial throne in her own right. Her reign caught the attention of the newly crowned Western Emperor, Charlemagne, who sent envoys to propose marriage, a union that might have reunited the divided halves of the Roman world. But before any such alliance could take place, Irene was overthrown in a palace coup in 802 by her finance minister, who ascended as Nicephorus I. Irene was exiled to the island of Lesbos, where she died soon after, ending one of the most extraordinary and turbulent chapters in Byzantine history, a century that saw the empire nearly destroyed, miraculously saved, and profoundly transformed. After the fall of Irene, the empire entered a turbulent yet transformative age under a succession of warrior emperors, reformers, and scholars. Nicephorus I, who seized the throne in 802, spent most of his reign waging wars against the Arabs, Slavs, and Bulgars. His campaigns ended in tragedy in 811 when he marched against the Bulgar Khan Krum, capturing his capital, Pliska, but walking straight into an ambush soon after. The Byzantine army was wiped out, Nicephorus was killed, and his skull was turned into a drinking cup by Krum, a grim symbol of the empire's peril. His wounded son, Stauricius, briefly succeeded him, but died within months, and the throne passed to his brother-in-law, Michael Rangabe. Michael's rule was short and disastrous. In 813, he was defeated by Krum near Adrianople and fled to Constantinople, where he abdicated in favor of Leo the Armenian, who became Leo V. That same year, Krum besieged Constantinople, but the city's mighty Theodosian walls held firm. Once peace was restored, Leo revived the old policy of iconoclasm, banning religious images and ordering their removal from churches. On Christmas Day, 820, Leo was assassinated during a church service by followers of his former ally, Michael the Amorian, who took the throne as Michael II, founding the Amorian dynasty that would last nearly a century. Michael II was succeeded in 829 by his son, Theophilus, a young and energetic emperor who devoted much of his reign to campaigns against the Arabs. Though a moderate iconoclast, Theophilus was admired for his sense of justice and for strengthening the empire's defenses. His wife, Theodora, secretly remained faithful to the veneration of icons and would later play a pivotal role in restoring them. When Theophilus died in 842, their 2-year-old son, Michael III, became emperor, and Theodora ruled as regent alongside her brother Bardas. In 845, she officially ended the long and bitter iconoclastic controversy by restoring the veneration of icons, an event still commemorated in the Orthodox Church as the Feast of Orthodoxy. Michael III, known to history as the Sot for his love of drink and excess, neglected his imperial duties in favor of pleasure. His capable uncle Bardas managed the empire in his stead, leading successful campaigns against the Arabs and revitalizing Byzantine intellectual life. Bardas reopened the University of Constantinople after nearly 3 centuries of darkness, launching a cultural and scholarly renaissance. Under his patronage, great thinkers flourished: the theologian Photius, the philosopher Leo, and the missionary brothers Cyril and Methodius, who created the Slavonic script and spread Christianity to the Slavs. In 867, Michael III was murdered by his close companion and favorite, Basil the Macedonian, who immediately crowned himself emperor. His rise marked the beginning of the powerful Macedonian dynasty, which ruled the Byzantine Empire for nearly 200 years. This era became one of the most prosperous and culturally vibrant in Byzantine history. though it was also shaped by intrigue and the presence of ambitious generals who seized power through force or alliance. Among these military rulers were two Armenian-born emperors, Nicephorus II Phocas and John I Tzimisces, both of whom restored the empire's strength through decisive victories over the Arabs. They paved the way for Basil II, one of Byzantium's greatest rulers, whose reign from 976 to 1025 marked the empire's military zenith. After decades of relentless warfare, Basil crushed the Bulgars so completely that he was immortalized as Bulgaroctonus, the Bulgar Slayer. Under his reign, the Byzantine Empire stretched from southern Italy to the Caucasus and from the Danube to Syria, achieving its greatest territorial extent in centuries. Basil's death in 1025 ended an age of conquest. His brother and successor, Constantine VIII, was more interested in luxury than leadership. Having spent 50 years as co-emperor without ever ruling, he left no capable heir. The empire then passed into the hands of a series of short-lived rulers, Romanus III, Michael IV, and Michael V, who came to power through marriage or adoption by Constantine's daughter Zoe. After Michael V's downfall, Zoe ruled briefly alone before marrying Constantine IX Monomachus, whose reign brought a final burst of intellectual brilliance to the Macedonian era. Constantine IX revived the University of Constantinople in 1045, appointing the philosopher Michael Psellus as consul of the philosophers and John Xiphilinus as guardian of the law. This rebirth of classical Greek learning marked the height of Byzantine humanism. Psellus himself, one of the most eloquent minds of his age, described his education as a journey guided by mentors who ultimately led him to Aristotle and Plato. Under his influence, the empire saw a revival of Greek philosophy and rhetoric, blending the wisdom of antiquity with the faith and intellectual vigor of Byzantium, a final golden light before the coming storms of the medieval world. In the final year of Constantine, the Ninth's reign, a dispute erupted that would permanently divide Christendom. The conflict began between Pope Leo IX in Rome and Patriarch Michael Cerularius in Constantinople, each accusing the other of heresy and corruption. Tensions escalated until the summer of 1054, when an extraordinary scene unfolded inside the Grand Basilica of Hagia Sophia. During an afternoon service on July 16th, Cardinal Humbert, one of the papal envoys sent from Rome, walked boldly down the aisle and placed a document on the high altar, a papal bull formally excommunicating Cerularius and all his supporters. The congregation was stunned, and in retaliation, the Patriarch called a synod that declared the papal legates excommunicated as well. Thus, in a single day, the great schism between the Greek Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches was sealed, a division that has endured for nearly 1,000 years. By this time, Constantine's co-ruler, Zoe, had already passed away in 1050, leaving him to govern alone until his death 5 years later. When Constantine IX died in 1055, the throne passed to Zoe's sister, Theodora, the last surviving member of the Macedonian dynasty. She was about 75 years old, yet still sharp and commanding. Despite her age, she ruled decisively, refusing to share authority or appoint a successor. Her ministers, aware that her health was fragile, pleaded with her to name an heir to ensure stability. Late in August 1056, Theodora suddenly fell gravely ill, suffering intense abdominal pain. Realizing the end was near, she reluctantly agreed to the council's choice, an elderly bureaucrat named Michael Bringus, as her successor. She died that very day, on August 31st, and Bringas was immediately proclaimed emperor as Michael VI. With Theodora's death, the long and glorious Macedonian dynasty came to an end after nearly 2 centuries of rule. Beginning with her ancestor Basil I in the 9th century, the Macedonian emperors had transformed Byzantium into a mighty empire, stretching from Persia to Italy and from the Danube to the Aegean. Under their leadership, Constantinople became not only the political heart of the East, but also the shining center of art, learning, and philosophy, a beacon of classical civilization at a time when much of Europe had fallen into darkness. The end of Theodora's reign marked the close of Byzantium's golden age, a turning point after which the empire's fortunes would slowly begin to wane. The reign of Michael VI was short and troubled, lasting less than a year. In 1057, angered by his constant criticism, the generals of the Byzantine army decided to replace him with one of their own. They chose Isaac Comnenus, the commander-in-chief, who was proclaimed emperor by the army in Anatolia on June 8th. When news reached Constantinople, the Senate forced Michael to abdicate, and he fled to the sanctuary of Hagia Sophia. Soon afterward, he was allowed to retire peacefully to a monastery, where he died shortly after. Isaac Comnenus entered Constantinople triumphantly on September 1st, 1057, greeted with great enthusiasm by the people. Once in power, he immediately began reforming the government and strengthening the army, which had been long neglected. He restored discipline and defended the empire's frontiers in both Europe and Asia, holding back the Magyars and defeating the Patzinaks, a nomadic Turkic people who had crossed the Danube. However, his career was cut short when he contracted pneumonia in 1059 and was forced to name a successor before his death. Although his brother John seemed the natural choice, the military aristocracy convinced Isaac to choose one of their own, Constantine Ducas, who was crowned Constantine X in November 1059. Isaac retired to a monastery and died the following year. Constantine X, however, lacked the strength and leadership of his predecessor. He relied heavily on his brother John Ducas and his ambitious wife, the Empress Eudocia Macrembolitissa, a woman described as intelligent and strikingly beautiful. Constantine neglected the army, replacing disciplined soldiers with unreliable mercenaries, while corruption returned to the administration. As a result, the empire was left dangerously weakened at a time of new threats. The Normans under Robert Guiscard were conquering southern Italy, and the Seljuk Turks, after taking Persia, had begun raiding deep into Anatolia. When Constantine fell ill, he named his teenage son Michael as his heir, with Eudocia serving as regent. He died in May 1067, leaving the empire in crisis. Eudocia ruled for only a few months before marrying the general Romanus Diogenes, a capable soldier she hoped could defend the empire. On January 1st, 1068, Romanus was crowned as Emperor Romanus IV, ruling jointly with her son, Michael VII. Romanus quickly reorganized the army and launched campaigns against the advancing Seljuks in 1068 and 1069. But in the summer of 1071, disaster struck. Leading a vast army eastward, Romanus met the Seljuk Sultan Alp Arslan near the town of Manzikert. On August 26th, the Byzantine army was utterly crushed, and Romanus himself was captured. Though Alp Arslan released him after he promised a heavy ransom, the emperor was soon deposed upon his return. He was exiled to a monastery on the Prince's Isles, where he died the following year. Michael VII continued to rule until 1078, when he was overthrown by the general Nicephorus Botaniates, who entered Constantinople and was crowned as Nicephorus III. His rule, too, was short-lived. In 1081, he was deposed by the young and ambitious general Alexius Comnenus, nephew of the former Emperor Isaac I, who re-established the Comnenian dynasty. Alexius was only 24, and his wife, the noble Irene Ducas, was barely 15. Together they would become the founders of a new imperial era, and their daughter, Anna Comnena, would one day chronicle their reign in the famous Alexiad. When Alexius came to power, the empire was surrounded by danger. The Seljuks had seized most of Anatolia, forming the Sultanate of Rum with its capital at Nicaea, while in the west, the Normans under Robert Guiscard invaded Greece. Guiscard's death in 1085 ended that threat, but Alexius then faced new invasions from the Patzinaks and Cumans, as well as an attack by the Turkish fleet of Chaka of Smyrna. Using the dreaded weapon known as Greek fire, the Byzantine navy destroyed the enemy fleet, while Alexius crushed the Patzinaks on land. He then forged an alliance with the Seljuk Sultan Kılıç Arslan, convincing him to eliminate Chaka, thus securing the empire's safety for a time. But the Byzantine position in Asia Minor remained dire. In 1095, Alexius sent envoys to Pope Urban II, pleading for Western aid against the Turks. The Pope responded later that year with a dramatic call for a crusade to liberate the Eastern Christians and reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. The First Crusade began soon after. The first wave to reach Constantinople was a disorganized mob of peasants led by Peter the Hermit. Seeing their lack of discipline, Alexius urged them to wait near Nicomedia until professional crusaders arrived. Instead, the undisciplined crowd marched ahead, looting Byzantine towns, only to be slaughtered by the Turks. The few survivors were rescued and sheltered outside Constantinople by Alexius, marking the dramatic and chaotic beginning of the crusading era that would forever change both Byzantium and the medieval world. The first organized crusader armies reached Constantinople in the autumn of 1096. The first group was led by Hugh of Vermandois, brother of the French king, and was followed by others over the next months, including a contingent commanded by Bohemund of Taranto, son of Robert Guiscard. Emperor Alexius, after tense negotiations and occasional violence, persuaded all the crusader leaders to swear oaths of loyalty to him, promising to return any former Byzantine lands they might capture from the Turks. Their first major target was Nicaea, the capital of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum. When the crusaders surrounded the city, Sultan Kılıç Arslan hurried back from his campaign in the east, where he had been fighting the Danişmendid Turks. But it was too late. The crusaders defeated his forces outside the city, and the garrison surrendered, not to them, but to Alexius's Byzantine commanders, who skillfully outmaneuvered the Western armies diplomatically. After Nicaea, the crusaders marched across Anatolia toward the Holy Land. Bohemund's troops led the way, followed by Raymond of Saint-Gilles and others. On July 1st, 1097, near Dorylaeum, Kılıç Arslan ambushed Bohemund's army, nearly surrounding and destroying it. But at midday, Raymond's second force arrived, turning the tide and forcing the Turks to retreat. Recognizing the superior discipline and strength of the Crusaders, Kılıç Arslan changed tactics, ordering the countryside stripped of supplies and the roads harassed instead of risking open battles. The Crusaders went on to capture Antioch, Edessa, and finally Jerusalem. Founding new Christian principalities in the east, Godfrey of Bouillon became ruler of Jerusalem. Raymond established himself in Edessa, and Bohemond took control of Antioch. Meanwhile, Kulich Arslan relocated his capital to Iconium, modern Konya, strengthening his position in central Anatolia. When Pope Urban II died in 1099, his successor Paschal II continued to urge Christian armies eastward. In 1101, 3 more Crusader forces set out through Asia Minor: Lombards, French knights, and a massive Franco-German host. But all were annihilated by the Seljuks and their Donizmendid allies. The so-called Crusade of 1101 ended in disaster, restoring Turkish dominance over the Anatolian plateau. Emperor Alexius spent his final years campaigning in Western Asia Minor, achieving one last victory against the Seljuk Sultan Mesut I in 1115. He died on August 15, 1118, after a remarkable 37-year reign that had revived the Byzantine state from near ruin. His son John II succeeded him, beginning his rule with campaigns that expelled the Turks from Ionia, Lydia, and Pamphylia. John defeated the Patzinaks in 1122, then waged war against Venice and Hungary before turning east again to reclaim the Black Sea coast from the Turks. Between 1130 and 1141, he led yearly campaigns in Asia Minor, recovering lost fortresses and re-establishing imperial control from Paphlagonia to Trebizond. In 1142, John began preparations for an expedition to retake Antioch from the Latin Crusaders. He spent the winter in Cilicia, capturing several Donizmendid strongholds, but before the next spring campaign could begin, he was accidentally wounded by an arrow while hunting. The wound became infected, and he died on April 8, 1143. Chronicler Nicetas Choniates later wrote that John was the crowning glory of the Comnenian dynasty, equal to the finest emperors of old and superior to most. John was succeeded by his energetic son, Manuel I, who was crowned in Hagia Sophia that November. His first campaign, in 1144, forced the Latin princes of Antioch to return fortresses they had seized in Cilicia. But soon after, the Seljuks captured Edessa, massacring its Christian population, an event that shocked Europe and inspired Pope Eugenius III to call for a new crusade. The Second Crusade began in 1146, led by King Conrad III of Germany and King Louis VII of France, both of whom passed through Constantinople. Conrad's army was destroyed by the Seljuks near Dorylaeum, and Louis's forces, after crossing Anatolia, sailed to Antioch. From there, the Crusaders marched on Damascus in July 1148, but after only 4 days of heavy fighting, they were forced to retreat under constant attack from Muslim cavalry. The campaign collapsed in humiliation, and the Crusaders withdrew in disarray. Thus, the Second Crusade ended in total failure, and the Seljuks retained control of Edessa, while the Byzantine Empire under Manuel I continued to stand as the dominant power of the Christian East. In his later years, Emperor Manuel I Komnenos found himself fighting on multiple fronts, against the Seljuks in Anatolia and against the Serbs, Hungarians, Normans, and Venetians in Europe. His conflict with Venice erupted dramatically on March 12, 1171, when he expelled all Venetian merchants from Constantinople. For nearly a century, they had occupied a wealthy trading quarter along the Golden Horn beside the Genoese and Pisans, and this expulsion ignited their fury. The Venetians retaliated with naval attacks on Byzantine ports throughout the Aegean and forged alliances with both the Normans and Germans against Byzantium. Though an uneasy truce eventually followed, relations between the two powers collapsed completely. This growing hostility between the Latin West and the Greek East widened the cultural and spiritual gulf separating them. As the Byzantine historian Nicetas Choniates bitterly observed, "The accursed Latins lust after our possessions and would destroy our race. Between us lies a great gulf of hatred. Our paths run in opposite directions." Despite this tension, Manuel sought one final diplomatic gesture of unity. He arranged for the betrothal of his young son, Alexius, to Princess Agnes of France, daughter of King Louis VII. The child bride, only 8 years old, arrived in Constantinople and took the name Anna upon her marriage to the 12-year-old Alexius in the Grand Basilica of Hagia Sophia on March 2, 1180. But Manuel himself was gravely ill. Having retired to the monastery of the Pantocrator, he died a few months later, on September 24, 1180, ending one of Byzantium's most ambitious and outward-looking reigns. His teenage son, Alexius II, succeeded him, with his mother, Maria of Antioch, acting as regent. Maria favored the Latin faction at court, granting key posts to Westerners, which enraged both the Byzantine nobility and common citizens. They derisively called her Xena, the foreigner, and soon rallied behind Andronicus Komnenos, a charismatic but ruthless nephew of Emperor John II. Living in exile in Paphlagonia, Andronicus seized the moment, gathered his supporters, and marched on Constantinople in 1182. His troops crossed the Bosphorus and joined the city's mobs in a horrific massacre of the Latins. When he entered the capital, Andronicus took full control, accused the empress of treason, and had her drowned in secret. Proclaiming himself regent for the young Alexius II, Andronicus was crowned co-emperor later that year. Before long, he had the boy strangled, then married his child widow, Anna, who was barely 11. The act shocked both Byzantium and Western Europe, but it was only the beginning of his tyranny. Andronicus launched a reign of terror, executing nobles and officials he suspected of plotting against him. Meanwhile, the empire's borders came under simultaneous attack from the Seljuks, Hungarians, and Normans. In 1185, the Normans invaded Greece and captured Thessalonica, advancing rapidly toward Constantinople. Panic gripped the capital, and the people turned on Andronicus for failing to defend them. Amid the chaos, a distant relative of the imperial family, Isaac Angelos, rose in revolt. He escaped arrest, took refuge in Hagia Sophia, and called upon the citizens to rise with him. The people answered his plea, stormed the palace, and on September 12, 1185, Isaac was proclaimed emperor as Isaac II. Andronicus was captured while fleeing the city and subjected to a gruesome public execution, paraded backward on a camel through the streets, mutilated and torn to pieces by the mob. His death marked the violent end of the Komnenian dynasty, which had ruled gloriously for more than a century. Isaac II inherited a shaken empire, but quickly defeated the invading Normans, pushing them back to Italy and Sicily. Yet internal weakness persisted. In the following decade, Isaac faced the approach of the Third Crusade. The German army of Frederick Barbarossa passed peacefully through Byzantine lands on its way to the Holy Land, while other Crusader forces sailed along the coast of Anatolia. Barbarossa himself drowned in the Kalakadnis River in 1190 before reaching his destination. At home, Isaac struggled to maintain control. He fought the Seljuks in Anatolia and faced rebellions from the Bulgars, Serbs, Cumans, and Vlachs in the Balkans. The Vlachs and Bulgars defeated imperial armies twice, in 1190 and 1194, forcing Isaac to take the field himself. But during his 1195 campaign, his elder brother, Alexius, staged a coup, had him seized, blinded, and imprisoned in the Blachernae Palace alongside his son, Alexius. The usurper then crowned himself Emperor Alexius III. During his reign, Alexius III waged several military campaigns against the Seljuks and the Vlachs, but his corruption and mismanagement weakened the empire even further. In 1201, while accompanying his young nephew Alexius on campaign, the boy escaped and fled west to his sister Irene and her husband, Philip of Swabia, brother of the German Emperor Henry VI. From there, young Alexius began appealing to Western Europe to help restore his blinded father, Isaac II, to the Byzantine throne. By this time, Pope Innocent III had ascended to the papacy, and in 1198 issued a call for a new crusade, the Fourth Crusade. The movement gained momentum in 1199 as French nobles, including Count Baldwin of Flanders, took up the cross. To transport their armies, they struck a deal with Venice. The aging Doge Enrico Dandolo promised ships and 50 war galleys in exchange for a full share of any spoils. The Crusaders agreed, and at a council in Soissons, they chose Boniface of Montferrat as their leader, setting the stage for one of the most fateful and controversial chapters in Byzantine history. When the Crusaders finally gathered in Italy, they were far fewer than expected. Barely 11,000 soldiers instead of the 30,000 they had planned for. Unable to pay the Venetians the enormous sum agreed for transport, the expedition seemed doomed before it began. But the shrewd Doge Enrico Dandolo offered a solution. Venice would postpone payment if the Crusaders helped recapture the Dalmatian city of Zara, which had recently defected to the Hungarian crown. The Crusaders agreed, and on September 8, 1202, the Great Fleet sailed from Venice. 2 months later, on November 10th, they reached Zara, besieged it for 2 weeks, and forced its surrender. Though the inhabitants were spared, the city was thoroughly looted. Winter made further travel impossible, so the army remained there until spring. It was during this pause that destiny took a darker turn. Envoys arrived from the young Byzantine prince Alexius Angelus, son of the deposed Emperor Isaac II. He offered the Crusaders a tempting deal. If they restored his father to the throne, he would pay them vast sums of gold, cover their expenses for a year, and even pledge to reunite the Eastern and Western churches under the Pope. The desperate Crusaders and Doge Dandolo accepted the offer. Instead of sailing to the Holy Land, the crusade was redirected toward Constantinople, the greatest Christian city in the world. On June 24, 1203, the Latin fleet reached the Bosphorus and forced its way into the Golden Horn. After fierce fighting along the sea walls, the Crusaders stormed into Constantinople on July 17th, setting much of the Fifth Hill ablaze. That night, Emperor Alexius III fled the city with the imperial treasury, while his blinded brother Isaac II was freed from his tower and restored to the throne. His son, Alexius IV, was crowned co-emperor in Hagia Sophia on August 1st. The Crusaders, believing their mission fulfilled, encamped outside the walls by the Blachernae Palace. The Seljuk throne passed to Khusrev's son, Izzeddin Kekavus, who soon made peace with Nicaea and focused on strengthening the Sultanate of Rum. He signed trade agreements with the Lusignan king of Cyprus and developed 2 key ports, Antalya on the Mediterranean and Sinop on the Black Sea, transforming the Seljuks into a major maritime power. By this time, Theodore Lascaris had consolidated control over western Anatolia. His capital at Nicaea became a refuge for Byzantine culture and administration. Yet he remained in constant conflict with his Latin rivals, who still held much of the Aegean coastline, and with the Comneni of Trebizond. The rivalry ended when Theodore captured Heraclea Pontica, forcing David Comnenus to flee. The Seljuks later took Sinop, killing David and capturing Alexius Comnenus, who was forced to surrender his city and accept vassalage to the Sultan. From then on, Trebizond became little more than a regional state, overshadowed by Nicaea and the rising Turkish powers. Under Kekavus and his brother Alaeddin Kekubad, the Seljuks expanded their influence across Anatolia. When Kekavus died in 1220, Alaeddin became Sultan and immediately began building his legacy. Meanwhile, Theodore Lascaris died in 1221, leaving his throne to his capable son-in-law, John III Vatatzes. John moved his capital from Nicaea to Nymphium, closer to Smyrna, to better guard his frontiers against both the Latins and the Seljuks. At the same time, Sultan Alaeddin Kekubad embarked on a massive campaign of fortification and naval expansion. He captured Kaloneros, a stronghold on the Pamphylian coast, and transformed it into the city of Ionia, naming it after himself. There, he built towering fortresses, harbors, and shipyards that still stand today. With Ionia on the Mediterranean and Sinop on the Black Sea, Kekubad proudly called himself Sultan of the Two Seas, signaling the rise of Turkish maritime power and the dawn of a new political order in Anatolia, an order in which the old Byzantine world would never fully recover. When Sultan Alaeddin Kekubad died in May 1237, his son Ghiyaseddin Kehusrev II inherited a realm soon to be crushed beneath the advancing Mongol storm. The Mongols had already devastated Russia, Poland, and the Balkans, leaving behind a trail of slaughter so vast that a chronicler of the age lamented, "No eye remained open to weep for the dead." From the Great Plains of Central Asia, their armies swept into Azerbaijan, setting the stage for a catastrophic invasion of Anatolia. In 1239, the Mongol general Chormagan sacked the ancient Armenian cities of Kars and Ani, killing their entire populations. By the winter of 1242, another Mongol force under Baiju advanced into eastern Anatolia, capturing Erzurum and opening the road into the heart of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum. In response, Kehusrev II rallied every ally he could find, Christian and Muslim alike, assembling an army of some 80,000 men at Sivas, with the Nicaean Emperor John Vatatzes contributing a Greek and Latin contingent. The Seljuk forces, led by the Georgian prince Shirvashidze, met Baiju's smaller but more disciplined army at the mountain pass of Kosada on June 26, 1243. The Mongols crushed the Seljuk vanguard, killed Shirvashidze, and routed the rest of the army. The Sultan fled in panic, leaving behind his treasures and even his royal tent. Baiju's victorious troops advanced through Anatolia, plundering Sivas, Tokat, and Kayseri, the last two suffering horrific massacres. Defeated and desperate, Kehusrev escaped to Ankara and then Konya, while his vizier Muhaddab al-Din negotiated peace with the Mongol commander Jurmagan. The terms were humiliating. The Seljuks became Mongol vassals, bound to pay annual tribute in gold and silver. The once mighty Sultanate of Rum was now reduced to a client state, its power broken and its heartlands in chaos. This Mongol domination unexpectedly benefited Emperor John III Vatatzes of Nicaea, whose eastern frontier was now secure. He consolidated his empire and married Constance, the young daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, strengthening his western ties. Under Vatatzes, Nicaea prospered and flourished culturally, with the court poet Nicholas Irenikos composing grand verses to celebrate the imperial marriage. Khayhusrev died in early 1246, leaving 3 underage sons who were elevated as joint rulers: Izzadin Kekavus II, Ruknuddin Kulich Arslan IV, and Alauddin Kekubad II. Their guardians fought bitterly for control until Emir Celaluddin Karatai, advisor to Izzadin, seized power as regent in 1249 and reorganized the sultanate under his authority. Meanwhile, in Nicaea, Emperor John Vatatzes died in 1254 and was later canonized as John the Merciful, remembered for restoring stability and fostering learning across the Byzantine exile state. His son, Theodore II Lascaris, succeeded him at age 33. A scholar and philosopher educated by the renowned Nicephorus Blemides and George Acropolites, Theodore's reign saw a brilliant revival of learning. Yet his rule was troubled by suspicion and intrigue, especially toward the ambitious general Michael Palaiologus, whom Theodore accused of plotting to seize the throne. Michael fled to Konya, where Sultan Izzadin Kekavus welcomed him and granted him command of a Christian division in his army. That same year, the Mongol commander Baiju launched another invasion of Anatolia. The Seljuk army, reinforced by Michael's troops, met the Mongols south of Aksaray, but was swiftly defeated. Terrified soldiers deserted, and the Seljuk vizier was killed. Michael narrowly escaped with his life and fled back to Nicaea. This disastrous defeat marked the true end of Seljuk independence. As one Turkish historian later wrote, thorns replaced the rose in the gardens of justice and prosperity. Shortly after, Theodore II Lascaris died in 1258, leaving his young son John IV as heir. Before his death, Theodore appointed his loyal minister George Mouzalon as regent, but within days the powerful nobles murdered Mouzalon and elevated Michael Palaiologus to power. By December, Michael had been proclaimed co-emperor, and in 1259 he was crowned alongside the boy emperor in a ceremony where it was clear that he, not John, would rule the empire. Michael VIII Palaiologus quickly proved his ambition. His brother John defeated the Latins at Pelagonia, while his general Alexius Strategopulus conquered much of Epirus. In 1260, Michael attempted to seize Constantinople but failed, settling instead for a 1-year truce. The next year, he signed a crucial alliance with the Genoese at Nymphaeum, granting them commercial privileges and control of Smyrna in exchange for naval support against the Venetians, who defended the Latin Empire. Then, in the summer of 1261, fate intervened. While Michael was campaigning in Greece, his general Strategopulus discovered that Constantinople was undefended. The Venetian fleet and most of the Latin garrison were away raiding the Black Sea. Acting swiftly, his men entered the city through a hidden passage near the Gate of the Pigs and opened the gates for the Byzantine troops. On July 25, 1261, Constantinople was retaken. Emperor Baldwin II fled in panic aboard a Venetian ship, and the city that had fallen to the Crusaders 60 years earlier was once again in Byzantine hands. The dream of restoration was complete. The empire of the Romans had returned from exile. Strategopulus, buoyed by the city's Greeks, torched the Latin quarter along the Golden Horn. When the Venetian fleet returned from raiding in the Black Sea, sailors found their families huddled on the shoreline like smoked-out bees. They could only embark their people and sail away, ending the Latin occupation of Constantinople. Michael VIII Palaiologos, still in Greece when the news reached him, broke camp and hurried to the capital. He entered the city on the 15th of August, the feast of the Assumption, and processed to Hagia Sophia, where he personally seated Patriarch Arsenius on the throne. A thanksgiving service marked the empire's return to its ancient seat after 57 years in exile. Michael was crowned again with his wife Theodora as empress, and their toddler son Andronikos was made co-emperor and heir. The legitimate boy emperor, John IV Lascaris, was left behind in Nicaea. Within months, Michael had him blinded and shut away at Dacabais on the Gulf of Nicomedia, and he vanished from the record. Reconstruction began at once. The city, ruined and depopulated by the Latin era, had to be rebuilt and repopulated, an effort that nearly bankrupted the shrunken state. To save costs, Michael pared back the army and navy and outsourced sea trade to Genoa, granting the Genoese Galata across the Golden Horn as an autonomous colony run by a podesta. Despite a ban on fortifying it, they raised stout walls down to the water and crowned the hill with the Galata Tower. Michael died campaigning in Thrace in December 1282 and was followed by his son Andronikos II. The new emperor associated his own son as Michael IX in 1294. Michael IX's marriage to the Armenian princess Rita, who took the name Maria, produced Andronikos III, the man who would replace his grandfather in 1328. By then, the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum was only a memory. Ghias-ed-Din Mesud II, son of Izz-ed-Din Kikavus II, was murdered at Kayseri in 1305, effectively closing the Seljuk line. Mongol domination weighed mainly on central and eastern Anatolia. In the west, Byzantium now faced a ring of rising Turkmen beyliks. The smallest of these, the Osmanlı, followers of Osman Gazi, would prove decisive. Pakimirs, writing under Andronikos II, first notes Osman during a 1302 campaign. A Byzantine force of about 2,000 under Muzalon was driven off by 5,000 Turkish Ghazis under Atman. Osman. Victory drew more warriors to Osman from the Meander Valley and Paphlagonia. He beat Muzalon at Bephius near Nicomedia, 1302, seized Bilicik and nearby strongholds, and turned Bithynia's open country into a killing ground. Fortified cities, Nicaea, Prusa, Pegi, held out, but their hinterlands starved and bled. Turkish bands also crossed into Europe. Some hired out to the Serbian king. Others, led by a chieftain named Halil, shredded Thrace until Andronikos, with Serbian and Genoese help, trapped and destroyed them on the Gallipoli Peninsula in 1312. Osman died in 1324, leaving power to his son Orhan, the first of his line to assume the title of Sultan. Orhan took Prusa, Bursa, in 1326 as his capital and pressed the long siege of Nicaea. Andronikos III, newly on the throne, tried to relieve the city in 1329 with John Cantacuzenos and 4,000 to 5,000 veterans, but Orhan defeated them at Pelikanon and wounded the emperor. Nicaea, Iznik, fell on the 1st of March, 1331. Nicomedia, Izmit, succumbed after famine in 1337. By then, Orhan had absorbed the neighboring Karasu Beylik and controlled virtually all of westernmost Anatolia, east of the Bosphorus, the Marmara, and the Dardanelles. Andronikos III died in 1341, leaving a 9-year-old heir, John V, with John Cantacuzenos as regent. Civil war followed until 1347, when Cantacuzenos was crowned John VI, senior co-emperor. The Black Death had already ravaged Constantinople, killing a third of its people. Seeking stability, John VI allied with Orhan in 1346, marrying his daughter Theodora to the Ottoman Sultan at Selimbria. Orhan repeatedly sent his son Suleiman with troops to aid his ally in Thrace. In 1352, Suleiman seized the fortress of Zemp. An earthquake on 2nd March 1354 then shattered the walls of Gallipoli and nearby towns, which their Greek inhabitants abandoned. Suleiman moved in, rebuilt the defenses, and refused to leave, arguing he had occupied ruins, not conquered cities. From Gallipoli, the Ottomans poured into Thrace, raiding towns and countryside and establishing their first permanent foothold in Europe. The balance of power around the Bosphorus had shifted for good. During the mid-14th century, the Ottoman frontier pushed outward on both sides of the Aegean. In 1354, Suleiman, son of Orhan, seized Ankara from the Eretnid Beylik, bringing into Ottoman hands a city that would centuries later become Turkey's capital. He also captured the Thracian towns of Malkara, Ipsala, and Vaisa before dying in 1357 after a fall from his horse. Orhan Gazi died in 1362, and his son Murad I, already active in Thrace, became sultan. Soon afterward, he captured Adrianople, Edirne, turning it into the new Ottoman capital. From Edirne, Murad launched 2 decades of expansion, his armies sweeping into Greece, Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia, and Bulgaria, while also absorbing Anatolian beyliks such as Germian, Hamid, and Teke, including the port of Antalya. Meanwhile, Emperor John V Palaeologus journeyed to Rome in 1367 to meet Pope Urban V, agreeing to a church union under papal authority in exchange for Western aid. Though proclaimed a Catholic, he found himself a debtor in Venice and returned home only in 1371. A year later, under Ottoman pressure, he accepted Murad's overlordship and even joined the Sultan's campaigns in Anatolia, prompting papal outrage over this impious alliance. His absence allowed his son Andronikos IV to revolt in 1374, one of several Byzantine civil wars that would continue until John's death in 1391, when Manuel II, his surviving son, finally secured the throne. By then, Murad had tightened his grip on the Balkans, taking Thessalonica in 1387 after a long siege and extending Ottoman control over southern Macedonia. His capture of Niš in 1385 provoked Prince Lazar of Serbia to form a Christian coalition with Bosnia and others. The decisive clash came on the 15th of June, 1389 at Kosovo Polje, where the Ottomans triumphed after a brutal battle. Murad was assassinated by a Serbian nobleman feigning surrender, while Lazar was captured and executed by Murad's son, Bayezid. With Serbia crushed and reduced to vassalage, Ottoman rule in the Balkans was firmly established. Bayezid, nicknamed Yildirim, or Lightning for his speed, seized the throne after killing his brother Yakub, marking the first act of fratricide in Ottoman history. He expanded on both fronts, deep into Anatolia and Europe, and formalized the Janissary Corps, an elite infantry force drawn from the Dev Shurme, the periodic levy of Christian youths converted to Islam and trained for total loyalty to the Sultan. Prohibited from marriage and private life, they became the most disciplined and effective soldiers in the empire. In 1389, Bayezid subdued the Saruhan and Aedan Emirates, capturing Smyrna and gaining an Aegean port of immense strategic value. The city's history was turbulent, once given to the Genoese by Michael VIII Palaeologus, besieged by Umur Bey of Aden in the 1320s, retaken in a papal crusade of 1344 and held by the Knights of St. John until Bayezid's conquest in 1389. Soon after, Bayezid besieged Constantinople, building the fortress of Anadolu Hisar to block Black Sea access. While tightening his grip on the Bosphorus, he marched north, capturing Nicopolis on the Danube in 1395. In response, King Sigismund of Hungary organized a vast crusade. Nearly 100,000 troops from across Europe and the fleets from Genoa, Venice, and the Knights of St. John. At Nicopolis on the 25th of September, 1396, Bayezid crushed the Crusaders and executed most of the captives, though Sigismund escaped. The victory confirmed the Ottomans as the dominant power in southeastern Europe, poised to challenge the last remnants of Byzantium. After the crushing defeat at Nicopolis, Sultan Bayezid renewed his siege of Constantinople. The Byzantine emperor, now reinforced by 1,200 French soldiers under Marshal Boucicaut, soon realized that such a small force could not save the city. At Boucicaut's urging, Emperor Manuel II traveled to France to plead for aid from King Charles VI, and later went on to England, where King Henry IV received him in London with full honors as a great Christian prince from the East. Yet, despite promises of help, no Western army came, and Manuel returned to Constantinople in early 1403 empty-handed. By that time, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. The previous spring, Bayezid had lifted the siege and hurried eastward to confront a Mongol invasion led by the formidable conqueror Tamerlane. On the 28th of July, 1402, near Ankara, the two armies clashed. The Mongols routed the Ottomans, whose ranks collapsed in panic, many soldiers deserting before the fight was done. Bayezid was captured and soon died in captivity, according to legend confined in an iron cage by Tamerlane. His defeat marked one of the darkest hours of Ottoman history. Tamerlane ravaged Anatolia, sacking Bursa, Konya, Tyre, Ephesus, Smyrna, and Phocaea, leaving behind towers built from human skulls to terrify survivors. The Ottoman state, once powerful, was shattered. Anatolian beyliks regained independence, and Christian vassals in the Balkans broke free. For 11 chaotic years, Bayezid's surviving sons, Suleiman, Musa, Isa, Mustafa, and Mehmet, fought a brutal civil war for control of the empire. This internal conflict, known as the Ottoman Interregnum, ended in 1413 when Mehmet, the youngest, defeated and killed his brother Musa in Bulgaria. As Sultan Mehmet I, he spent the next 8 years rebuilding the broken empire, restoring Ottoman authority in both Anatolia and the Balkans. He recaptured Smyrna from the Idonid emir Cuneyt Bey and campaigned across the Danube into Wallachia before dying in 1421 after a fall from his horse. His son, the 17-year-old Murad II, succeeded him, a young but battle-hardened warrior already tested in his father's wars. Murad's early reign was immediately troubled by two rivals, the pretender Düzme Mustafa and his own younger brother Mustafa, both supported by the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II. Murad crushed them both, securing his throne, and in retaliation besieged Constantinople in June 1422. Yet the city's formidable defenses held firm, and by the end of summer, he withdrew. Emperor Manuel suffered a fatal stroke soon after, and upon his death in 1425, his son John VIII Palaeologus became emperor. Murad then turned to reclaim lost lands. In 1423, he subdued the Isfendiarid emir on the Black Sea, forcing him to become an Ottoman vassal again, and then marched west to subdue Vlad II Dracul of Wallachia, who likewise accepted Ottoman suzerainty. He next besieged Thessalonica, which had been ceded by the Byzantines to the Venetians in desperation. The Venetians allied with Tunate Bey of Aden, but Murad's commander Hamza defeated and killed Cunate in 1425, ending the Aydinid Beylik and restoring Smyrna to Ottoman rule. By 1430, after years of campaigns across Anatolia and the Black Sea, Murad retook Thessalonica, enslaving thousands of its inhabitants. As Emperor John VIII sought Western support, the Council of Ferrara-Florence convened in 1439, uniting the Greek and Latin churches under Pope Eugenius IV. However, the union deeply divided Byzantium, as many saw it as betrayal. Meanwhile, Murad's armies swept across Greece, Albania, and Serbia, capturing Ionia and advancing toward Hungary. In 1440, he besieged Belgrade, recognizing it as the gateway to Hungary, but suffered heavy losses and withdrew. John Hunyadi, the heroic governor of Transylvania, soon emerged as Murad's most dangerous foe, defeating Ottoman forces in 1442 and inspiring Pope Eugenius IV to call for another crusade. European rulers rallied to the cause, while Murad suppressed a revolt in Anatolia by Ibrahim Bey of Karaman. Despite his military burdens, Murad still found time to leave his mark on architecture, building the great Muradiye mosque complexes in Bursa and later Edirne, along with his royal palace on an island in the Tunka River. In 1443, a massive crusader army led by Hunyadi and King Ladislas of Hungary invaded Ottoman lands. Murad fought them in bitter winter battles between Sofia and Niš, both sides suffering terrible losses. Eventually, a 10-year peace treaty was signed at Edirne in June 1444, giving Murad time to restore order in Anatolia. He left his 12-year-old son Mehmet as regent under Grand Vizier Chandarlı Halil Pasha and marched east to suppress Ibrahim Bey's rebellion. When the campaign ended in victory, Murad returned to Bursa, visited the tomb of his deceased son Alauddin, and then, in a stunning gesture, renounced the throne. Around September 1444, Murad II proclaimed his abdication, declaring to his court, "I have given all I possess, my crown and my throne, to my son. From this day forward, you will serve him as your sultan." Thus, the young Mehmet II, destined to become Mehmet the Conqueror, ascended the Ottoman throne, while his father, weary of endless war, briefly withdrew from the stage of history. When Sultan Murad II announced his abdication, his ministers were alarmed. Grand Vizier Halil Pasha, who had witnessed young Mehmet's inexperience during his earlier regency, tried to dissuade him. Yet Murad was resolute. Accompanied by Ishak Pasha and Hamza Bey, he retired to Manisa to live in seclusion, devoting himself to study and prayer while leaving the state in Mehmet's hands. However, the young sultan's inexperience soon became apparent. The empire grew restless, and Murad was persuaded to return to the throne in September 1446, while Mehmet was sent back to govern Manisa as a provincial ruler. Meanwhile, John Hunyadi, the brilliant Hungarian commander, gathered a new army to unite with the Albanian hero Skanderbeg against the Ottomans. Murad intercepted him on the same field where his father had triumphed decades earlier, the plains of Kosovo. From 17 to 20 October 1448, the Second Battle of Kosovo ended in another crushing Ottoman victory, leaving Christian hopes in ruins once again. In the Byzantine world, Emperor John VIII Palaeologus died on 31 October 1448, leaving behind a fragile empire and 3 brothers, Constantine, Demetrius, and Thomas, and their mother, Helena Dragas. As soon as news reached Constantinople, Demetrius raced to claim the throne. But Helena intervened, determined that her eldest surviving son, Constantine, should succeed. She assumed regency and dispatched a messenger to Mistra, the capital of the despotate of the Morea, where Constantine ruled. On receiving the message, Constantine was proclaimed emperor and crowned as Constantine XI on the 6th of January 1449 in the Church of St. Demetrius at Mistra. Murad then turned to reclaim lost lands. In 1423, he subdued the Isfendiarid emir on the Black Sea, forcing him to become an Ottoman vassal again, and then marched west to subdue Vlad II Dracul of Wallachia, who likewise accepted Ottoman suzerainty. He next besieged Thessalonica, which had been ceded by the Byzantines to the Venetians in desperation. The Venetians allied with Cuneit Bey of Aden, but Murad's commander Hamza defeated and killed Cuneit in 1425, ending the Aydinid Beylik and restoring Smyrna to Ottoman rule. By 1430, after years of campaigns across Anatolia and the Black Sea, Murad retook Thessalonica, enslaving thousands of its inhabitants. As Emperor John VIII sought Western support, the Council of Ferrara-Florence convened in 1439, uniting the Greek and Latin churches under Pope Eugenius IV. However, the union deeply divided Byzantium, as many saw it as betrayal. Meanwhile, Murad's armies swept across Greece, Albania, and Serbia, capturing Ioannina and advancing toward Hungary. In 1440, he besieged Belgrade, recognizing it as the gateway to Hungary, but suffered heavy losses and withdrew. John Hunyadi, the heroic governor of Transylvania, soon emerged as Murad's most dangerous foe, defeating Ottoman forces in 1442 and inspiring Pope Eugenius IV to call for another crusade. European rulers rallied to the cause, while Murad suppressed a revolt in Anatolia by Ibrahim Bey of Karaman. Despite his military burdens, Murad still found time to leave his mark on architecture, building the great Muradiye mosque complexes in Bursa and later Edirne, along with his royal palace on an island in the Tunka River. In 1443, a massive crusader army led by Hunyadi and King Ladislas of Hungary invaded Ottoman lands. Murad fought them in bitter winter battles between Sofia and Niš, both sides suffering terrible losses. Eventually, a 10-year peace treaty was signed at Edirne in June 1444, giving Murad time to restore order in Anatolia. He left his 12-year-old son Mehmet as regent under Grand Vizier Chandarlı Halil Pasha and marched east to suppress Ibrahim Bey's rebellion. When the campaign ended in victory, Murad returned to Bursa, visited the tomb of his deceased son Alauddin, and then, in a stunning gesture, renounced the throne. Around September 1444, Murad II proclaimed his abdication, declaring to his court, "I have given all I possess, my crown and my throne, to my son. From this day forward, you will serve him as your sultan." Thus, the young Mehmet II, destined to become Mehmet the Conqueror, ascended the Ottoman throne, while his father, weary of endless war, briefly withdrew from the stage of history. When Sultan Murad II announced his abdication, his ministers were alarmed. Grand Vizier Halil Pasha, who had witnessed young Mehmet's inexperience during his earlier regency, tried to dissuade him. Yet Murad was resolute. Accompanied by Ishak Pasha and Hamza Bey, he retired to Manisa to live in seclusion, devoting himself to study and prayer while leaving the state in Mehmet's hands. However, the young sultan's inexperience soon became apparent. The empire grew restless, and Murad was persuaded to return to the throne in September 1446, while Mehmet was sent back to govern Manisa as a provincial ruler. Meanwhile, John Hunyadi, the brilliant Hungarian commander, gathered a new army to unite with the Albanian hero Skanderbeg against the Ottomans. Murad intercepted him on the same field where his father had triumphed decades earlier, the plains of Kosovo. From 17 to 20 October 1448, the Second Battle of Kosovo ended in another crushing Ottoman victory, leaving Christian hopes in ruins once again. In the Byzantine world, Emperor John VIII Palaeologus died on 31 October 1448, leaving behind a fragile empire and 3 brothers, Constantine, Demetrius, and Thomas, and their mother, Helena Dragas. As soon as news reached Constantinople, Demetrius raced to claim the throne. But Helena intervened, determined that her eldest surviving son, Constantine, should succeed. She assumed regency and dispatched a messenger to Mistra, the capital of the despotate of the Morea, where Constantine ruled. On receiving the message, Constantine was proclaimed emperor and crowned as Constantine XI on the 6th of January 1449 in the Church of St. Demetrius at Mistra. Constantine was 44 years old, twice married but childless. Though attempts were made to find him a new bride for a dynastic alliance, none succeeded. After his coronation, he divided the rule of the Morea between his brothers, Demetrius in Mistra and Thomas in Achaia, and traveled to Constantinople, arriving on the 12th of March 1449. His first act as emperor was to send greetings to Murad II and seek a renewal of peace between their realms. But Constantine inherited a deeply divided empire. The city was torn over the controversial union of the Greek and Roman churches signed by his brother John VIII at the Council of Florence. Most of the clergy and citizens opposed it bitterly, seeing it as submission to the Latins. Yet Constantine believed the union was the only hope for Western aid against the advancing Ottomans. Among his strongest opponents was the scholar-monk George Scholarios, who withdrew from public life in 1450, retiring to the monastery of the Pantocrator. Murad II died at Edirne on the 3rd of February, 1451. Grand Vizier Halil Pasha kept his death secret until Murad's son could arrive from Manisa. On the 17th of February, the 19-year-old Mehmet reached Edirne, and the next day the army acclaimed him as Sultan Mehmet II. Though still young, he had matured since his first brief reign and was now driven by boundless ambition. Critobulus of Imbros, Mehmet's contemporary biographer, describes the young ruler as a man whose vision extended far beyond his inheritance. He writes that Mehmet, master of vast lands across Asia and Europe, was not content with what he possessed, but sought to rival Alexander the Great, Pompey, Caesar, and all the great conquerors of history. He dreamed of ruling the world. Soon after his accession, Mehmet opened diplomatic contact with neighboring rulers, Christian and Muslim alike, including John IV of Trebizond. The Byzantine ambassador George Sphrantzes, serving Emperor Constantine XI, met John IV and warned him of the danger ahead. The new Sultan, Sphrantzes cautioned, is young and filled with hostility towards the Christians. He speaks with proud defiance and declares that he will soon act upon his plans against our faith. Should God permit his ambition to prevail, I fear for what will come upon our city. As soon as Mehmet II took the throne, He reappointed Halil Pasha as Grand Vizier, despite deeply distrusting him. Mehmet still resented Halil for obstructing his first attempt to rule and suspected him of secretly taking bribes from the Byzantines. Yet the young sultan kept him in office for the time being, biding his time until he could remove him. Determined to fulfill the dream of conquering Constantinople, Mehmet began preparing for war. In 1452, he ordered the construction of a massive fortress on the European shore of the Bosphorus, directly across from the older fortress of Anadolu Hisar. The new fortress, called Rumeli Hisar, was completed in just 3 months. Together, these strongholds allowed Mehmet to cut off Constantinople from its crucial grain supply from the Black Sea. The final siege began before sunrise on April 5, 1453. Mehmet's vast army, around 80,000 men, encircled the city, stretching from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn. Inside the walls, Emperor Constantine XI and his outnumbered defenders, barely 7,000 strong, including Venetian and Genoese allies under Giovanni Giustiniani, prepared for a desperate fight. For more than 7 weeks, the defenders resisted wave after wave of Ottoman assaults. Mehmet's massive artillery, including a gigantic cannon built by the Hungarian engineer Urban, relentlessly bombarded the ancient Theodosian walls. The city shook under the thunder of cannon fire, while its weary defenders worked through the nights repairing breaches with stones, wood, and even household furniture. On May 28th, the eve of the final attack, Mehmet ordered his men to take their positions. Within the city, priests and citizens marched in solemn procession carrying icons and relics, praying for deliverance. That night, thousands gathered in Hagia Sophia, seeking hope and forgiveness. Emperor Constantine prayed among them, then returned to the Blachernay Palace to bid farewell to his officers and friends, asking their forgiveness before taking his place on the front lines. In the early hours of May 29th, the Ottoman attack began. The first assault came from the irregular soldiers known as the Bashi Bazouks, who rushed forward shouting battle cries beneath the roar of drums and horns. The defenders held their ground, forcing the attackers to retreat after 2 hours of brutal combat. Then came the second wave, regular infantry from Anatolia, advancing under Ishak and Mahmut Pasha, their charge covered by heavy artillery fire. Just before dawn, a massive cannonball shattered part of the wall near the gate of St. Romanus, and Ottoman troops surged through the breach, only to be cut down by Constantine and his men. Finally, Mehmet sent in his elite janissaries, leading them personally to the Moat. At sunrise, around 300 janissaries forced their way through the broken walls. In the chaos, Giustiniani was gravely wounded and carried from the battlefield, despite the emperor's pleas to stay. His departure shattered morale among the defenders. Surrounded and overwhelmed, Constantine made his last stand near the gate of St. Romanus, fighting alongside his companions until he fell, his body lost among the dead. By mid-morning, the Ottoman banners rose over the towers of the Theodosian walls and the palace of Blachernay. Resistance crumbled, and the city was overrun. As promised, Mehmet allowed his soldiers to plunder Constantinople for 3 days. The streets filled with screams as churches and palaces were looted, sacred relics seized, and thousands of Greeks slain or enslaved. Nearly 50,000 people, virtually the city's entire population, were taken captive. When Mehmet finally entered the ruined city that afternoon, passing through the Adrianople Gate, he paused in silence. Witnessing the devastation, he was said to have wept, lamenting the destruction of so magnificent a city. "What a city we have delivered to ruin and plunder," he said with sorrow. That same day, 29th of May, 1453, Sultan Mehmet II made his triumphant entry into Constantinople. As his soldiers cheered and hailed him as Fatih, the conqueror, he rode toward Hagia Sophia, symbol of his victory. From that moment, the 1,000-year-old Byzantine Empire was no more, and the great city of Constantinople, known to the Turks as Constantine, became Istanbul, the city. The world had entered a new age. After the fall of Constantinople, Sultan Mehmet II rode through the ancient heart of the city along the Roman road known as the Mese, passing through the ruins of the old Byzantine capital until he reached the great church of Hagia Sophia. Before entering, he dismounted, knelt on the ground, and humbly poured a handful of earth over his turban, acknowledging the sacred weight of the moment. Recognizing Hagia Sophia as a monument revered by both Christians and Muslims, Mehmet ordered its conversion into a mosque, renaming it Hagia Sophia Cami Kebir, the Great Mosque of Hagia Sophia. On Friday, June 1st, 1453, he attended the first prayer there, marking the beginning of a new era. After visiting Hagia Sophia, Mehmet went to see the remnants of the great palace of Byzantium, which lay in ruins along the Marmara shore. Gazing upon the shattered remains of imperial glory, he was moved to recite a melancholy verse by the Persian poet Sa'adi. The spider weaves the curtain in the palace of the Caesars. The owl sings its night song on the towers of Afrasiab. It was a somber reflection on the passing of empires and the fleeting nature of human greatness. Among the captured Byzantine nobility, Mehmet spared and adopted several young men of high birth, taking them into his service. According to the historian Critoboulos, he selected the most capable of them to serve as his pages and personal guards. Two sons of Thomas Palaeologus, brother of the late Emperor Constantine XI, entered his household. Has Murat Pasha, who became one of Mehmet's closest companions, and Mesi Pasha, who later rose to high office and served as Grand Vizier under Sultan Bayezid II. Several other Christian converts also attained great power in Mehmet's administration, including Zaganos Pasha, Mahmud Pasha, Rum Mehmet Pasha, and Gedik Ahmet Pasha, all of whom would serve as Grand Viziers in the years to come. News of the city's fall reached Venice on June 29th, carried by a ship from Corfu. The next day, the Venetian Senate sent a grim message to Pope Nicholas V, describing the dreadful and most lamentable fall of the cities of Constantinople and Pera. When the Pope received the news on July 8th, he called it the shame of Christendom. 3 weeks after his victory, Mehmet left for Edirne, declaring it officially that from that day forward, his capital would be Istanbul. He appointed Karastran Süleyman Bey as the city's first governor, instructing him to oversee its rebuilding and repopulation. According to Critoboulos, Süleyman Bey was a capable and wise man who carried out his duties with great care. Mehmet then spent the summer in Edirne Palace, which he had expanded before the conquest. One of his first acts there was to order the execution of his old Grand Vizier, Sanderli Halil Pasha, whom he had long distrusted for betraying him to the Byzantines. With his death, Mehmet ended the dominance of the powerful Sanderli family and appointed Zaganos Pasha as his new Grand Vizier. When Mehmet returned to Istanbul, his first priority was to bring the city back to life. He issued imperial decrees calling for people from every corner of his realm, Muslims, Christians, and Jews alike, to settle in the city. Thousands were relocated from Asia and Europe to rebuild the capital. The non-Muslims were organized into millets, or communities, each led by their own religious head: the Greek Orthodox Patriarch, the Armenian Patriarch, and the Chief Rabbi. These leaders were granted broad authority over religious and civil affairs within their communities, forming the foundation of the Ottoman Empire's multi-ethnic and multi-religious system that would endure for centuries. Since the Greek Orthodox Patriarch had fled before the conquest, Mehmet personally ordered the election of a new one. The scholar and theologian George Scholarios was chosen and took the name Gennadios. Mehmet welcomed him warmly, sharing a meal and presenting him with a silver staff and a horse from his royal stables. He personally accompanied Gennadios part of the way to his new residence at the Church of the Holy Apostles, symbolically affirming his protection. A royal decree followed, guaranteeing the Patriarch freedom from taxes and interference, securing his authority over the Orthodox faithful. That same summer, Mehmet began rebuilding his new capital. He ordered the repair of the city walls and fortifications damaged during the siege. Since the Byzantine palaces were in ruins, he commissioned a new imperial residence on the third hill of the city, known as the Eski Saray, the Old Palace. Soon after, he ordered the construction of a massive fortress at the Golden Gate, later called Yedikule, or the Castle of Seven Towers. By 1456, Mehmet's projects had transformed the city. The Eski Saray and Yedikule were completed, and work began on the vast Kapılı Çarşı, the Grand Bazaar, destined to become one of the greatest marketplaces in the world. 6 years after the conquest of Constantinople, Sultan Mehmet II began transforming his new capital into a magnificent imperial city. According to the chronicler Critoboulos, he issued an imperial decree ordering all capable citizens to build splendid and costly structures within the city. He encouraged the construction of baths, inns, marketplaces, and beautiful workshops, as well as mosques and public buildings that would adorn and enrich Istanbul without regard for expense. Leading by example, Mehmet himself selected a site on the fourth hill and began constructing a vast mosque complex that became known as the Fatih Kami, the Mosque of the Conqueror. To make room for this grand project, he had the ancient Church of the Holy Apostles demolished, marking both a physical and symbolic transformation from Byzantine to Ottoman rule. Around the same time, Mehmet also commanded the construction of a new palace on the first hill, which would later be known as Topkapı Sarayı, his imperial residence overlooking the Bosphorus. His grand viziers followed his lead, building their own mosque complexes throughout the city. The earliest and most famous of these was Mahmut Pasha Kami, erected in 1462 by Mahmut Pasha, who succeeded Zaganos Pasha as Grand Vizier 3 years after the conquest. Mahmut Pasha became one of the most capable and influential viziers in Ottoman history, though he ultimately shared the tragic fate of many powerful men, executed by the very sultan he served so loyally. These architectural projects marked the first stage in the transformation of Constantinople from a Byzantine Christian capital into the heart of the Ottoman Islamic Empire. The evolution can be clearly seen in the Buondelmonti maps of the 15th century. While the city's shape remained unchanged, its landmarks now included Rumeli Hisarı, Yedikule, Fatih Kami, Mahmut Pasha Kami, Eski Saray, Topkapı Sarayı, and the covered bazaar, along with the new minaret rising beside Hagia Sophia, the defining symbol of the city's rebirth as Ottoman Istanbul. Once his capital was firmly established, Mehmet turned his attention to expanding his empire through a series of campaigns. In the spring of 1454, he invaded Serbia and captured Novo Brdo, a wealthy mining town rich in gold and silver. 2 years later, however, he suffered a rare defeat during his unsuccessful siege of Belgrade. Despite this setback, his forces continued to advance, seizing the Genoese colonies of Nia and Palaeo-Phocia on the Aegean coast, gaining control of their lucrative alum mines. In 1456, Ottoman troops under Umar Bey marched into Athens, ending Florentine rule. The defenders retreated to the Acropolis, but after 2 years of resistance, the city surrendered in June 1458. In the spring of that same year, Mehmet led his own expedition into the Peloponnesos, using the unpaid tribute of the Palaeologus brothers, Demetrius and Thomas, rulers of the Morea, as his justification. Corinth surrendered on August 2nd, and soon after, Thomas yielded Patras and other northern territories. On his return journey, Mehmet visited Athens, which deeply impressed him. Critobulus records that the Sultan admired the ruins and reflected on the city's ancient glory, showing great appreciation for Greek culture and rewarding the Athenians generously for their loyalty. By 1459, Mehmet had launched a new campaign in Serbia, capturing Smederevo on June 20th without a fight. Within months, all of Serbia was under Ottoman control, and around 200,000 Serbs were enslaved, marking the beginning of more than 4 centuries of Ottoman rule in the region. Meanwhile, civil war broke out in the Peloponnesos between the Palaeologus brothers. At first, Mehmet allowed his local commanders to manage the situation, but by May 1460, he personally led his army south from Edirne. Demetrius surrendered Mistra without resistance, and Mehmet quickly conquered the rest of the peninsula, sparing only the Venetian fortresses at Monemvasia, Koroni, Methoni, and Nauplion. When his troops captured the stronghold of Gardiki, he ordered the massacre of all 6,000 inhabitants, including women and children, a brutal act that terrified the remaining Greek towns into submission. Thomas Palaeologus fled to Corfu and later to Rome, bringing with him the sacred relic of St. Andrew's head, which he presented to Pope Pius II in 1462. He spent his final years as the Pope's guest, dying in Rome in 1465. His brother Demetrius, captured by Mehmet, was treated more leniently. He was given an estate in Enos, where he lived comfortably before retiring to a monastery and dying in 1470. While consolidating his power in the west, Mehmet turned his attention to the Black Sea. In 1459, he sent his Grand Vizier Mahmut Pasha to capture Amasra, a key Genoese port on the Anatolian coast. The city surrendered without a fight, and much of its population was enslaved and sent to Istanbul. 2 years later, in 1461, Mehmet launched a massive campaign against the last remnant of Byzantium, the Empire of Trebizond. Commanding an army of nearly 140,000 men and supported by a fleet of 300 ships, he besieged the city, which was ruled by Emperor David Comnenus. Facing overwhelming odds, David surrendered, and on August 15, 1461, Mehmet entered Trebizond, ending a Byzantine presence that had lasted for over a millennium. David and his family were allowed to live in Edirne, but in 1463, Mehmet ordered his execution along with 6 of his sons and a nephew, extinguishing the last surviving branch of the Byzantine imperial line. Only David's wife, Helena, and 2 of their children, George and Anna, were spared. George was raised as a Muslim, but later fled to Georgia, reverting to Christianity before vanishing from history. By the early 1460s, Mehmet the Conqueror had completed the work begun with the fall of Constantinople. He had absorbed the remaining Byzantine territories, brought the Black Sea under his control and extended his dominion from the Adriatic to the Caucasus. In doing so, he became not merely the ruler of a powerful kingdom, but the master of two worlds, the sultan of the two continents and emperor of the two seas, the living symbol of an empire that had risen from the ashes of Byzantium to command both east and west. After taking Trebizond, Mehmet the Conqueror moved fast on new fronts. In spring 1462, he crushed a Wallachian revolt led by Vlad II Dracul, better known as Dracula, who fled to King Matthias Corvinus of Hungary. That summer, Mehmet sailed with Grand Vizier Mahmud Pasha to Lesbos. After a 15-day siege, Mytilene fell. On the way, he stopped at ancient Troy, asked to see the tombs of Achilles and Ajax, praised their deeds and Homer's verses, and declared that he had now balanced the scales against the ancient Asiatics defeated there by the Greeks. A struggle for the throne soon followed between Mehmet's sons Bayezid and Cem. Bayezid prevailed, forcing Cem to flee first to Cairo and later to Rhodes, where the Knights of St. John turned him into a political pawn, traded among popes and kings until his death in Naples in 1495. With his rival gone, Bayezid resumed Ottoman expansion. He captured Lepanto in 1499 after a short siege and seized the Venetian fortresses of Methone, Coroni, and Navarino by 1500, ending Venice's dominance in the Morea. The humiliating peace of 1502 marked the beginning of Venice's long maritime decline, and though Pope Alexander VI tried to rally a crusade, his sudden death ended the effort before it began. During the next decade, the empire turned east, fighting Persia, while Bayezid's health deteriorated. His sons Ahmet, Selim, and Korkut vied for succession. Selim, the most ambitious, marched from Anatolia to Edirne in 1511, bought the loyalty of the army, and forced his father's abdication on 23rd April, 1512. A month later, Bayezid died under suspicious circumstances, many believing that his physician poisoned him on Selim's orders. Now Sultan Selim I, called Yavuz, the Grim, he quickly eliminated all rivals, his brothers, nephews, and even 3 of his own sons, leaving only Suleiman as heir. Selim's reign brought calm to Europe, but conquest in Asia. He crushed Shah Ismail of Iran at Chaldiran in 1514, adding eastern Anatolia and western Persia to Ottoman lands, then defeated the Mamluks of Egypt in 1517, taking Cairo and uniting the Islamic world under his rule. Tradition held that the Caliph transferred his spiritual authority to Selim, making the Ottoman sultans guardians of both empire and faith. He next planned a European campaign, possibly against Hungary, but fell ill on the road to Edirne and died on the 22nd of September 1520, his general Ferhat Pasha keeping the death secret until Suleiman could seize power. Suleiman was 26 when he ascended the throne. Contemporary observers described him as intelligent, calm, and more humane than his father, raising hopes of a gentler era. Almost immediately, he prepared for war in Europe. In 1521, he captured Belgrade, gateway to the Danube lands, and the next year besieged Rhodes, which his great-grandfather Mehmet had failed to take. After 6 months of heroic resistance, the Knights of St. John surrendered in December 1522 and were allowed safe passage to Crete and later to Malta. Their departure opened the eastern Mediterranean to Ottoman dominance. While the Knights withdrew westward, power in Europe was shifting to Charles V of the Habsburg Empire, whose vast territories encircled France. When Francis I of France was captured at Pavia in 1525, He secretly appealed to Suleiman for aid, urging him to strike Hungary. The Sultan agreed, and on 29 August 1526 at Mohacs, he annihilated the Hungarian army in less than 2 hours, killing King Louis II and thousands of his men. The victory made Suleiman master of Central Europe. He then advanced on Vienna in 1529, but, after heavy losses, lifted the siege and withdrew before winter. Another attempt 3 years later reached only the Austrian frontier. Yet by then, Suleiman had already secured his place as the Magnificent, ruler of an empire that stretched from the Tigris to the Danube and stood as the greatest power of its age. Suleiman the Magnificent's failure to capture Vienna in 1529 marked the outer limit of Ottoman expansion into Europe, just as his unsuccessful siege of Malta in 1565 marked the boundary of Ottoman power in the Mediterranean. Though his armies dominated the Balkans and his fleets terrorized Christian waters, the loss of 35,000 men at Malta, including the famed commander Dragut Pasha, signaled that the age of unstoppable conquest was coming to an end. Suleiman himself died the following year, on the night of the 5th to the 6th of September, 1566, while leading another campaign in Hungary. His reign, the longest and most glorious in Ottoman history, had carried the empire to its zenith, militarily, culturally, and politically, before the slow decline began. He was succeeded by his son, Selim II, known as the Sot, a ruler more devoted to wine and pleasure than to war or governance. Real power fell to his brilliant Grand Vizier, Sokolu Mehmet Pasha, who restored stability and rebuilt the navy after the crushing defeat at Lepanto in 1571. Within 2 years, the Ottomans seized Cyprus and soon after captured Tunis from Spain, proving that their empire still commanded fear across the seas. Yet Selim's drunken death in the palace baths in December 1574 began an era of weak rulers. His son Murat III secured his throne by murdering 5 of his brothers on his first day as sultan. When Sokolu Mehmet was assassinated in 1579, the government fell under the sway of the women of the imperial harem. This new age, known as the Sultanate of Women, saw powerful queen mothers and concubines dominate imperial politics. Among them, the most formidable was Kosum Sultan, a Greek woman who rose from slavery to become the de facto ruler of the empire through the reigns of her sons Murat IV and Ibrahim the Mad, and later her grandson Mehmet IV. Her eventual murder in 1651 by order of her rival Turhan Hadis ended one of the most dramatic power struggles in Ottoman history. Even after Kosum, the pattern continued. Turhan ruled as Queen Mother, and later Rabia Gulnus, another Greek woman, held influence through her sons Mustafa II and Ahmet III. Despite the internal decay, Ottoman arms still achieved flashes of greatness. Murat IV recaptured Baghdad in 1638, and under Mehmet IV, the empire finally conquered Crete in 1669 after a siege that had lasted more than 2 decades. But pride again led to disaster when Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha convinced Mehmet IV that Vienna could be taken. In 1683, the Ottoman army besieged the city for 2 months before being crushed by a united Christian force. Kara Mustafa was executed, and Mehmet IV was deposed 4 years later. The defeat inspired Europe's Christian monarchs to unite in the Holy League, Austria, Poland, and Venice, supported by Pope Innocent XI. Their combined forces waged war on the Ottomans for nearly 30 years. The conflict ended with the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699, in which the empire ceded Hungary to Austria and the Morea to Venice, marking the first major loss of territory in Ottoman history. Later treaties deepened the decline. Passarowitz in 1718 stripped away more Balkan lands, and Küçük-Kaynarca in 1774 handed Russia control over the Crimea and influence in the Balkans. By then, Europe had begun to call the empire the sick man of Europe, a shadow of its former might. The 19th century brought the final unraveling. In 1827, Britain, France, and Russia intervened in the Greek War of Independence, ensuring the birth of modern Greece 6 years later. At the same time, Egypt's ambitious governor, Mehmet Ali, began carving out his own kingdom, sending his son Ibrahim Pasha to march against the Ottoman heartland in 1831. What had once been the empire of Suleiman the Magnificent was now breaking apart. Its glory faded, its authority challenged, and its centuries-long dominance over 3 continents nearing its end. After his conquest of Trebizond, Sultan Mahmud's empire was shaken by new threats. In 1832, Mehmet Ali of Egypt and his brilliant son Ibrahim Pasha rebelled, sweeping through Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria before defeating 2 Ottoman armies and advancing deep into Anatolia. By February 1833, Ibrahim had reached Kütahya, only 150 miles from Istanbul. Terrified, Sultan Mahmud II appealed to Russia for help. Tsar Nicholas I sent warships to the Bosphorus, forcing Mehmet Ali to negotiate. The resulting peace gave Egypt control over Syria, Arabia, and Crete, while Russia gained influence through the Treaty of Hunkar-İskelesi, signed later that year. The treaty closed the Dardanelles to hostile powers and alarmed Britain and France, who now vowed to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. In 1840, a new crisis erupted when the Ottoman admiral Ahmet Fevzi Pasha surrendered the entire Ottoman fleet to Mehmet Ali in Alexandria, fearing Russian control. The Ottoman foreign minister Mustafa Reşit Pasha sought help from the European powers, Britain, France, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, promising internal reform in return for their support. The great powers intervened, forcing Mehmet Ali to return the fleet in exchange for recognition as governor of an autonomous Egypt. True to his word, Sultan Abdülmecid, guided by Mustafa Reşit, issued the famous Gülhan Edict in 1839, proclaiming equality and justice for all subjects, Muslims, Christians, and Jews alike, and promising tax reform, a fair military draft, and the creation of legislative councils. This declaration marked the dawn of the Tanzimat, or Reformation era, a movement that sought to modernize and westernize the empire. The once great Ottoman Empire now lay in ruins. For 6 centuries, its rule had shaped the lives of Greeks, Armenians, Arabs, and Turks alike. Among these subjects were the Greeks of Anatolia, known to the Turks as Rum and to themselves as Romeoi, heirs to the Byzantine legacy of Hellenic culture and Orthodox Christianity. But after the conquest of Constantinople, their future darkened. Gennadios, the first patriarch under Ottoman rule, lamented that the church and its people had been stripped of freedom and power. He called on the clergy to preserve the nation's faith and knowledge, believing that only spiritual leadership could revive the Greek spirit. Over time, Greek culture survived only in fragments. Schools were rare, and in many remote areas, the people lost their language, speaking Turkish while clinging to their Orthodox faith. By the 15th century, only 17 metropolitan sees and 3 bishoprics remained in Anatolia. Centuries later, Western scholars observed the remnants of this once flourishing population. Isolated Orthodox communities scattered across central and eastern Anatolia, often bilingual and surrounded by a sea of Turks. Historian William Ramsay described them as the spiritual descendants of many ancient peoples: Cappadocians, Isaurians, Pamphylians, and men of Pontus, united only by their shared religion. Despite losing their language, the Anatolian Greeks saw themselves as true Hellenes, bound together by the Orthodox Church. In the words of Ramsay, these small Christian enclaves were like islands in a sea of Islam, yet they felt one with the Hellenes of Greece. Later writers, like Spyridon Lambros, spoke mournfully of these last remnants of a Christian civilization submerged by centuries of conquest. When Greeks from the islands and mainland began resettling Anatolia in later centuries, they found no trace of their ancestral culture. No churches, no Greek names, only Turkish villages standing where Greek life had once flourished. According to official Ottoman records examined by the Turkish historian Ömer Lütfi Barkan, between 1520 and 1535, there were about 78,783 Christian households in Anatolia, roughly 400,000 people. This population included Greeks, Armenians, and other Christians. At that time, Anatolia's total population was estimated at 5 million, meaning Christians made up about 8%. Over the next 50 years, that number nearly doubled in western Anatolia, largely due to the arrival of Greek settlers who came through Izmir, which had once again become the main port of the Aegean coast after the Turkish conquest of Chios in 1566. From Izmir, these settlers spread inland along the valleys of the Gidis and Menderes rivers, the same ancient routes once followed by early Greek colonists thousands of years earlier. Some moved north along the coast to repopulate ancient regions like Ionia, Aeolia, and the Troad, reviving Greek towns that had long been deserted. Historical records from 1586 show that Greek laborers were even brought to the Troad to help build the Ottoman fortress of Kumkale at the entrance of the Dardanelles. Many of these workers settled permanently in nearby villages, including Yenisehir and Nikor, on the ridge overlooking the plain of ancient Troy, near the legendary burial mounds of Achilles and Patroclus. Centuries later, local Turks still remembered their Greek neighbors with fondness before their departure during the population exchange of 1923. Before this influx, many of the once glorious Greek cities of Asia Minor had been reduced to small, struggling communities. When the German traveler Dernschwam visited Nicaea in 1555, he found only 11 Greek inhabitants and one illiterate priest. 2 decades later, the visitor Stefan Gerlach heard that about 50 small Greek communities existed around Nicaea, but within the city itself, the population remained tiny. In 1677, the Anglican chaplain John Koval recorded that there were no more than 10 Greek families left in Nicaea, along with about 50 Armenians, while the rest were Turks. He noted sadly that the Greeks had forgotten their own language, speaking only Turkish. Even the local priest could barely recite prayers he didn't understand. In southern Anatolia, the Greeks of Antalya, Side, and Myra were descended from both local survivors and newer arrivals who had lived through centuries of Ottoman dominance in secret. Many of these immigrants were Turkish-speaking Greeks from Isparta, who had crossed the Taurus Mountains. By the late 17th century, however, even these Turcophone communities began to reintroduce Greek education and books imported from Venice. Further north, in Bursa, once the first Ottoman capital, the French traveler Joseph Tournefort found about 300 Greek families in 1702. barely 2% of the city's total population, though the city had been entirely Greek before the conquest. In central Anatolia, Greek and Christian populations began to grow again after the mid-16th century, often due to migration. Records show the number of Christian families doubling or tripling in cities like Ankara, Kastamonu, and Çankırı, while new Christian communities appeared in previously all Muslim towns like Bolu. By the 17th century, observers like the French geographer V. Quesnay noted that the Greeks of central Anatolia descended partly from ancient Paphlagonians and partly from merchants who had moved inland from Kayseri and Ankara. Izmir, or Smyrna, had been nearly deserted during the late Byzantine period, with only about 1,000 inhabitants in 1528, of whom roughly 150 were Greeks. But as the Ottomans expanded trade after their conquests of Egypt and Rhodes in the early 16th century, Izmir began to flourish once more. By the mid-17th century, it had grown into a bustling port city of about 80,000 people, 50,000 Turks, 15,000 Greeks, 7,000 Armenians, 7,000 Jews, and 1,000 Europeans. The capture of Chios in 1566 brought many wealthy Chiot merchants to the city, cementing Izmir's role as the empire's second most important port after Istanbul. During the reign of Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottomans began granting trade privileges to European nations. His successors continued this policy. Sultan Murat III even wrote to Queen Elizabeth I, assuring her that English merchants would be protected in Ottoman lands. This led to the establishment of the Levant Company in 1581, an English trading enterprise that set up bases in Izmir and Istanbul, opening a new chapter in East-West commerce. By the late 17th and 18th centuries, travelers described Izmir as a vibrant cosmopolitan city filled with trade, music, and life. The Dutch explorer Cornelis de Bruyne called it the premier city of the Levant, while Tournefort marveled at its lively taverns where Turks, Greeks, and Europeans mingled freely. The English traveler Richard Pocock, visiting in 1739, counted over 100,000 residents, mostly Turks, but also thousands of Greeks, Jews, Armenians, and European merchants known as factors. He described a city divided into distinct quarters, but rich with diversity, its churches, synagogues, and mosques standing side by side. Later, Richard Chandler, another English antiquarian who traveled through the region in the 1760s, noted how Europeans often intermarried with Greeks, creating a unique cultural blend that made the city known among Turks as Gavur Izmir, infidel Izmir. He admired the beauty of the Greek women who had come from Aegean islands like the Tinos, praising their sun-kissed charm and grace. As he journeyed up the coast, Chandler found small Greek villages still clinging to ancient lands, some near Troy itself, where he described the simple Greek hamlet of Yenisehir as poor but enduring, a faint echo of a once glorious civilization that had never completely faded from the plains of Asia Minor. In Cappadocia, the heart of central Anatolia, the Greek population gradually declined during the 19th century as many left their mountain villages for Istanbul and the coast in search of work. Church records from Caesarea, the old capital of the region, show that nearly 60% of able-bodied Greek men migrated elsewhere. Census data reflected this trend. By 1923, the Greek population of Kayseri had fallen to fewer than 900, compared to 3,000 in 1890, while the Turkish population had increased. Yet amid this decline, the town of Cynossos stood out as a remarkable center of learning and culture. Even as neighboring Greek communities lost their language, Cynossos kept the flame of Hellenism alive through its schools, a boys' school founded in 1840 and a girls' school in 1872, where students studied Greek, Turkish, French, mathematics, history, religion, and the arts. These schools were so advanced that they drew students from distant cities like Kayseri and Konya. The Greek-speaking Orthodox Christians of Cappadocia, who had adopted Turkish as their daily language, became known as the Karamanlides. Scholars have long debated their origins. Some believed they were Greeks who had been linguistically Turkified under Ottoman rule, while others thought they were Turks who had converted to Christianity but retained their native language. Most modern researchers conclude that the Karamanlides were originally Byzantine Greeks, who gradually lost their language while keeping their faith and adapting to Turkish customs. By the late 19th century, efforts were made to reconnect these Anatolian Greeks with the wider Hellenic world. The Society of Anatolians, the East, founded in Athens in 1891, sponsored young students from Anatolia to study in Greek universities or academies in Istanbul and Izmir. They were then expected to return and teach in their home regions, helping to restore the use of the Greek language. The society promoted a pure and classical form of Greek, the katarevousa, as the true heritage of Plato and Aristotle, hoping to cleanse the language of what they called barbarous influences. Izmir, the vibrant cosmopolitan port of Western Anatolia, became the cultural and educational heart of Greek life in Asia Minor. Its evangelical school, founded in 1728, was one of the most prestigious Greek institutions in the Ottoman world. By the late 19th century, it oversaw several primary schools, a gymnasium, and even a commercial academy, serving around 1,400 students. Alongside it were numerous private Greek schools and missionary institutions, making Izmir a beacon of Hellenic education and prosperity. Yet, in the more remote interior of Anatolia, these efforts had little effect. Many Orthodox communities had long since shifted to Turkish, though church services continued in Greek. In some places, priests translated prayers into Turkish so their congregations could understand them, a poignant sign of faith surviving through language loss. Beyond Cappadocia, another group of hidden Christians lived in the Pontus Mountains near Trebizond. These people, known later as crypto-Christians, had outwardly converted to Islam after the Ottoman conquest, but secretly practiced Christianity for centuries. Their existence was first mentioned as early as the 14th century, when Patriarch John IV urged those forced to convert to hold their faith in secret within their hearts. Over time, many of these hidden Christians blended into the Muslim population, though they continued to speak Greek and quietly maintain their traditions. By the mid-19th century, their numbers in the Pontus were estimated at around 17,000. The British Vice-Consul George Stevens described entire villages, such as Kromny and Matska, where these crypto-Christians lived in fear yet clung to their identity. When Sultan Abdülmecid proclaimed religious freedom in 1856, they began to re-emerge, openly declaring their faith and building nearly 1,000 new churches in the region. But their newfound visibility came with a cost. Christians were no longer exempt from military service, and many young men fled to Greece or Russia rather than serve in the Ottoman army. By the time British scholar R.M. Dawkins visited the Pontus in 1914, he found the Christian villages almost devoid of adult men, sustained only by women priests and teachers. He described a haunting scene, the remnants of a once vibrant Byzantine people who had survived centuries of oppression through secrecy and endurance. Yet even their resilience could not withstand the storms of the 20th century. The decade that followed, marked by World War I and its aftermath, brought the final destruction of the Greek presence in Anatolia, ending a chapter of history that had begun thousands of years earlier, when Hellenic civilization first took root in the heart of Asia Minor. When the modern Greek kingdom was first established in 1833, it was only a small state comprising the southern mainland and the central Aegean islands. Its northern border stretched from the Gulf of Lamia to the Gulf of Arta, while vast regions like Epirus, Thessaly, Macedonia, Thrace, Crete, Cyprus, and the eastern Aegean islands remained under Ottoman control. In fact, there were nearly 3 times as many Greeks living under Ottoman rule as within the new Greek kingdom itself. This imbalance inspired a powerful national movement, the megali idea, or Great Idea, a vision of uniting all Greeks in one state and restoring the old Byzantine capital, Constantinople, as the heart of a revived Hellenic empire. The megali idea was passionately articulated in 1844 by Ioannis Koletis, who declared that the kingdom of Greece was only the smallest and poorest part of Greece. To him, every Greek, whether from Ioannina, Thessaloniki, Constantinople, or Trebizond, was part of a greater nation bound by a shared language, culture, and faith. The dream was clear. Athens might be the capital of the kingdom, but Constantinople was the great capital, the spiritual center and symbol of national destiny. The revival of Greece was thus not only political, but also historical, rooted in both classical Hellenism and Byzantine orthodoxy, which had survived centuries of Ottoman domination under the protection of the Orthodox Church. The Greek state gradually expanded throughout the 19th century. In 1864, Britain ceded the Ionian Islands to Greece, and in 1881, the Ottomans, under pressure from the great powers, handed over most of Thessaly and parts of Epirus. By 1913, after the Balkan Wars, Greece gained southern Epirus, Macedonia, Thessaloniki, and several Aegean islands, increasing its territory by 70% and nearly doubling its population. Yet millions of Greeks still lived in Ottoman lands, in Asia Minor, Constantinople, and the Pontus, where they were often caught in waves of persecution and forced resettlement. During the Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913, the Ottoman Empire lost most of its European provinces, while hundreds of thousands of Muslim refugees from the Balkans fled into Anatolia. Many of these refugees took revenge on local Christian communities, including Greeks, forming armed bands known as shetes, who carried out attacks across western Anatolia. The forced displacements that followed marked the beginning of a brutal cycle of ethnic cleansing that would continue into the First World War. When Turkey entered the war on the side of Germany, German commander Lyman von Sanders ordered the removal of Greek populations from the Aegean coast, claiming it was necessary for military security. Thousands were driven inland under appalling conditions. Entire communities like Ayvalık were emptied, their men sent to the interior or to forced labor. A British intelligence report from 1918 estimated that over 1.5 million people were deported from Thrace and Anatolia, with half dying from hunger, disease, or violence. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, Greek Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos reported that 300,000 Greeks had been killed and nearly 500,000 forced to flee to Greece. With the Ottoman Empire collapsing and Allied troops occupying Istanbul, Venizelos saw an opportunity to realize the Megali idea. At the peace talks, Greece claimed Western Asia Minor, the fertile and historic coastal region surrounding Izmir, arguing that it had a large Greek population and deep Hellenic roots. The proposed Greek zone stretched from Ivalik to the Meander River, embracing the ancient heartland of Ionia. For Venizelos, this was more than a territorial claim. It was the rebirth of Hellenism in its ancestral homeland. The Allies, eager to prevent Italy from gaining influence in Anatolia, supported the Greek plan. In May 1919, Britain's Lloyd George, France's Clemenceau, and U.S. President Woodrow Wilson authorized a Greek landing at Izmir to secure the region before the Italians could advance from Antalya. Thus, Greece's Asia Minor campaign began, a bold but fateful step toward the dream of a Greater Greece, which aimed to unite all Greeks under one flag and restore the glory of Byzantium. In May 1919, with the backing of British Prime Minister Lloyd George and French leader Georges Clemenceau, Eleftherios Venizelos launched the long-planned Greek expedition to Asia Minor. On the 14th of May, a fleet of Greek, French, and British ships arrived at Izmir, and the next morning Greek soldiers began landing to cheering crowds of local Greeks. The arrival quickly turned bloody. As the troops marched through Konak Square, a Turkish civilian fired a single shot that killed the Greek flag-bearer. The soldiers retaliated by opening fire on Turkish troops and civilians, turning the port city into chaos. By the end of the day, between 300 and 400 Turks and about 100 Greeks were dead. Venizelos immediately appointed Aristides Stergiadis as governor of Smyrna to restore order. Stergiadis established a strict but fair administration, punishing those responsible for the violence and ensuring equal treatment for both Greeks and Turks. Under his direction, 100,000 refugees were resettled, an experimental farm and a university were founded, and Smyrna began to flourish again as a cultural center. Meanwhile, the Greek army, now about 120,000 strong, advanced deep into western Anatolia with little resistance, reaching up the valleys of the Meander and Hermus rivers and occupying towns as far north as Ivalik. While the Ottoman government of Sultan Mehmet VI continued to exist under Allied supervision in Istanbul, a new nationalist movement was emerging in Anatolia under Mustafa Kemal Pasha. In March 1920, he announced the creation of a new parliament, the Grand National Assembly, in Ankara, which first met in April and elected him president. The Ottoman Empire now effectively had two governments, one imperial and submissive, the other nationalist and defiant. That same year, two Allied investigations were launched into the situation in Asia Minor. One, led by General George Milne, set the boundaries of the Greek occupation zone from Ivalik to Aden, warning that any Greek advance beyond this Milne line would face strong Turkish resistance. The second, the Inter-Allied Commission of Inquiry, condemned the Greek army for atrocities committed during the landings and in their inland campaign. It concluded that Turkish nationalism would never accept Greek annexation except through force, something Greece alone could not sustain. Venizelos ignored this warning, convinced that his 12 Greek divisions could easily crush Mustafa Kemal's 70,000 irregulars. In June 1920, the Greeks crossed the Milne Line, advancing along 4 fronts. They captured Bandırma, Bursa, and Uşak, while another army invaded eastern Thrace, nearly reaching Istanbul before Allied pressure forced them to halt. On the 10th of August 1920, the Treaty of Sèvres officially dismantled the Ottoman Empire, granting Thrace and Izmir to Greece under a 5-year mandate. The agreement was celebrated in Athens, but rejected by the Turkish nationalists, who viewed it as a death sentence for their homeland. Encouraged by Lloyd George, the Greeks pressed further into Anatolia in late 1920. But Venizelos's government soon collapsed after King Alexander's death. The exiled King Constantine returned, Venizelos fled, and a royalist administration replaced his officers with inexperienced loyalists. The Greek army, weakened by political purges, now faced a reorganized and determined Turkish force. By early 1921, the Greeks reached Eskişehir, but after heavy fighting, they were forced to retreat. 2 successive defeats at the First and Second Battles of İnönü, led by İsmet Pasha, marked the first major Turkish victories. Despite this, the Allies continued to encourage Greece, hoping the campaign would pressure both the Sultan and the nationalists into signing the Treaty of Sèvres. In June 1921, King Constantine personally took command and arrived in Izmir to lead a massive new offensive. The Greeks captured Kütahya and again advanced toward Eskişehir, but Mustafa Kemal, now commander-in-chief, ordered a strategic withdrawal toward Ankara, preparing to make a final stand along the Sakarya River. The decisive Battle of Sakarya began on 23 August 1921. The Greeks pushed to within 25 miles of Ankara, fighting across the Phrygian highlands, within sight of the ancient tombs of the Lydian kings. For 2 weeks the battle raged. On the 8th of September, the Turks counterattacked, and by the 11th of September, the exhausted Greek army, having lost over 20,000 men, was forced into a full retreat back to Eskişehir. After their defeat at Sakarya, the Greeks withdrew to their old defensive lines, and for nearly a year the war in Asia Minor settled into a tense stalemate. Attempts were made to negotiate peace, but the Turkish nationalists under Mustafa Kemal refused any armistice unless the Greeks agreed to a complete withdrawal from Asia Minor. Among some Greek circles, a desperate idea emerged: the Mikrasiatiki Amina, or Asia Minor defense, which envisioned creating an independent Greek state in western Anatolia with Smyrna as its capital. Yet this plan never took shape, and morale among the Greek troops continued to crumble as months of uncertainty dragged on. Meanwhile, Mustafa Kemal and his commanders were quietly rebuilding their army. By the summer of 1922, Turkish forces were fully prepared for a decisive counteroffensive. At dawn, on the 26th of August 1922, the Turkish army launched what became known as the Büyük Taarruz, or Great Offensive, attacking along a vast front from Izmit to Afyon. Within days, Turkish forces broke through Greek defenses. Izmit fell on the first day, and at Dumlupinar, 30 miles west of Afyon, the Greek army was decisively crushed. Nearly half of the Greek forces were killed or captured, including General Trikoupis, who learned only after his surrender that he had been appointed commander-in-chief. The Turkish advance was relentless. Eskişehir fell on the 2nd of September, and when the Greek government in Athens asked Britain to mediate a truce that would at least allow them to keep Smyrna, Mustafa Kemal refused. The towns of Balıkesir, Aydın, and Manisa fell in rapid succession, the latter set ablaze by retreating Greek forces. On the 9th of September, Turkish cavalry entered Izmir, greeted by cheering crowds of Turks, as the city that had symbolized the Megali idea now marked its fiery end. Within 2 days, the ports of Gemlik and Mudanya also surrendered. The Greek army retreated in chaos, many units fleeing toward the Aegean coast. Some escaped from Cheshme to Chios, others from Banderma and Mudanya across the Sea of Marmara to Thrace, while smaller groups fled to Lesbos and Dikili. By 19th September, the last Greek soldiers had been evacuated, leaving behind a devastated land where both sides had committed atrocities. Tens of thousands of Greek civilians poured onto the roads toward the coast, seeking passage across the sea. American observers reported that by early September, as many as 30,000 refugees a day were arriving in Izmir. Desperate to find space on any vessel in the harbor, Mustafa Kemal entered Izmir on the 10th of September, leading a column of cavalry to the same government building, the Konak, where the first shots of the war had been fired 3 years earlier. But the city was already descending into chaos. Looting and killings began on the night of the 9th of September, and over the following days, thousands of Greeks and Armenians were murdered. Among the victims was Metropolitan Chrysostomos of Smyrna, who was seized by a mob and brutally killed. Then, on the afternoon of the 13th of September, fire broke out in the Armenian quarter. Fanned by the wind, it spread with terrifying speed, engulfing the Greek and European districts while leaving the Turkish and Jewish quarters untouched. The inferno that consumed Smyrna became one of the most haunting scenes in modern history. The British journalist Ward Price, watching from the warship HMS Iron Duke, described the city as a 2-mile wall of fire, vomiting flames 100 feet high, with the screams of tens of thousands trapped between the sea and the burning streets. The sea itself glowed red with reflection as refugees hurled themselves into the water, trying to reach foreign ships anchored offshore. The death toll remains uncertain. Admiral Mark Bristol, the American High Commissioner in Istanbul, estimated around 2,000 deaths, while George Horton, the U.S. consul in Izmir, claimed as many as 100,000 people perished in the massacre and fire, blaming Turkish troops for systematically burning the Christian quarters. Whatever the true number, the destruction of Smyrna marked the final collapse of the Greek dream in Asia Minor. After the fall of Izmir, the Turkish nationalist army advanced rapidly toward the Bosphorus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Dardanelles, regions still under Allied occupation by British, French, and Italian troops. As the Turkish forces approached the straits, the French and Italians quickly withdrew, leaving the British to face the advancing Turks alone. General Charles Harrington, the Allied commander in Istanbul, wisely ordered his men not to open fire, preventing another war. The Greek navy withdrew at Britain's request, and the British government pressured Greece to retreat beyond the Maritsa River in Thrace. This convinced Mustafa Kemal to accept negotiations for an armistice, which was signed at Mudanya on the 11th of October, 1922. The agreement allowed Turkish nationalist forces to occupy eastern Thrace, except for Istanbul and the narrow zone along the straits that remained under temporary British control. Shortly after, on the 1st of November 1922, the Grand National Assembly in Ankara took a historic step by abolishing the Sultanate, separating it from the Caliphate and reducing the latter to a symbolic religious office under state authority. Sultan Mehmet VI Vahidettin, realizing his rule was over, fled Istanbul aboard the British battleship HMS Malaya on the 17th of November, never to return. His cousin, Abdülmecid II, was appointed Caliph a week later. The final peace agreement, the Treaty of Lausanne, was signed on 24th July 1923, establishing the modern borders of the Republic of Turkey, except for the province of Hatay, which joined later in 1939. The Allied occupation of Istanbul formally ended on the 2nd of October 1923, when the last British troops departed. 4 days later, Turkish nationalist forces marched triumphantly into the city. On the 13th of October, Ankara was officially declared the capital, and 2 weeks later, on the 29th of October 1923, the Assembly proclaimed the Republic of Turkey. Mustafa Kemal was elected its first president, and İsmet İnönü, his trusted general, became prime minister. Mustafa Kemal later adopted the name Atatürk, meaning Father of the Turks, symbolizing the birth of a new secular nation rising from the ashes of the Ottoman Empire. İnönü's own surname honored his victories in the battles of İnönü during the War of Independence. To complete the transformation, on March 3, 1924, the Assembly abolished the Caliphate, permanently ending any remaining ties to the Ottoman past. Abdülmecid II and the entire Ottoman royal family were exiled, marking the final fall of the House of Osman, which had ruled for more than 7 centuries. The age of the Ottoman sultans had ended, replaced by a modern, republican Turkey. Meanwhile, in Greece, the Asia Minor catastrophe sparked revolution. King Constantine was forced to abdicate again, replaced by his son, George II. A revolutionary tribunal in Athens sought to assign blame for the disaster, and 6 senior political and military leaders, including Dimitrios Gounaris, were tried for treason and executed by firing squad on the 28th of November, 1922. The same revolutionary government appointed Eleftherios Venizelos to represent Greece in peace negotiations with the Allies and with the new Turkish state. On the 30th of January, 1923, Venizelos and İsmet İnönü signed an agreement at Lausanne that established a compulsory population exchange between Greece and Turkey. Under the terms of the convention, all Greek Orthodox Christians living in Turkey and all Muslims living in Greece were required to relocate permanently to their respective countries. Only the Greeks of Istanbul and the Turks of Western Thrace were exempt. This massive exchange uprooted entire communities that had lived side by side for centuries. Many Greeks fled long before the agreement took effect. Foreign correspondents, including a young Ernest Hemingway, described heartbreaking scenes of refugees trudging through the rain, pushing carts loaded with their belongings, and carrying their children across the cold plains of eastern Thrace as they crossed into Greece. His reports for the Toronto Star captured the despair of a people forced to abandon their homeland forever. The humanitarian crisis was overwhelming. The American Red Cross initially provided emergency aid, but by March 1923, it had to withdraw. Soon after, the Norwegian statesman Fridtjof Nansen, representing the League of Nations, organized the Refugee Settlement Commission, RSC, to manage the resettlement effort. Chaired by former U.S. Ambassador Henry Morgenthau, the commission worked tirelessly to feed, shelter, and relocate hundreds of thousands of displaced people across Greece. Morgenthau later described the horror of seeing thousands of starving, disease-ridden refugees arriving by ship from Asia Minor, packed so tightly that many could neither sit nor sleep for days. By April 1924, the RSC estimated that around 786,000 Greek refugees had already reached Greece, most of them women and children, as many men had died in war or forced labor. Over the next year, another 350,000 arrived, along with 100,000 Armenian refugees. By the time of the 1928 census, Greece had absorbed more than 1.2 million refugees, a staggering number for a small country. The population exchange increased Greece's total population by nearly 1/3 and transformed its ethnic makeup. The Greek share rose from 80% in 1920 to 94% in 1928, making it one of the most homogeneous nations in southeastern Europe. At the same time, about 400,000 Muslims from Greece were resettled in Turkey, many occupying the homes of the departed Greeks in Thrace and Anatolia. Ironically, many of the Greeks who arrived in Greece spoke only Turkish, while many of the Turks arriving in Turkey spoke only Greek, a tragic reminder of how deeply intertwined these two ancient peoples had once been, before history and politics forced them apart forever. During the Lausanne Conference, the fate of the Turkish-speaking Greek Orthodox communities, known as the Karamanlides, became a topic of debate. British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon argued that these so-called reconciled Ottoman Greeks, numbering around 50,000, should be exempt from the population exchange between Greece and Turkey. Both Ismet Inonu and Eleftherios Venizelos shared this view, describing the Karamanlides as loyal Orthodox Turks who had always lived peacefully alongside their Muslim neighbors. However, despite these intentions, almost all of the Karamanlides were included in the compulsory exchange, except for one group led by a priest named Papa Eftim Karahisaridis from the village of Keskin near Ankara. Papa Eftim had supported the Turkish nationalists during the War of Independence, and in gratitude, he and his followers were allowed to stay in Turkey, moving to Istanbul instead of being deported. In Istanbul, Papa Eftim took over an old Greek church in Galata and declared himself the head of a new Turkish Orthodox church, where the liturgy was conducted in Turkish rather than Greek. Although the ecumenical patriarch Miletus IV initially proposed a compromise, offering the church autonomy under the patriarchate, Eftim rejected all authority from Constantinople. In 1924, he established his own patriarchate, took the Turkish name Zeki Erenerol, and led his church independently until his death in 1968. The church was later passed down to his sons and eventually to his grandson, Papa Eftim IV, who still represents the movement today. Meanwhile, the Muslim refugees arriving from Greece were resettled across eastern Thrace and along the Aegean and Mediterranean coasts. In the 1960s, many of the older settlers could still be heard speaking Greek, a reminder of their origins. Families from Lesbos, Mytilene, were relocated mainly around Ayvalık, often moving into the very homes once owned by departing Greek families. Contemporary reports described deeply emotional scenes at the docks as Greek and Turkish neighbors who had shared villages, farmlands, and even cafe games for generations embraced each other in tears before parting forever. By 1930, the Refugee Settlement Commission, RSC, had completed its mission, having successfully resettled more than 570,000 refugees in Greece's agricultural regions, while the government settled an additional 8,000. Over the next few years, another 167,000 found homes in new farming communities, particularly in Macedonia and Thrace, where they replaced the Muslim and Bulgarian populations that had been exchanged. Sir John Campbell, vice chairman of the RSC, later described how dramatically the Greek countryside had been transformed. Once barren plains were now filled with lively new villages, red-roofed houses, and thriving fields cultivated by hard-working refugee families. Yet nearly half of the refugees ended up in urban centers. By 1930, Athens, Piraeus, and Thessaloniki each absorbed more than 100,000 people. With few resources, these cities turned theaters, churches, schools, and warehouses into makeshift shelters. Entire families lived in cramped boxes of the Royal Theatre of Athens, classrooms, and candlelit churches, sleeping under Byzantine icons. Over time, new suburbs such as Nea Smyrni, Nea Philadelphia, and Nea Ionia grew from these settlements, each named after the Asia Minor towns their inhabitants had lost. Despite these efforts, tens of thousands of refugee families still lived in poverty in shantytowns well into the 1930s. The Great Depression and later the German occupation during World War II deepened their misery, and these neighborhoods often became centers of resistance and political radicalism, especially for the Greek Communist Party. British diplomat Sir Reginald Leeper, writing in 1950, recalled visiting these poor suburbs during the civil unrest of December 1944, describing them as densely packed, impoverished districts where the Asia Minor refugees had been resettled decades earlier. Amid hardship, the refugees preserved their Anatolian culture through music, poetry, and memory. Their songs gave birth to Rebetica, often called the Greek blues, and the mournful Amanades, emotional laments sung with the bouzouki in the cafes of Piraeus. These songs expressed the deep longing for their lost homeland, Smyrna, Ivalik, and the valleys of Asia Minor. One Rebetica song pleads, "Cheer up, my refugee girl, forget your misfortune, for one day we shall return to our lovely Smyrna and rebuild our nest." Another folk song captures the heartbreak of exile. "What is it to you where I come from, Karatasi or Cordelio? In my land they know how to love and to hide their sorrow. I came from Smyrna to find comfort, to find in Athens a loving embrace." Many refugees later emigrated to America, Canada, and Australia, taking with them the dances, music, and memories of Asia Minor. Among them was the grandmother of Sophia Bilids, a Greek-American singer from Boston who kept alive the songs of Ivalik, including one that mournfully praises her lost village with its silver doors, golden keys, and girls as fresh as cool water. This enduring nostalgia became part of the Greek identity known as Romeosini, a word that embodies the spirit of the Byzantine and Anatolian Greeks, their resilience, and their longing for home. In one of the most famous laments, Smyrni is burning, a refugee poet mourns. "Smyrna is burning, mother, our livelihood in flames, our dreams vanishing. Romeosini, when will you rest? You live 1 year in peace and 30 in fire." Today, the only Greek Orthodox citizens left in Turkey number roughly 2,000, concentrated in Istanbul and on the Aegean islands of Imbros, now called Gökçeada, and Tenedos, now Bozkada. Turks still call them Rum, and they call themselves Romaioi, heirs to an empire gone for more than 5 centuries. In the mountains above Trabzon, a few thousand Muslim villagers continue to speak Greek at home, descendants of communities that converted to Islam after the Ottoman conquest. Izmir's vast fire of 1922 is now a memory more than a scar. Rebuilding was slow, and as late as the early 1960s, charred gaps were visible, but the city has since been completely transformed. With a population above 3 million, Izmir faces the Aegean and feels culturally closer to Europe than most Turkish cities. Its universities, Ege and Dokuz Eylül in the public system, alongside the Izmir University of Economics, Yaşar University, and the Izmir Institute of Technology, educate tens of thousands. The late summer International Trade Fair fills Kültür Park, itself laid out on the site of the Greek and Armenian districts lost to the flames, while the Izmir International Festival brings orchestras, ballet, jazz, and soloists to stages in the city and at ancient venues such as Ephesus. archaeology keeps resurfacing the city's older selves. At Byreklu, northeast of the Gulf, excavations show settlement as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, contemporaneous with the earliest layers at Troy. Greek settlers arrived in the 10th century BCE, evidenced by proto-geometric pottery, and an archaic temple of Athena from about 640 BCE has been called one of the earliest and finest monuments of Eastern Greek architecture in Asia Minor. A spring on the Meles, associated since antiquity with Homer, was long venerated for its healing waters. The skyline's best vantage point is Kataphakale, the Velvet Castle, crown of Mount Pagos. The surviving fortifications belong to successive Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman phases, but they recall the Hellenistic city that took shape here in the wake of Alexander's dream. Down the slope, the Roman-era agora, rebuilt after the earthquake of 178 under Empress Faustina, survives as an open-air museum with a grand vaulted substructure, arcaded shopfronts, and inscriptions that once hailed Smyrna as First of Asia. Statues of Poseidon and Demeter from the site, symbols of sea trade and agriculture, rest in the city's archaeological museum. Ephesus, the great magnet for visitors, lies by Selçuk. 19th and 20th century excavations uncovered the Artemis Temple's foundations and restored streets, theaters, and civic buildings that narrate nearly 2 millennia of life. The cult of Artemis, likely layered over an earlier Anatolian mother goddess, later yielded to the veneration of the Virgin Mary. Justinian's Basilica of St. John rose above the old sanctuary and furnished stones for the 14th century Isa Bey Mosque below when Byzantium waned and Turkish beyliks took hold. Today, only one re-erected column marks the vast footprint of the Artemisium, crowned by the nest of a resident stork. Ephesus's Greek population drifted to the surrounding hills in early Ottoman times, creating villages like Kirkinse. After 1922, its Greek residents were resettled in Thessaly, where they founded Nea Ephesus and carried with them language, festivals, and memories of the Aegean valleys. Muslim families from Kavala moved into Kirkinç, which is now Şirinç. Into the 1960s, many elders there still spoke Greek and remembered their own lost homes across the sea. These mirrored migrations capture the twin currents of departure and arrival that reshaped the region. Closer to Izmir, the ancient Ionian city of Klazomenai survives as modern Urla. It was the birthplace of Anaxagoras around 500 BCE, the philosopher who carried Ionian science to Athens and taught Pericles while offering one of the first sustained natural explanations of the cosmos after the early Milesians. This is the arc of Western Asia Minor today, a modern, outward-looking Izmir layered over archaic Smyrna, sacred springs and shattered agoras alongside universities and trade fairs, abandoned sanctuaries reborn as churches and mosques, and villages renamed yet still haunted by songs and stories of the people who once called them home. George Seferis, one of Greece's most celebrated poets, was born in the seaside town of Urla, known in Greek as Vourla, on February 29, 1900. His family moved to Athens in 1914, where he completed his education before studying law in Paris. In 1963, he became the first Greek writer to receive the Nobel Prize in Literature, honored for reviving modern Greek poetry through works that bridged the ancient and modern worlds. When he returned to his birthplace in 1950 after decades away, the visit filled him with nostalgia and pain. His poem, Memory 2, recalls wandering through the ruins of Ephesus, imagining ancient theaters once alive with voices now fallen silent. In his journal, Sepphoris described his old house in Scala as abandoned and decaying, its windows shattered, its walls peeling, and the whole neighborhood lifeless, as if the little life left in them depended on me alone. His later trip to Smyrna was equally haunting. He walked through a city both familiar and foreign, whispering to himself that Smyrna must be such an urn for me. No one can return Izmir's rocky islets known as the Two Brothers, still visible across the gulf, became symbols in his poetry, glowing with the light of an inexhaustible love as the sun set behind them. Sepphoris's personal journey reflected the larger story of Greek memory in Anatolia, a land once covered with thousands of Hellenic cities. Ancient maps list more than 2,400 Greek settlements within modern Turkey, from the famous ruins of Ephesus and Miletus to hidden sites like Aegean, where moss-covered temples rest in silence among olive groves. Many Byzantine churches were later built upon or from these classical ruins, reminders of continuous layers of civilization that rose, flourished, and fell across millennia. The Greek presence in Anatolia had endured for over 3,000 years, stretching back to Mycenaean burials found on the plain of Troy near the tumulus of Achilles. Standing there today, surrounded by Ottoman tombstones and the quiet hills of Yenisehir, one can still feel that unbroken chain of human memory, from the age of Homer to the migrations of the 20th century. The Turks who now live nearby scarcely know that their village once lay within the legendary world of the Trojan War. Yet the tumulus of Achilles remains, as described in the Odyssey, where Agamemnon tells his fallen comrade that the Argives raised a great mound on a jutting promontory by the wide Hellespont, so that it could be seen afar out on the water by men now alive and those to be born in the future. And so the Greeks of Anatolia, those who called their homeland Ikathemas Anatoli, our own Anatolia, continue to live on through memory, poetry, and the enduring landscapes that once bound two worlds together.